Good morning, everyone. A huge welcome to all of you, and thank you for waking up on a Sunday and being here at 9:45. That's a huge, huge reaffirmation for all of us. Just for those of you who might be new, I'm Shoma Chaudhary, the founder of Lucid Lines, a company, as I say, that's passionate about the power of ideas. And yesterday, with the sheer energy in this room, it really felt wonderful to have so many people here, a community of those who are passionate about ideas as well. On behalf of all our partners, again, a very welcome to from our team. And again, I'd like to give a shout out to my partner, Aditya Puri, who's been outside the hall, taking care of all of you, and our entire team, who I will call on stage later. The first session... Before we speak about the first session today, I'd also like to thank all our other partners who've made this possible. Primary amongst them is Shiv Nadar Foundation, a company that was set up by Shiv Nadar, who's the founder of HCL Technologies, one of the largest technology companies in the country. And Shiv Nadar Foundation is absolutely dedicated to the transformative power of education. We were speaking yesterday about issues of equity across the board, and Shiv Nadar plays a huge role in making that bridge between those who have access to information and knowledge and those who don't. They have 7 institutions of education, which are premier institutions, but they also have Vidyagan and Shiksha Initiative, through which they reach out to thousands of young children who do not have access to education. They've spent more than $1.5 billion on education, and they have alumni of 25,000 students, 2,500 teachers, and 15,000 students right now that's under their ages. So a huge thank you to them. And like I said, they bought into this idea before there was even one, a high-profile speaker on the horizon. So one really owes them a particular gratitude. And all the largest you see here has been made possible by them. So please give them a big round of applause. Our other partner is the Glenlivet. It's impossible not to be really grateful to them, because around mid-lunch, when all the chemical reactions in our body are slowing down, it's their liquids that sets our homeostasis back into place. So it's really wonderful to have them on board. And again, Karthik Mohindra is not here, he's unwell, but it took him 3 minutes to say yes to Synapse. And again, I owe him and the entire team a great, sort of vote of gratitude. So thank you to the Glenlivet. The BMW, again, is a company that is very committed to this idea of how do we shape the future. They could, there's always, that's our primary motive, is to reach for luxury. They could have rested on that and on that primary sort of motivation in human beings, but they've been trying to push the luxury segment into a sort of public consciousness, citizenship, looking at forwardism, and have been investing hugely in electric mobility. Their I-Series is absolutely devoted to that, and the BMW M70 outside is something that is an absolute piece of craftsmanship and conscience, so do have a look at that. We have DLF on board with us, again a company that represents 21st century living. 21st century urban metropolises is a huge conundrum, again, of equity, of sustainability, and these are all the issues that we are talking about here. So more than just building buildings and infrastructure, it's about the intentionality that we've been speaking about that must infuse all of us, I guess. And DLF, again, thank you for supporting this and for making this conversation possible. We also have with us Smich Care, wonderful company looking at that intersection between health and tech. We have Prasad Wanga's Anthill Ventures, that's a tech accelerator, and NDTV as our media partner. So big thank you to all of them for making this village possible. Now the first session is in a very apt way, starting with what we were searching for the entire day yesterday, which is, what does it mean to be human? And what is that holy grail, consciousness, when we're able to do everything possible with science and technology, map the tiniest cell, map the ends of the cosmos, go back to the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang. We've gone back 13 billion years, and you'll have a session on that with Mark McCaughren. When every possible mystery of life is being solved, when our entire mystery of the human body, of human existence, has kind of been broken down into body parts. It's like a dismembered car in a garage that can be fixed. We heard about patients on chips, organs that are being created on scaffolding. We are talking about machines that can replicate our emotions. In all of that, till today, with all the brilliance of all recorded history, nobody has been able to define consciousness. But there is a tradition in India, the Vedanta tradition, which does seem to approximate an idea of consciousness that science has not been able to displace yet. And that's what makes it so powerful. In fact, and again, you'll have a session today with the quantum mechanics and quantum theory, some of the best quantum physicists in the country and outside. And I'm going to risk my reputation on this, nobody else does, but since so much of science is storytelling, why not tell our own stories? But there are concepts in the Vedanta which the whole mysterious realm of the quantum realm seems to make it feel that that might be a feasible idea of what lies beyond the sensory lens in which we are all trapped. So, long story short, to discuss consciousness, to discuss the Vedanta tradition, to discuss that confrontation or perhaps collaboration with science in looking for this meaning, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of the most eloquent propounders of Vedanta. This is Swami Sarvapriyananda, the chief of the Ramakrishna Mission in New York, a very eloquent man, a very curious man. Please welcome Swami Sarvapriyananda. Swamiji, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me and for this wonderful event.
Thank you. Swamiji, I want to dive into the deep end. When I first reached out to you, I wanted you to define what is spirituality in an era of AI and gene editing and quantum, and when science is pretty much deciphering every last atom of existence. Has spirituality almost become, obsolete? Is the soul obsolete? But through all of yesterday, we were not able to define that. So before I take you into that debate between science and spirituality, I'd like you to share with the audience and us, how is consciousness defined in the Vedanta tradition? And I know that the Vedanta has many schools, so let's stick with the Advaita for the time being.
Yes, big question. I'll start with a little story. Consciousness is something that's very common to all of us. We all know it, and we are using it all the time. The story is like this. There was this washerman, our very familiar traditional Indian dhobi, who would take the dirty laundry out and wash it on the bank of a river. He came across a diamond. He didn't know what the diamond was, but he thought it was just an interesting piece of rock. And he used it for scrubbing dirty clothes, And this is how he went on. One day, he was curious. He took this peculiar rock to a friend of his, the vegetable seller. Thought he's wise, he knows more than me, he should be able to tell me what it is. And the vegetable seller said, yes, this seems valuable. I'll give you 10 rupees for it. Luckily, the washerman, though we didn't sell it to him, he took it to somebody else, and then somebody else. Finally, he took it to a diamond merchant, who said, oh my God, this is the biggest, most wonderful diamond I've ever seen. I'll give you 1 crore rupees for it or 10 crore rupees for it. And all the wants of the washerman, the poor dhobi, they were all gone forever. He was fulfilled. Now, that diamond, we all have it. And we are using it all the time. But like the dhobi, we don't know what it is. And like the dhobi, we are using it to wash or clean our dirty laundry. What are we doing with it? It's consciousness. What are we doing with it? We are seeing right now. We are seeing, we are hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. We are thinking, remembering, enjoying, suffering. We have desires, we fight, we are jealous, we hate. All of that, including science and religion and spirituality, all of that is made possible by this This is consciousness. Now, what Vedanta says, this is not a rock with which you can only, you can scrub your laundry with it, but if you truly know what it is, it will solve all your problems at a deep existential level. So, to put it in classical terms, atyantika dukkha nivritti, the utter cessation of suffering, paramananda prapti, the attainment of fulfillment, deep, lasting fulfillment and bliss. This is what is promised if we know that this rock is actually a diamond. The consciousness that we have, and we are most familiar with all the time, we realize what it truly is. So to come to know truly what we are, that is the journey in consciousness and journey in Advaita Vedanta.
So, just before we go into the science aspect of this, there are two traditions in the Vedanta. There's the Advaita and there's the dual tradition as well. So how do we reconcile the two things, Swamiji? One, it's wonderful we have a plurality because, nobody really knows. But at this very essence, it seems a complete departure. In Advaita tradition, like you said, yes, we have the diamond, but we're using it to scrub. Yeah. But it says everything is consciousness. Yes. Brahman is everywhere. But it's attributeless, it has no qualities, it's not decipherable, it's not you can't describe it. But in the dual tradition, you say that this world of names and forms is not real, and consciousness lies, or Brahman lies, is something separate, that this is illusion or Maya. How do you explain the diversion in these two traditions within the Vedanta?
Not just two, there are multiple traditions.
Yes. In fact, I'm not going down those paths for the time being.
It'll be endless. There's a very nice book by Swami Tapasyanandaji, Bhakti Schools of Vedanta. So there are multiple schools of Vedanta other than Advaita Vedanta, Vishishta Advaita, Dvaita, Shuddha Advaita, and so on and so forth, which are, one common characteristic is that they are dualistic in some sense, and they all rely on bhakti rather than on jnana, on knowledge. So how is it related? It's sort of like this, using Vivekananda's own words. Instead of looking inwards and trying to see what we are, suppose you project it outwards. Instead of trying to find out that we are this limitless consciousness, which Advaita Vedanta will take us towards, we say that it is God. Instead of deconstructing yourself, you see it as the ultimate reality of this entire universe. Then you have a dualistic path. Then you set up a relationship with that God. God is my master, I'm the servant, like Hanuman, or God is my friend, I'm like Arjuna and Krishna, and so on. So this is how the same thing can be seen dualistically or non-dualistically. There was a monk who put it very beautifully. In Hindi, he said, I'll translate, Do hi raste hain Mahatma ji, jano ya mano. In Sanatana Dharma, in Hinduism, there are two paths broadly. One is the path of knowledge, jano. Either you know it, or you don't know it, take it on faith. So most of religion, including in Hinduism and outside Hinduism, especially in the West, it's all the religion of mano, believe it. In fact, in the United States, the word used for religion is faith, to something to be believed.
Right. That didn't, or maybe I missed it, but it didn't entirely explain. You're saying the path to it is that you think of it as outside of yourself, yes, and you bow to it. Yes. So that's the religious, the faith aspect. Yes. That's not so hard to understand. It's, yes, a story you've told yourself, you True. Bow to it. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't, but it gives you solace.
Yes.
So I'm not going there because it's not a mystery, you know. I'm asking about, within the Vedanta tradition, what is the understanding of consciousness then? Is it right. that the paths lead to that ultimate idea that consciousness pervades everything, including rocks and trees and us, and there's no separation? Does it all lead to the Advaita understanding, or is there a difference in the idea of consciousness itself?
There are different theories of consciousness. We can't say that the Indian tradition, why Vedanta? Multiple schools of Vedanta, Sankhya, Yoga, multiple schools of Buddhism, Jainism, many schools in ancient India. They all had an overwhelming interest in consciousness, and they did come up with different theories. So I can't just sit here and claim we have the answer to everything, but we do have extraordinarily profound insights into the nature of consciousness, into the nature of who we are, and those insights, the claim is, if we get those insights and we live it, it will transform our lives tremendously. It will give us fulfillment and it will take us beyond suffering. So the Advaitic, if we could narrow it down and let's focus on the Advaitic perspective,
Yes.
which is about something that I'm most familiar with. And it's also the one which takes the idea of consciousness most seriously. So there the idea is that first you start with yourself. And notice that, if I may take a couple of minutes.
Absolutely.
Notice that whatever we do, we are conscious. So right now we are all seeing. We're all seeing, but we are aware. We see many things, but one thing common to all seeing is that I am aware. And we hear, but there's awareness. We smell, taste, touch, but behind everything there is awareness. There is consciousness, which gives us all this multiplicity of experiences. Turning inwards, we think, we remember, we enjoy, we suffer, we understand, we believe. But notice what's common to all of them. It's the same consciousness. And then Advaita says, there comes a time in our day when we fall asleep. The famous Indian siesta in the afternoon or during the conference itself. So you fall asleep and we dream. It's the same consciousness. See, what Advaita is doing is, it's making a distinction between consciousness and mind. This is something that I would like to stress upon. In the modern philosophy of mind, in the West, in the world philosophy of mind, as yet, the distinction between consciousness and mind is not appreciated. This was well appreciated in multiple schools of ancient Indian philosophy, that mind and consciousness are not different. They are different. At this point, someone may say, okay, we're talking so much about consciousness, would you like to define consciousness? Precisely, what is it? And in modern consciousness studies, which is very big today, there is no clear definition. But in Advaita Vedanta, there is a clear definition. And I'm going to share it with you, and you'll see how elegant it is, how precise and elegant it is. What is consciousness? The definition of consciousness is Anidam Chaitanyam. There are multiple ways of approaching. One way is this, not this. Now, it works like this. In our experience, right now, every one of us, in our experience, whatever we can label as this, that's not consciousness. That's an object to consciousness. So this glass, since it's this, it's an object to consciousness. This shirt, since I'm saying this, it's an object to consciousness. This body, since I'm saying this, it's an object to consciousness. I am aware of it. And now it becomes even more interesting. Mind. All of us, we are thinking, remembering. This thought, this feeling, this memory, because we are saying this, thoughts, feelings, memories are also objects, phenomenologically speaking, to consciousness. That which is not an object, which is irreducible to objects, and yet you cannot deny it, because that is what gives you the experience of all objects. That is consciousness. So that's the definition.
Right. So, Swamiji, that's a...
And note how intuitive it is. It's not difficult to get. And one interesting thing you'll see is that this non-objective, indubitable consciousness, if we try to understand it, grasp it, we won't be able to do it.
Yes.
Because it's not an object. Yes.
No, and that's what's beautiful about, the Advaita tradition, and let's stick with that right now, we won't have time, is that it describes the Brahman or consciousness as something that has no attributes, no properties.
Yes.
You can't, like you said, you can't describe it because it is outside your sensory perceptions. It is outside of...
I wouldn't even say outside. It's behind your sensory perceptions.
Behind your sensory,
It's that which makes all sensory perceptions possible.
Right. But now that we've established the grandeur and profundity of that idea, and the fact that, as I said, all science even has not been able to debunk it, but at the same time, now I'd like to, and it's wonderful that you're willing to engage with discussions with science, is that, when you're saying that what makes this so unique and perhaps that most profound truth is that there's an observing self, which is separate from the experience. So in our lived reality, I can understand the value of that, because it allows you to separate from your emotions, your monkey mind, be still, so it's a self-help.
Yes.
For living this extremely myriad and roller coaster life, you know?
Yes.
I get the value of that. But when you begin to speak of it in deeper terms, then Swamiji, with all the new, sort of discoveries of science, maybe even this is under assault, and I'll ask you why. Because, even when we talk about the Advaita tradition, you speak of qualia, and all the neuroscientists are now talking about qualia, that qualia is that ability to feel sweetness, or to feel blueness, or the experience of sensory emotions is what is called qualia. I have not yet understood why such amazing neuroscientists and people of knowledge like you are so bewildered by it, because that feeling of sweetness is not something that's outside of our sensory, they are able to find parts of your brain that create that, that create that sweetness or that sense of blueness. If you cut off a part of your brain, those experiences die out. It's not that your watching self is able to experience things or watch things when that particular part of your brain is not working, Or say we were talking about psychedelics yesterday. When your ego self or your default mode shuts down and other parts of your brain start speaking to each other, different synapses, you have a completely different experience of the world. It's not that there's an immutable self watching this leela of life, So qualia, and even this thing of saying, oh, what is consciousness? How come the brain creates this feeling of being Shoma or feeling of being Swami? But don't you see it as a gradation, like a crab on the seabed? If you do something to it, it'll feel pain, it'll run away. Then you go higher up the chain, to come to elephants. Elephants have memory, elephants have emotions. You see they have attachments. So it seems to be a more and more complex structure of the brain, which creates consciousness, and I'd like to hear your response to that.
Right. You said many things there, but I'll focus on a couple of things. First of all, the question of science, especially neuroscience today. And it's an exciting time to be alive if you are doing neuroscience, if you're doing consciousness studies, and if you're doing Advaita Vedanta also. It's an exciting time to be alive, and it's an exciting time to have this kind of a conversation, and I'll tell you why. It's only in the last 20 years or so, 20, 25 years, that scientists have taken an increasing interest in consciousness, in what consciousness is. For multiple reasons. One reason is new technologies there which can closely scan the brain, fMRI scans and all of that. The whole emergence of computers and nowadays AI. So that again brings into question what exactly we are. So for multiple reasons, consciousness has become sort of center in neuroscience, in computer science, in consciousness studies. There's a book, Waking, Dreaming, Being, by a professor a professor of philosophy in Vancouver, in the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. There he says that consciousness studies is not a new subject. It's as old as the Upanishads. 5,000 years ago in India, they were talking about consciousness. So it's a very ancient subject. And not only that, this professor, he says, sorry, is the name Thompson, I think. I forget.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We'll look that up.
So he says there that the Upanishads are so significant in the history of human thought that we would do better to mark human history not as AD and BC, but we should say before Upanishad and after Upanishad. So, that kind of importance. Now, what is it? Why now? What's so important right now? And just, by the way, another one I just recalled. Oxford University Press, you can Google that. The 5 great unsolved questions in philosophy. It's a gimmick. All questions in philosophy are more or less unsolved. But anyway, the 5 great unsolved questions in philosophy. And I noticed out of the 5, 4 are directly related to consciousness. Who am I? What is free will? Can we know anything at all? Skepticism. What happens after death? So 4 questions are directly related to consciousness. And the 5th one was about justice, the questions of justice. So now, why is it that we say that science cannot do this? For this, I'll rely on a scientist and a philosopher, David Chalmers, who coined the term, the phrase, the hard problem of consciousness. It's precisely this. as you said, we experience a variety of things, and the sensations we experience, they are called qualia. And you will notice those are very clearly connected with brain activity. If you taste sweetness, there'll be some neurons firing in some part of the brain, and the neuroscientist will be able to correlate. Taste of sweetness is correlated to this part of the brain firing. Pain is correlated to this part of the brain firing. Memory, you think you're trying to recall something, and some part of the brain is firing. Okay. Now notice, bring back the Advaitic definition of consciousness. Taste of sweetness, object. Pain, object. Memory, object. All these are objects to consciousness. And when these objects are presented to consciousness, they're subtle objects, presented to consciousness, different parts of the brain are firing. But the one common thing to all of them is that they all feel like something. They feel like something. Why is there subjectivity at all? You notice, I'll give you the example, the very example which you used. You say that there might be a part of the brain linked with our experience of sweetness. And if that part stops working, then we will not be able to experience sweetness. Then you said, so that part of the brain created our experience of sweetness. What's the big deal about it? Notice something. I was able to experience, suppose taste or smell. This is a very good example. In COVID, a lot of people lost their taste, their sense of smell. Taste also, I think. So, I was able to experience taste and smell. Now I am not able to experience taste and smell.
But
taste
who
and
is
smell
I?
are gone. Taste and smell are gone. You are able to experience the absence of taste and smell. Did you become unconscious because you can't taste or smell? No, consciousness continues. So that part of the brain which generated that particular object called smell, taste, that was not generating the subjectivity behind it. This is what David Chalmers calls the hard problem of consciousness. You can correlate conscious experiences with the activities of the brain, but at all, why should there be subjectivity? At all, why do we have first-person experiences? That is a mystery. And yeah, sorry.
No, sorry, finish your thought.
Okay, and I'll tell you why it's not a mystery from the Advaitic perspective. Not just Advaitic, Sankhyan, Buddhist. From the ancient Indian perspective of consciousness, it's not a mystery. I'll tell you precisely why. It's very easy to understand now. As I said, everything that we experience is an object. By very definition, it's an object to you, the consciousness. Now, when we say we explain something, we are explaining complex objective phenomena in terms of more simple objective phenomena. So, we are experiencing the experience of, we are explaining the experience of sweetness in terms of firing of the brain. That's also objective. The experience of sweetness is also objective. But what is not objective is the very subjective thing of experiencing, of being aware at all. And that you cannot explain in terms of objective activity like the brain activity.
So, Swamiji, that's again elegantly put as you said it, but I would still challenge you one degree further on that.
Yes.
Which is that absolutely there's that internal observing self, the experiencing self, and that is not it's not a sum of its parts. You know, it seems to be something that exists outside the particular parts that make it up.
Absolutely.
But there's just still one final mystery, which is that when you die, that consciousness you don't know, you know, and so there's two theories of science which I would like to put to you. One is that there's a global workspace theory, you know, which is that maybe there's a space in your brain which we haven't yet deciphered. We've been talking about what a huge space it is. It's a universe in your head. But maybe there's a global workspace where different parts of the brain send stimuli, and we're only taking in a very small percentage of the stimuli that's coming to us all the time. And our brain sends it to a particular workspace where it comes together, and then that composition of many things, you know, the brain's workspace tells you what to give attention to. So that's one theory. The other, which I remember you said you're very interested in, is the integrated information theory, which was the complexity idea, you know, that as beings get more and more complex, a more complex consciousness is formed, you know. How would you respond to that? That after death, nobody knows, or I would ask you, does the Upanishadic traditions tell us what happens after death?
Okay, first of all, the global workspace theory and Tononi's integrated information theory, you'll say, what is your take on it? I firmly and without any qualifications reject both of them.
Okay.
without knowing too much about it. They are very complex. But I'll tell you one thing I look for whenever you come across these explanations of consciousness. Every now and then, your news will suggest consciousness explained. And I always say you should add away, consciousness explained away. You will notice one thing about all of these theories, without exception, one thing. At one place, they make a jump from the objective to the subjective. They will describe something subjective, like a global, something objective, like a global workspace, and then say, the consciousness is because of that. How? You come back to the same problem, the hard problem of consciousness. Integrated information theory. They will say that the more the complexity, then you generate, I'm oversimplifying, but you generate consciousness. A more complex system can lead to the appearance, the emergence of consciousness. Again, from an Advaitic perspective, you're making a jump from the objective to the subjective. You are unable to, it's a very elegant way of seeing things. I remember seeing this cartoon of some PhD student explaining his thesis to his guide maybe. And so he has got a lot of mathematical calculations. Step 1, mathematics. Step 2, mathematics. Step 3, mathematics. Step 4, a miracle. Then step 5, mathematics. In between, it's a miracle. And the guide is saying, I think you need to work on step 4. All of these theories without exception, all of these theories without exception are basically step 4 theories, miracle theories, water into wine theories. People understand the biblical allegory of what is water and what is wine, but how that jump happens, nobody knows. And Advaita Vedanta and Sankhya will say you're making a category mistake. The consciousness is fundamentally different. And now some people, David Chalmers, Bernardo Kastrup, Donald Hoffman, these are the people I have just spoken to recently, and there are others who are sort of coming around to the radical idea, radical in modern philosophy of mind, in modern science, not in ancient India, the radical idea that consciousness may be a fundamental reality of the universe. Okay, death. The next question is death. We play a trick on ourselves. You see, all religious traditions, not Advaita Vedanta only, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Christianity, Islam, all religious traditions without any exception, they all have one thing in common. They say that something survives death. Physical death is the end, that's materialism. There's the ancient Charvakas. Nothing is there after death. But all religions, they in fact operate on this one common premise. Tremendous differences among them. But something survives death. And they have logic on their side. I'll tell you why. Right now, follow this closely. It's a subtle trick that we play on ourselves. Right now, when we are communicating with each other, we don't think we are communicating just with bodies. I think there's a person there. Just like I feel like a person in here, I think there's a person there. I think there are persons there. It's automatic. We feel we are communicating with conscious beings. Now, when death comes, and death means death of the body, no one doubts that. That's all doctors will tell you. It's physiological death. When we see the dead body, we jump to the conclusion that the person is also gone. How do you know that? How do you know that? We know the body is gone. But we never said that the body was the person. The person was embodied there in that body. And the linking assumption, the presumption is somehow the body was generating that person. But that's the materialistic reductionism. That's what's under serious question now. The hard problem of consciousness, a number of thinkers are seriously questioning whether the brain actually generates consciousness. It generates experiences for consciousness. But does it generate consciousness? If it does not, in that case, when the body is dead, how do you know consciousness is dead? We can't access it. The body is dead, the door is shut, but consciousness may not be dead. So, yeah.
So, you know, that lives in the realm of mystery, and you know we'll have to leave it there because again to pursue that, I just want to open up.
We'll all find out.
We'll all find
We'll all find out. Not to
Once
be
we die.
morbid, but we'll find out someday.
So, there's a whole other thing because we are in the realm of science
Yes.
and the bridge to spirituality, is that, yesterday when Vidita was describing that what happens when you take psychedelics, and many people come back with an exact replication, especially when it's done under certain setting, that you come back with an exact experience of a mystical experience of Brahman, of love, undifferentiatedness with the entire nature, and you are the same. All your distinctions of physicality can break down, etc. So my question is, Swamiji, that do you think that these descriptions of mysticism, and it's there in many ancient traditions, actually may have just been a psychedelic experience?
Where the mystics high, where they're on weed. Where I live, they certainly are on weed. Not me, personally. But since I'm in the Vedanta Society in New York, and Central Park is just across the street, so when 5 o'clock afterwards you go, they're all having spiritual experiences because they have legalized marijuana. So people are... in the 1960s, there was this drug culture. And it sort of started off, the hippie culture started off in Berkeley, in Berkeley University. We have an ashram right there, and the Swami there at that time, Swami Ashokanandaji, 1960s, late 50s, 60s actually, he said, Berkeley, blessed place, an avatar on each street corner. But seriously, even the Yoga Sutras mention the use of psychedelics to generate extraordinary experiences. But they strictly forbid you to use it. See, the point of spirituality is not to have a variety of extraordinary experiences. The extraordinary experiences just opens you to the fact that this experience also is a kind of extraordinary experience. It's completely constructed by our sensory system. More and more cognitive scientists, Donald Hoffman, who is in UC Riverside, I think, he is working on this. He says that actually what we are seeing here is being generated by the brain. And it's actually being rendered continuously by the brain. He's using virtual reality metaphors. So it's not out there, what we are seeing. What is out there is incredibly different from what we are actually seeing. It's being reconstructed. And no scientist disputes that. Now, mystical experiences, they have their value. They are genuine mystical experiences. How will you distinguish someone on psychedelics from a genuine mystical experience arrived at through meditation and samadhi? One thing is the effect on character. A fool can go into a psychedelic high and come out a fool. But a fool can go into samadhi and come out a saint. These things, you might say, what's the proof? The proof is our entire tradition in every religion. Every religion in the world stands testament to the fact that there have been men and women of extraordinarily high character and who say that they have had certain extraordinary spiritual experiences. However, let me add something. Here's the beauty of Advaita Vedanta. Advaita Vedanta does not depend on extraordinary mystical experiences. You may have it, you may not have it. Advaita Vedanta depends on our quotidian, daily experience. See, right now, you are seeing and hearing. That's enough for Advaita Vedanta to begin. Drigdrishya Viveka, the analysis of the seer and the seen. We all have the sensation of a body, of the prana, of the mind, thinking, intellect, understanding. That's enough for you to begin the process of Panchakosha Viveka, the analysis of the 5 levels of the human personality. And all of us, we wake, we dream, we sleep. This is called Avastatraya. This is enough for us to begin the process of inquiring into who we are and understand the limitless dimensions of consciousness. So at no point, asking for, depending on or using mystical experiences as a premise for your argument.
There's so many things I want to talk to you about, Swamiji, but unfortunately we are running out of time. May I bundle 3 or 4 complex ones and ask you for a 1-minute answer?
Yes. Bring in AI.
Oh, gosh. If the audience promises to stay till late tonight where we don't shortchange other speakers, then we could continue this for 10 more minutes. May I ask the audience if we can? Okay. So, Swamiji, I will come to AI, but to establish the beauty and profundity of our traditions, I do want to just come to a very interesting anecdote you told me, which was that when Jamshedji Tata met Swami Vivekananda, that actually there was this huge openness to science. And you said the other day that if indeed science comes up with some theory that breaks the foundations of Advaita tradition, how would you respond? And do share with the audience a story about Tata meeting Vivekananda.
Okay. Many people know the story actually, but it's very interesting. When Swami Vivekananda, we all know, he went to the World Parliament of Religions in 1893. On the ship was Jamshedji Tata. And he was going there in search of business opportunities in the United States. And they got to know each other. Remember, at that time, Swami Vivekananda was not Swami Vivekananda. Nobody knew him at that time. Jamshedji found him very intriguing, this young Bengali sannyasi. And they got talking. And what did they talk about? This Parsi businessman and this young monk. They talked about science and technology, the future of science education in India. And Vivekananda said to Jamshedji, it would be good to set up an institute for scientific research, fundamental research in science and technology in India. Years later, Jamshedji writes back to Vivekananda, the letter is available. It's on the Tata's website also. Jamshedji writes to Vivekananda, you may recall that we were on the ship together, and I'm seized of this idea of starting an institute for fundamental research in science. And I can think of no better person to be the president of this than you. But of course, Vivekananda did not go there, but he passed away when he was barely 39 years old. And that institute finally became the Indian Institute of Science, which we know today. It was known as, yes, Tata Institute. You look up the history. Even now in Bangalore, if you go there, the auto wallas will say Tata Institute.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Swamiji, to come to that point that where you said that if these, and you were very interested in that complexity theory, and what was your response? I'm just establishing it because in a time when religiosity is kind of, spiraling, at the heart of it was something which you said was very, very, I would say, unique to the Hindu tradition.
Absolutely. She asked me that, suppose something comes up in science, and it's shown that your precious consciousness has a completely material basis in the brain and nervous system. What would you do? I would have to accept the truth. I would have to accept wherever science leads and truth leads, we'd have to go there. Vivekananda himself said, I am firmly convinced that religion must be put to the same rigorous standard of truth that science is. If on the way some doctrine or some dogma, no matter how comforting, has to be discarded, it is better to let it go. No matter how nice it is, untruth can never be ultimately good. So, if science can do that, well and good. I don't see how it can. And it's not just me. It's people like David Chalmers or Donald Hoffman, many others, Bernard de Kruistrup, and many others today are beginning to think that consciousness is fundamental in a deep sense.
So I'm going to take you to a zone which was a little bit uncomfortable for you when you said your scientist friends will roll their eyes. But in the quantum realm, and in fact, Urvasi is going to speak later in the afternoon, there's this Cheshire Cat experiment they've done, where it turns out that even the particles and their properties are separate, and here I'm bowing to the profundity of the Advaita tradition, where it says that, things have no properties, there's nothing decipherable until your sensory self actually freezes that, it acquires a property. But otherwise, it seems to be living in a propertyless state, both a wave and a particle. No properties, even of that wave and particle state, they can be separate. So would you say that science is kind of moving towards the Advaita tradition?
Here I'm very careful. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. So I am no scientist at all. And certainly don't pretend to understand quantum mechanics, but luckily, even the cutting-edge quantum mechanics, the professors also don't pretend to understand it. So, I was just reading this book, Carlo Rovelli. It's translated from Italian. It's called Helgoland. It's on the beginnings of quantum theory and the mystery of what it really means. The science apart, what does it really mean for us? And he talks of, for example, Schrödinger, he says, Carlo Rovelli points out, he was absolutely fascinated by Vedanta. And this book on quantum mechanics finally ends with, I was amazed to find out, it finally ends with a long discussion of Nagarjuna, the Madhyamaka Shunyavadi philosopher who lived in India to nearly 2,000 years ago, who wrote the Mula Madhyamaka Karika. So Carlo Rovelli says, whenever I talk about the interpretation of quantum mechanics, people keep asking me, have you read Nagarjuna? So he finally said, let me try it. And he was fascinated. And he actually read an explanation by, he says, an American analytic philosopher, immediately knew who he meant. It was J. Garfield, under whom I had studied Madhyamaka Buddhism. So I wrote to him immediately, and he said, yeah, Carlo Rovelli is a good friend, and we are going to have a discussion about this. So, how is it 2,000 years ago, an ancient Indian philosopher, Nagarjuna, and his texts and the layers of commentary by Chandrakirti and others after that, have some bearing on the interpretation of quantum mechanics in the 21st century? How? It's an amazing thing. I asked Brian Greene, who's a very well-known cosmologist in Colombia, so what do you think of these ancient Indian philosophies and your theories in modern science in cosmology? He said, I'm quoting him precisely, what you have got is not science, but it is a poetic rendition of the same principles we are now exploring. That's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not somebody who's coming from a Buddhist perspective, Hindu perspective, nothing. No Eastern perspective. Purely an agnostic or atheistic perspective, purely on the basis of modern cosmology and quantum mechanics. So, yes.
Yes. Last question.
AI?
Okay. Why don't you frame the own question on AI? Because we took a whole day discussing AI yesterday.
Yes. See, for me, AI is one more proof of the uniqueness of consciousness, and I'll tell you why. Notice what AI is doing now. It is replicating, imitating the highest functions of the human mind. You know, creativity. Though what Javedji and others said, you know, there's one question you missed yesterday. Sonu Nigam, Javedji, they said you'll never have AI doing poetry or music at the level of Sonu Nigam or Javed Akhtar. True. But what they also said was the ones who will be in trouble are the next level, the ones below that. So what about the B grade and C grade writers and poets and artisans and artists? How is it that AI is able to replicate, do work at that level? I was at the Museum of Modern Art in Manhattan a few weeks ago, and when you enter it, there's an AI. The first thing that you see is a big display like this. And AI has been fed all the art in MoMA. And when you go in there, it's continuously generating new quote-unquote art. And it's hypnotic. I stood there for a minute. You can see whole crowds. They say, is it art or not? So AI is doing that. AI is writing. Nowadays, here I'm sure, and all in the United States and in Canada, all university departments, they are scratching their heads how to know whether the assignments written by the students are written by ChatGPT or by the students. So AI is doing that. Creativity at multiple levels. Sora, somebody demonstrated that to me a few days back, and you saw it here. So my point here is, every one of the higher faculties of the human mind, memory, intelligence, decision-making, self-driving cars, creativity, all are being demonstrated by AI at some level. Not at Javed Akhtar level, but at some level, they are being demonstrated. Except one faculty. Consciousness. These machines are not conscious. You say, how do you know, Swami? Are you in Silicon Valley? No. Ask the people in Silicon Valley. Ask people in Google and OpenAI. Sam. By the way, I don't know how true this is. Somebody told me if you look up Sam Altman and his Twitter feed, X feed, so somebody asked him, tell us one thing that we don't know, which you believe to be true. And Sam Altman said, Atman is Brahman. He said that. Look it up. So now, consciousness is not there in any one of these machines. My question here is this, precise question. Nobody's asking this question. Why not? If consciousness is just one more faculty of the mind which can be explained by the brain, see, creativity is complex. Decision-making is complex. And you are able to model that, imitate that algorithmically. Consciousness is simple. What does consciousness do? It does only one thing and only one thing. It gives you first-person experience. Anubhava, experience. Why can't you model that? Why is it so difficult? And if you ask the programmers, they will tell you something terrible. They will say, let alone these machines being conscious, we have no idea where to begin. We have no traction on the problem at all. Doesn't that tell you that consciousness is something unique? Not quite like all the other faculties.
I'm so dissatisfied, Swamiji, because I have so many questions to ask you. Quick one, in the Hindu tradition, you say when you die, and there's this whole idea of rebirth, and I won't go into karma, that's a whole other conference, but they say that you may be reborn a cockroach, Can we be reborn a tree if consciousness pervades everything? Does the cockroach have consciousness? Does a tree have consciousness? Could we be reborn a rock?
First of all, if you ask me, I'll say we don't die. None of us, good news, none of us are going to die. Bodies die.
Okay.
So, and we will, to be a little morbid, very soon, sometime or the other in the next 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, each of us will realize that guy was right. I didn't die. The bodies die. Yeah. And nobody is born a cockroach. Nobody is born. You get a human body or some other kind of body. And that's the general story which we learn in all the Indian religions, that multiple lifetimes. Advaita has a radical take on it. Advaita says, yes, you go from lifetime to lifetime, then you attain spiritual evolution, and you realize who you are, and then you are free of this cycle, and the whole thing is a story. The whole thing is a story. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much, Swamiji.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd request you to please settle down. We have another riveting session coming up, which continues this complex search and journey that we're on to understand our modern times. Jaron Lanier was literally the creator. May I just ask you for a moment, please? Jaron Lanier was literally the creator of virtual reality. He's one of the early savants of the Silicon Valley, who were really sort of pioneering the technologies that we are trying to understand now. But very quickly, Jaron Lanier, back in 1995, already began to be a kind of dissenter, a warning voice. And while he continues as the prime unifying scientist in Microsoft, he's a loud and clear voice coming from within the very belly of technological change, saying that these technologies have to have a human guiding hand, because otherwise they truly can manifest like nuclear power. He says that there is no AI, that AI is something that is in human control. He also says something very provocative, which is that at a time when even the creators of AI and other technologies, we're not even talking about gene editing or quantum, and all of that will unveil itself for the rest of the day. But what he's been saying is that it's not that it's some Hollywood metaphor, where Terminator will come and kill everybody. It's not those kind of things, but that there's a line building up in our societies now where these technologies could drive us insane. And I'd love to ask him what he means by that. And when we are talking about mysteries, I'll just leave one other fact with us when we were talking with Swamiji about the sheer mystery of consciousness, that the universe itself, and our next speaker will address that, 96% of the universe we don't know anything about. We know 4% of it, which is atomic matter. 99.99% of that atomic matter is interstellar dust. We only know 0.1% of the universe. So there's lots of mysteries to unfold, lots of new editions of Synapse to do over the years. And ladies and gentlemen, Jaron Lanier again is somebody who was trying to make it but could not, but he's another mind that I did not want to lose out on. So he's on Zoom, but it's a bit apt because he was the creator of virtual reality. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jaron Lanier on the screen. Thank you.
Hi, how are you doing?
I am Iron Man.
LGBTQ youth in particular are drawn to making friends online.
3 medium-piece pizzas.
पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है, पूरा भारत आपको देख रहा है।
सेल सेल सेल।
इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें।
I'm now married to my Tinder date.
How we found each other is purely an act of God.
High social media use with these high levels of anxiety and depression.
Can you give us a question?
Don't be. No, I'm not going to give you a question. I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you stay categorical?
You are fake news.
Sir.
He is responsible for the degradation that we see somewhat of our democracy.
Okay, male or female?
Neither. They, them.
Sites like Facebook and Twitter are dopamine farms that are reprogramming how you think and feel. They're also causing political instability and are changing the global economy for the worse.
CEOs of the largest social media companies faced a bipartisan grilling during a Senate hearing.
Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
Your product is killing people.
I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands.
Will you set up a victims' compensation fund with your money?
So Big Tech's recent rally has added around $2 trillion in market value.
Addictive features, suicides, bullying, and eating disorders.
What's amazing is that just this one technology seems to have made every layer of life worse.
Tell me why we should unplug. Tell me why we should delete our social media accounts.
Hey,
Hi, Jaron. Thank you.
how
for
are you
joining.
doing?
We're all good. Looking forward to this session with you, Jaron. We just showed a pretty dark film, which is a kind of, it's a kind of explanation of the underbelly of all the shiny technologies that we are submitting to.
Yeah.
And that we absolutely don't want to give up the conveniences of, and all the connectivities and the pleasures and entertainment, but this dark underbelly layer of it that you have been trying to warn. So, Jaron, I'd like to actually, before we come into the whole AI conversation, I want to take us back to the previous milestone of technological change, which was social connectivity, the social media companies. And you came up with this fascinating acronym, BUMMERS, behaviors of users modified and made into empires of rent. And as I said, back in 1995, when it was barely beginning, you already wrote a book called The Agents of Alienation, where you were prophesying some of this. So tell us, Jaron, What has gone wrong with this kind of, technological utopia that we were all rushing towards? What is the heart of what's going wrong with this?
I am very, very happy to answer your question, but would it be okay if I said something less dark first?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I just feel, especially for young people, we should also be able to talk about things that are good. And I wanted to just add a little bit to the previous speaker, if I could. Would that be all right?
Absolutely.
I wanted to say a little bit about virtual reality that I was thinking about when I was listening to that lovely talk. I hope this is okay. I don't mean to undo your question. I will. I promise you I will answer your question.
No, Jaren, it's totally fine. Please go ahead.
Okay. So in virtual reality, and you just had a very dark images of virtual reality in this video, including somebody with dreadlocks torturing somebody, which, I mean, okay, fine. Fair enough.
But I'm going to explain that film, but first comment on Swamiji's talk.
Okay.
What were you going to
So
say?
let's say you're wearing the virtual reality glasses and you can change more than people usually realize. You can change your perception of your own body. You can add limbs that your brain knows how to operate. You can add a tail, you can add extra arms. You can I suppose a Hindu deity. You can you can learn to control these arms. Your brain has that in it. You can change the flow of time. You can change your perception of what is you and what is the world, because you can make parts of the world responsive to you. You can spread yourself out into pieces and experience that, and you can experience essentially sharing bodies with others. But so you can get to the point of very radical experience. But here's the thing that I find interesting. As you change everything, there's still this thing that remains through it, and that's your consciousness. So I like to think of virtual reality as a consciousness noticing machine, rather than and materializing everything and making us forget consciousness. It can go in exactly the opposite direction and help us notice consciousness. So I have to say that in the world in which I live, in Silicon Valley, this perspective of treating consciousness as real is unusual. However, it seems to me that the technology shows us that it is real. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. What would it be doing otherwise? So I wanted to add that. And now I'm ready to become entirely dark for your pleasure and talk about how horrible so many things are.
Wait, just hold on for 1 minute, Jaren. I just wanted one clarity. I want to put out two clarities. One, I wanted to just recapture what you just said about wearing a VR glass, and that you can make your brain respond to limbs that don't exist, that it could control a tail.
Yes, that's very true. There's a whole discipline that studies that now. So we can, it started 40 years ago and we discovered that you could do this, but now it's become an academic study with many interesting researchers and conferences. It's a whole world of things. So what we believe is that as the brain evolved through many, many creatures over billions of years, it retained essentially traces of the bodies of the creatures it had previously controlled. And furthermore, there's a thing called pre-adaptation, which is the creatures that you can potentially evolve into hundreds of millions of years in the future. So the brain is not solely designed for humans. It's a sort of one moment in a procession of evolution through many, many different creatures. And we're part of a very long cosmic process. We're not the only thing in the universe. We're not the end. We're just one little point along the way. And once you understand the brain that way, it becomes less surprising that the brain still knows how to be a fish, and the brain still knows how to have a tail, and all of these things. And so what we can do in virtual reality is you can change your body, and then as you move your real body, it's moved into that creature, and you can see the creature by looking down or looking in a mirror, or various other ways, and then your brain suddenly remembers how to be this other body. Yeah.
Wow. That's insane. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. So, I mean, you're going to take me down the path I wasn't planning, but just let me add on a couple of questions there.
Okay, sure.
Does that mean that when you said that we are part of this whole cosmic, long journey, passing through many creatures in many phases, this brain, whatever it is, and I think if Swamiji would be here, he'd say, what is this traveling consciousness that's passing through many creatures? But we'll leave that for the moment. Are you then
It's
also...
possible he would ask that, yes.
Yes. I'm totally being taken down another part, but what would your answer be to that? If he asked you, what is that?
Well, there's something, I want to point out something here, which is what I have just been telling you is actually not poetry, but science, because it's something where we can formulate experiments and falsify hypotheses and repeat results. And so thus far, what I've told you is science, not poetry about becoming different animals. It's called homuncular flexibility or plasticity. The homunculus is this idea of the map of the body inside the brain, and I'm doing this with my hands because the body is kind of stretched over the brain, and there are different regions that are specialized to parts of the body, and that's this thing called the homunculus. And so we're actually talking about a scientific thing here, not a poetic thing. As soon as we talk about what it is that's moving through deep time, the scientific answer is a materialist answer, which is it's the pattern that's evolution is acting on of the brain, how the phenotype and the genotype interact in order for the brain to change over time through processes that, in my view, we don't totally understand, but at least involve various forms of selection along the lines of Darwin. But I think also it's gotten the picture has become increasingly more complex as people observe it more. At any rate, if you ask, so now leaving the science aside, there's pure experience, which is, as I say, as you do these very radical experiences, there's still this thing that continues. And what can that be other than consciousness? And indeed, the whole idea of virtual reality, we have to ask the question, if you don't think consciousness exists, how can virtual reality even be a thing, right? I mean, it's in a way so obvious that it's easy to miss, right? Because the only audience that is there has to be consciousness. What else could it be? Otherwise, the technology couldn't even be a thing.
But there, I don't think anyone's denying that there is consciousness. That nobody is denying. I think everyone's trying to say, what is this mystery figure?
They do. Okay, I mean, all the time. It's being called an illusion. So there's a very interesting subtlety I want to bring up about consciousness that has a kind of a political and economic meaning now that might be different from in the past. And here I might say something that not everyone will agree with. So one of the issues we have is that with AI programs, which I'm obviously very involved with, that's my day job, more or less. That's what we're doing. And we can simulate all kinds of things. We can simulate writing and art and all of these things. And so the question becomes, if you can simulate a person, what is the difference between the person and your simulation? That's the central idea of artificial intelligence, is that there is no difference. But then you run into a very interesting economic and political problem, which is, if the reason we do technology is to benefit people, but now people aren't special anymore, is there any way to even have technology be defined in any sensible way, or have we lost ourselves in total absurdity? And that's an extremely important, so it's an extremely important question. So it used to be that you could say, well, the thing that makes the person special, so that the person can be the beneficiary of technology, so that it's possible to even talk about technology in a way that makes any sense at all. What makes the person special is a biological thing, that the person is made of cells and was born to a mother and whatever set of qualities you could come up. Or you could say it's that the person has certain intellectual capabilities and can do certain things, maybe that animals cannot. Or
and
you
all
can
of
say the
that's replaced
person,
now. Yeah.
yeah.
All of
And
that's
so the thing
replaced.
is,
Yeah.
as soon as you define technology as something that simulates all of those things, those all go away. So the thing about consciousness is that if you don't believe in consciousness, you can no longer believe in technology, because you can no longer believe that there's such a thing as a specialness to people that would allow you to identify people as the beneficiaries of technology. And if you cannot do that, the very idea of technology loses all sensibility and logic and just becomes a random quest for prestige and power or something. It doesn't have any meaning anymore. There's no way to tell if a technology is good or bad once you can't define what that would mean. So consciousness takes on a new role it didn't have before, of distinguishing the beneficiary of technology from technology. That was not a problem. I mean, well, you can always argue these things, but I don't think in the same practical sense it's never been a problem before recently.
So
In a different sense, maybe it always has been, but I think in a practical sense this is new.
yeah, that in fact is a great, it's a very profound point you just made, Jaron. And I hope every technologist in the world is listening to you make that particular point, because
Oh,
it actually.
they listen. They all know. They know my opinion. Whether they agree is a different question. But yeah.
Yeah, but it actually brings us right back to the planned program in this. But because you opened up such an interesting topic, we're just going to ask you one more question before coming back to
Sure.
this. And what's
Okay.
so tectonically different about this new wave of technologies. But when you were still talking about moving through time and different creatures, there are many transhumanists. Anders Sandberg is here. He's been talking about it. Many of your peers in the Silicon Valley are transhumanists. So do you then
yeah.
think that that's a perfectly logical position to have, that we are just
Well-
transiting through this process of being a human being, and to become melded into machines is just a very plausible next destination?
I have a set of ideas about that, and it's a bit of a subtle set of ideas. So I'll try to address it as best I can. The first thing I want to say is that it's extremely important to make a distinction between being willing and being interested in very radical possibilities and transformations in the future, versus, or as distinguished from, wanting to make a transition that's so abrupt that you have no memory from the beginning to the end of the transition, and everything's different, and there's been no learning, and all memory's been lost. And now the reason I'm saying that is because within technical culture, there's great enthusiasm for this idea of the singularity. And a singularity is a very specific mathematical structure, which conceivably exists inside black holes, although we're not sure. And what it is it's an occurrence of an infinity that erases everything. So what happens before and after a singularity loses all memory. It's anti-learning, it's anti-growth, it's anti-knowledge. But this enthusiasm for, it's kind of like a megalomania, like we are so important, we will transcend all of reality. Everything else other than what we're doing will be washed away because it doesn't matter. We will transform the universe. And you have this kind of crazy absolute egotism. And the problem there is that if you want to have change that's so radically fast that any kind of continuity or learning that transits through it is lost, essentially you're asking for nothing to happen. Like without continuity, there is nothing. The thing that comes after is meaningless, certainly meaningless to us now, but even to whatever that is at the time. It'll be contextless because we'll have wiped out its context. This might sound like a sort of an abstract idea, but it's really essential. So if you believe in any kind of context being related to meaning, even if you do it in a very materialist, anti-spiritual way, you have to believe that the radicalness of a destination has to be approached slowly enough that there can be a continuity of memory and learning along the way. and that very radical, rapid change is the enemy of learning. This just seems to me to be so obvious. And so that is a critical distinction that is lost in technical conversations very frequently.
Right.
But okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
No. Finish your thought. It's just, I was just going to
All
say
right.
that being an interlocutor, I immediately start thinking what the adversarial position would be. And since there's no other technologist on stage who believes in this, I'm just presuming that their first thought to you would be to say that they are literally trying to escape the limitations of being human beings, and that if you do achieve a singularity, that's a whole new era of being. And there'll be a whole new set of concerns, and there's nothing to say that the moralities of being human beings, which really arise out of limitations, where you want to take care of others, or etc., the whole moral framework becomes irrelevant and meaningless in the first place. What's scary is that this kind of thinking actually is backward flowing into the way technology is being constructed in the here and now.
By the way, people who would believe the thing you just said are very common in Silicon Valley. You can go to any corner and throw a rock and you'll hit somebody who believes that. It's probably the most common belief. And once again, I would agree with everything you just said. And the point is that the very heart of any form of intelligence or meaning or learning has to be feedback and accumulating experience and being modified by the experience. And if you go through a transformation in which that's lost, what you have is absolutely irrelevant to anything. I should say this is not a new idea. You sometimes see revolutionaries who say, no, this is day zero, and everything from before is now forgotten. It happened in Cambodia, for instance, and I think it's...
No, it's with all arrogant leaders who believe time starts with them, so...
Yeah, it's a matter of absolute ego, and it inevitably turns out to be terribly cruel. And if you have an absolute faith that whatever new thing instead of people will be better, it's a faith. I mean, it's hard to argue with somebody's faith in their religion, but it is a kind of religious faith. It's a very dark and cynical and in a way hateful idea, in the sense that you're trading real people, the mother who bore you, the people who are your peers and your friends, you're trading them all away for a thing that's incomprehensible, that you cannot know.
Right.
Yeah, but I want to bring up another point, which is actually going to be more controversial. and here's what it is. It's very common in modern physics and in many other circles, and in religion historically, from ancient times to the present, to see consciousness as an element of the universe that's in everything, that there's a universal consciousness. This is one of the most common ideas of consciousness. I am of the opinion that while that idea has incredible appeal on many levels, and I absolutely recognize the beauty of it, if part of the role of consciousness is what I said before, that you need to identify that people are special if technology is going to make sense at all, because if you can't say that people are special, then who is technology for? The whole idea of technology becomes absolutely absurd. Therefore, you have to be able to, and this has to happen through faith, I have to say, this is not science anymore, but there has to be some method that's not replicable by technology for identifying the beneficiaries. And I think consciousness would be the clear one, but it's a type of consciousness that's no longer universal and global. Otherwise, once again, you can't identify the people. So that it becomes it's a more interesting, talking about consciousness becomes a little more interesting than it has been in the past in the context of technology.
Right. Jaron, I'm just going to segue away a little bit, because just now, just talking to you and this last day has given one an idea that we should actually have consciousness conferences, because it's just such a fascinating facet. But interestingly, what you just said segued back and actually justifies the film we made. I was trying to clarify that that was really a kind of allegory of what you can't see, beneath the conveniences and the entertainments and etc. And these are ideas that you've put out, people as products, when you get something for free, who's really paying for it, so the
Yeah.
underlayer of who's paying for it. And you said something right now which alarmed me, but which I feel intuitively, where you said that this idea that leave humanity behind and let technology be for technology's sake, and you said just throw one stone anywhere in Silicon Valley and it's going to hit somebody who actually has that belief. It actually then segues back to what we were showing, that why is technology having such a dark underlayer? You speak of abundance, you speak of efficiency, every single invention that is coming out of Silicon Valley, it's prefaced by we want to make the world a better place. We want to serve humanity. We want to create abundance. But there's not much sharing of that abundance. I mean, yes, there's a byproduct, which all of us, I mean, I'm talking to you on a Zoom screen. It's miraculous and it's wonderful. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Just for 1 minute, Jaren, and because I didn't get to share with the audience your uniqueness, because we were trying to rush between everyone settling down, I just wanted to share a couple of things with you all. One, you can see Jaren sort of, his background is full of instruments. He's a musicologist. He has more than 1,000 instruments. He's in love with Indian instruments. We were trying to get him here, and I hope he comes next year. But also, Jaren lost his mother when he was very young, 10 years old, in a car crash. So he grew up in a desert with a completely radical childhood, building geodesic domes, which collapsed 1 year later. He was trained in his intellectual capabilities by an astronomer he met in the desert. He put himself through college by, with goat cheese, that he was herding goats, and that's what, he used to pay for himself in college. He was barely 19 when he was already inventing virtual reality. And he, as I said, is part of the savants of Silicon Valley. Nobody gets to question him because he says, I know more than you do, and no one can question and call out his bullshit. So I just want us to know who we are speaking to, even if it's in virtual avatar.
That's very kind. That's extremely kind of you. I should warn you, there were a few details that were wrong, but I don't know if they're important. And
I think the age at which you discovered virtual reality was wrong. What age were you?
Well, that's, it's hard to nail it down. But yeah, no, actually, that's probably right. It doesn't matter. None of this matters too much.
Okay.
So look, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So now to come back to this, Jaren, I spoke of you like that because, there was a kind of hippie culture. There were the mavericks, the dropouts, who really created Silicon Valley in the first place. Now it absolutely represents corporate czarism, and again, not to take away any of the wonderfulness coming out of it. Can you tell us when did this shift, or how did it shift? And this thing that you're talking about.
And I do want to say I have a reputation for speaking darkly because I attempt to be honest and to talk about problems, but I don't think it's quite that simple. I mean, if we look at the last 20 or 30 years, we have seen a reduction in absolute poverty in the world in many areas that I think is due to a variety of things, but technology has been helpful. And I think we have seen some improvements in public health and environmental quality and various things, obviously with also great setbacks, particularly in the environment at the highest level. But I don't think it's correct.
Jaren, I'm so sorry to cut you in. I'm so sorry. We are really running out of time and haven't even begun to decipher.
Okay.
So don't give the caveats because we've spent a lot of days,
All right, okay. So I'll just get to the dark stuff. I'll go to the bad stuff right away. I'll get you very, very upset. You have to be prepared.
I also for clarity for myself, because there's some wonderful people from Google, and I don't want to sound like we're trying to do down or be blind to all the goodies.
Okay. So look,
let's just take that for granted. I'm talking about what's going wrong.
What I think went wrong was around the turn of the century, starting a little bit before and then going into a little bit after. There was a weird ideological problem, which is many of the original hippie-like people in Silicon Valley really wanted a sort of a socialist, communitarian, we'll all share, nobody will own anything. But at the same time, there was this intense desire for capitalism. We're going to be the super ultra rich, the richest people in the world, which happened. We'll surpass the oil sheiks of the Middle East. We'll take over. But how do you have socialism and capitalism at the same time? And the way you do it is to lie. You tell people, well, here's your open system, share, it's for the good of everybody. But then in the background, the true customers, the ones who put money in to manipulate how the communication between people is routed and preferred and amplified and de-amplified, which messages get around. And those choices about routing become driven by the need to drive traffic more and more. So you have this attention economy, this attention forcing economy that is constantly trying to get people with the most basic fight or flight responses in the brain that do tend to work commercially to a spectacular degree. And yet they tend to bring out the worst in people as a side effect. You see a correlation of people becoming more irritable and tribal and vain and scared. And all of this happens in tandem with their exposure to these algorithms. So I think we have brought a lot of positivity to the world, but then taken away most of it through these algorithms. And what I would like very, very much is for my good friends and colleagues at Google and Meta and other companies to just get a different business plan. And I'm not anti-Google. I've sold Google a company. Part of me is at Google. Pardon my cough. I think what happened is you made me laugh so much that but anyway, so this is the problem. And so this started to happen a little more than 20 years ago. We have to overcome it. It's making the world insane. It's making politics crazier and crazier. It's causing people to feel that in order to exist, they need to get higher numbers online, and they get on this hamster wheel where they're posting and posting and posting and to get attention. And ultimately that doesn't work. So they have to start joining in to the process of being irritating and vain and paranoid and all the things that excite these dark parts of our brain for fight or flight. And we have to get out of that to survive. I mean, we can't keep doing it.
So, Jaren, this has to unfortunately be the last question. I didn't even begin to unpack all the stuff we had planned to speak with you, but it's been fascinating talking to you. I just wanted to say that, is there any thinking about what's the alternate business model? Because again, later in the day today, we have Tobias, Rose Stockwell, who's going to be speaking. He's a friend of Tristan Harris. They made the film Social Dilemma. It's not that the industry is not aware of these things. I think at the heart of it, what's happening is that the entire biology of our attention is being rewired and reprogrammed to serve a business model. And we are participating, to use a phrase I've really locked onto, we are participating in our own automation. We are also participating in our own subservience to a structure that is giving us plenty of goods. And I really want to keep saying that, plenty of goods, wonderful stuff. But at the same time, like you said, it's hollowing out society as well. So you're a philosopher. What's the business model? And why does Microsoft keep you there when you're speaking so negatively about these things?
I have an arrangement with Microsoft where I can speak for myself as long as I'm clear I'm not speaking for them. And so far, I've gotten confused about that. I'm a little amazed they keep me around. I like them. Satya's great, actually. I enjoy Microsoft, but I'm speaking strictly for myself. So look, there's a philosophy that's called data dignity. By the way, guess who made up that term? But Satya Nadella did. And data dignity is this idea that
term? Sorry, I missed that.
Satya Nadella. He's the CEO of Microsoft.
Nadella. Yes.
Yes, you might have heard of him. Yeah. Okay. So look. Data dignity means that if somebody adds value online, they have an opportunity to fully participate as a first-class citizen related to that. If it's in a commercial context and somebody else can make money from it, so can they. They can get some kind of royalty. If it's not in a commercial context and somebody else gets some kind of influence, so can they. They share the influence. The idea is that instead of alienating people from their data, you celebrate it. Now, this works great for the concept of AI. Instead of thinking of the big AI systems like GPT or now Sora or these other things that we distribute, and generate for people, Instead of thinking of them as these entities, as these big alien brains, we can think of them as new forms of collaboration between people. Whenever you have a big AI program, you can think of it as a way that a bunch of people got together and their data was combined in a new useful way. And you can think of our algorithms that we call AI as actually finding all the hidden correlations between people's data, so that when somebody wants to do something that's been done a million times before, but not ever in exactly the same way, like a new program for a website, or for that matter now a new scene in a movie or something, they can draw on all the previous work by many people and save the time of having to start over from scratch each time. But you can acknowledge and remember the people the data came from. You can pay them royalties. You can create a new society where, instead of being solely paid to be a direct generator of something, you're also paid for making the data that goes into AI models better and better. You can do it non-anonymously. You can do it with prestige. I think there's a whole new possible economy to imagine, in which there are more and more creative classes of people contributing to all kinds of models for all kinds of things, rather than more and more people who are put out of work. I think this is possible. I think the math works out as well either way, but one of them is cruel and one of them is smart, which is acknowledging the real people who do the work. It's also much better for security. If you keep track of who did what, when an AI model does something, not only can you get people credited, paid, give them influence, give them dignity, but you can also keep track of when a bad actor did something. So like if a terrorist is trying to sneak something in with AI, you can trace it back and you know who did it. So by getting rid of this anonymizing fetish that we have in order to pretend we have a big brain, we can actually make everything better. And that is the solution. That's where the future can be, and I really believe in that future.
That's a wonderful note to end on, Jaron. It's a completely radical idea, seems very doable. Certainly you have the brains for it. And just putting out something which is an alternative solution, because so far we've been deciphering it, generating fear, generating anxiety, generating exhilaration, but not an answer. You're giving us a sign of an answer. I'm glad it came out of Satya's head, but thank you very, very much.
Satya named it. Satya named it. I think I'm not speaking for him. For all I know, he'd be horrified by what I don't think he'd be horrified, but I don't speak for him. I don't speak for Microsoft. I just think it's cool that he came up with the name. I like that. Right. So I'm not speaking for Satya, let's be clear. But I do think it's a good idea, and I don't think it's radical. I think it's just common sense, and I think it's simple.
Thank you very, very much for joining us, Jaron. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And I hope you
thanks
join
so
us.
much.
I hope you join us in person next year. Thank you very much.
I'd love to. All the warm.
Sorry, I've turned off your volume. Sorry, were you saying something?
Oh, I was just wishing everyone well and saying I hope the rest of the conference goes good, and I'm just sending you all the best possible wishes. That's all.
Thank you, Jaron.
Okay.
The next session works wonderfully. It wasn't planned that way, but we have somebody who's been the Asia head of Google. He's worked with Dell, he's worked with Microsoft, he's worked with Sequoia Capital, and is now the managing director and partner at Peak 15 Partners, which is an investment company, and has really been augmenting the technological sort of efflorescence in India. Works with a lot of startups, has helped create a lot of unicorns, is definitely working with the kind of positive young energy that India is exuding, tapping into the hunger, the ambition. His company works with the 20,000 crore war chest, so is a huge enabler on the Indian landscape, and I'm not even looking at what he's doing in the rest of Asia. But ladies and gentlemen, to weigh in on all these conversations, the positive, the negative, the gray, and the future, please welcome on stage Rajan Anandan. Thank you, Rajan. Thank you for being here. Yes. Thank you so much for coming, Rajan. And also the wonderful shout out that you gave to Synapse even before it began. I must just say this to all of you, but Rajan was super generous when he was talking about Synapse and why he agreed. He said, this is not just the first of its kind conference in India, but possibly the world. So coming from Rajan, that's a lot, and so thank you for saying that, Rajan.
Congratulations. It's
Thank
amazing
you.
to see so many folks here to attend the conference.
Thank you, thank you. Rajan, I was going to talk to you a lot about just the enabling environment of technology startups, the young India, what is distinctive about India's relationship with technology. Actually, let's start with that. And then, I don't know how much of the previous session you were watching with Jaron Lanier. He said some very interesting, very provocative stuff about big technology and the ideology and mindset that's driving it. So I would love to have your comments on that, because you've also lived within that system for many years. But let's start with the India stuff. So, I know that most people start by asking you that there's been a down in the investments into Indian startups, and you have an easy explanation for that, which is that during COVID, there was a huge upsurge, and now it's kind of coming back to what's real. But even more interesting than how much capital is coming in or not, is that what is distinctive about the kind of technological startups that are happening in India and elsewhere in the world, or is there a distinction at all?
Yeah, firstly, thanks for having me, and great to be here. So look, I just got back from the Bay Area last week. We spent a whole week there. So if you look at venture capital, which is sort of, what I do for a living now, which is investing in startups. In the US venture capital today is all about one thing, which is AI, right? And Indian venture capital and the startup ecosystem is all about a different thing, which is AI. But it's not artificial intelligence. It's all about India, right? Yes. And it couldn't be starker. The simplest way I think about this, Shoma, is if venture capital as an industry, which really in its current avatar was sort of in the mid-50s in the US, it's an investment that was made in Fairchild semiconductor company. If venture capital in its current avatar existed in the US, it would have actually been in the 1940s. You can imagine World War II just ended. The entire world was being rebuilt, and you had this whole venture capital machinery around the world. So what we are seeing in India is every single industry in India is being impacted by innovation, right? And that's, let's just start with consumer brands, right? There was a company called Mama Earth that we all know. Mama Earth went from idea to IPO in 7 years, and currently is valued at well north of 12 or 13,000 crores. It's a personal care brand, right? They're going to be, and there have already been many Mama Earths, but there will be at least another 50 Mama Earths over the next decade, right? Companies that will get built, that will go public. That's consumer brands. You can look at vertical commerce, you can look at gaming, you can look at travel, right? Make My Trip this year will be the most profitable public internet company. This is a company that, for a long period of time was not profitable, was very, very successful, but not profitable. So what we're seeing is consumer, you take it financial services, right? Some of the most successful investments that are being made today in the early stages are financial services companies, payments, insurance, wealth management, and so on and so forth. Then you go to healthcare, you go to education. So what is the difference is, and now, by the way, a lot of this is technology enabled, but they're not AI companies, right? And I'll talk about that too. So what is happening in India, really I would say outside of China, but even in China by 2009, was $4,000 per capita, right? And the golden era of the Chinese internet startups was, I would say, probably 2008 or 9 for about a decade, and then they started making regulatory changes. So what we are seeing in India is being built, right? As India is being built, as India is being developed, every single sector is seeing this extraordinary level of innovation, right? And in each one of these sectors, I can give you examples. And that is unprecedented. It is literally like if we went back to post-World War II America and said, you know what? The entire nation now will be built by, and by the way, it was. Venture capital didn't exist in its current avatar when Sam Altman started Walmart. Indian retailers are being started by entrepreneurs now who have access to capital. The biggest banks in the US didn't get built when there was, although the next generation of fintech companies are being built. So, long answer to your question, it's really a very, very interesting time. And the world hasn't seen the kind of innovation at a point in time that we're seeing in India in the history of startups and venture capital. So what we're seeing in India is actually very, very unique in this context, right? It's not really about artificial intelligence only. It's all about India, which is a different kind of AI.
Right. No, that's wonderful and fascinating to know. But because we're in a science and tech conference, I wanted to ask you that all these things that you just described, is it using the technologies created by others and are being deployed in, thankfully, much more socially relevant contexts? And like you said, to build a nation with a new kind of, it's a new milestone because technology can enable it. So, but is it technologies that are literally, that has been invented elsewhere and being deployed differently? Are also new technologies being created in India?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. Look, if you go back to 2015, which was only 9 years ago, India was not in the top 100 countries on digital payments, okay? We were just not on the map. I think about 2 years ago, India became #1 on that map. We have 48% of real-time digital payments transactions. And
globally?
Globally, yeah. 48% of global real-time transactions is in India. I'll give you another interesting statistic, okay? I think in the month of December or January, either like last month or the month before that, the number of monthly transactions on UPI crossed 13 billion, which is more than MasterCard globally. UPI is 7 years in, right? So now the interesting thing is the underlying technology infrastructure, the architecture. I know you have Sharad, who's here this afternoon. His team was very, very instrumental with Nandan and others to actually, with NPCI primarily, but with support of all these leaders. So UPI is a world's first innovation. It is going to it has already led to the largest real-time payments infrastructure in the world. The world's never seen anything like it, right? And what we are going to see is many, many, many more innovations like UPI. I'll give you another interesting example. India has about $30 billion of consumption of semiconductor chips. None of those chips are made in India today, right? We think that by the end of the decade, there'll be a certain percentage. Maybe it'll get to, double digits. But certainly by 2040, we will make most of the chips consumed in India will be made in India, will be designed in India, and as soon as we have fab infrastructure. But they will be, hang on one sec, but they will not be dependent on ARM.
They will not be dependent
on ARM, the big semiconductor company, right? Today, most of the core IP, it'll actually be based on RISC-V, which was co-developed by Berkeley and IIT Madras. So in industry after industry, what you're going to see, and we can talk about AI in a minute, since AI conference largely, or Future of Tech conference. Not AI conference, Future of Tech conference. But even in AI, what we'll see is significant innovations, right? Because the thing is, proprietary models, okay, these are the models that are developed by OpenAI and Google and many others. Those models are just too expensive for what Nandan Nilankani calls population scale deployment that impacts every Indian, right? So over the next few years, you will see education agents, which are basically tutors that are AI-based tutors in education, they cannot run on proprietary models because simply too expensive to impact 1 billion Indians. We have 290 million students. The number of students in India is almost the size of the entire population of the US, right? So if you're going to deploy that kind of thing, so it's already happening, Shoma, and at least our view is we are going to really innovate dramatically. And by the way, all of this comes from a single premise, okay? The premise is we have 1.4 billion Indians, and if you're going to do something at population scale, you need a dramatically different cost structure and therefore an architecture to be able to do it. What has been built around the world simply will scale, but it won't scale at the affordability levels that we want.
So 2-3 questions on that, Rajan. One, when you said that those large structures are just not affordable, they are deploying it across the world. You know, the structure you're getting for free. There are other costs, which is what we were discussing with Jaren. But the deployment of that technology is free. So why are you saying that that's too expensive for India to incorporate? And the second thing was that it's wonderful you said Berkeley and IIT have come up with a new technology for semiconductors, because Anshuman Tripathi, who's also going to be speaking here later, who's part of the National Security Advisory Board, he was saying, in fact, that the big dilemma of why semiconductor factories have not taken off in India is that it is all proprietary. One is the materials question, you know, how do you get the materials? And second, he was saying it's very proprietary knowledge owned by companies, and the governments of those now that it's such a tech war, you know, the new Cold Wars or the new global race is over chips and AI and all of that. And he was saying that the governments of those countries don't actually allow those companies to, you know, have information transfer about, say, semiconductor technology. So are you really saying that we have now discovered a whole new technology for semiconductors?
Yeah, so basically, well, it's not a whole new semiconductor, but RISC-V is an open source framework, okay? What that means is, see, India is going to be the land of open source. So there are a few things you can predict for the next 20 years is that a large part of technology will be open source. Now, in open source, you don't have the kind of monopoly rents that companies can seek if they have very high market share in a specific, like say, semiconductors on chips, or you know, you can look at software in certain segments and so on, right? So that it's really RISC-V. I think what is changing in India, Shoma, is our markets are getting to scale. Okay, we're at $30 billion of consumption of the chip level, okay, of semiconductor chips in India. That number gets to 80 billion by 2030. When you have a market that is north of 50 billion, all of a sudden it gets very interesting for our large companies like a Tata, like a Reliance, like an Adani, and also for global companies, if they want to compete in India, if they want to participate in what is going to be the most important economic miracle of our lifetime after China, right? In our lifetime, China was the first economic miracle. India will be the second. You have to actually be here. And I think this is where smart regulation is going to play a very, very important role so that we can build out our ecosystem.
So, and the second question I asked you about why you were saying that it's not free, you know, that these large structures are not free.
Shoma, nothing is free in the world. Okay? Let's take, I was at Google for a very long period of time. Right. Google search is free for all of you, but it makes money on advertising. But the problem is the digital ad market in India is now getting close to about $10 billion in a global ad market that is north of 400 billion. Okay, so Google can only actually afford to serve all of us with free search because it makes its money everywhere else, right? So if you want to actually scale, like let's say build the next version of something like that, you have to think about it very, very differently. So that's what I mean. I mean, you know, a lot of consumers think it's free. Well, nothing is free in this world. Yeah. Nothing is free in this world. Somebody is paying for it, right? Yeah. And when somebody pays for it, you have to be able to architect technologies, and this is where, you know, Sharad's team is being very, very instrumental in many areas. You have to architect in such a way that is dramatically lower cost. And what Indians, by the way, for hundreds of years, if not centuries, have excelled in is actually this notion of affordable engineering, low-cost engineering, right? And what was applied in physical industries is now being applied to technology-based industry, software. Over time, it'll be applied to hardware. I'll give you a very interesting example. None of you would have heard of this company called Metastable, right? They do lithium-ion battery recycling. The founder is from IIT Kharagpur. He's all of 24, 25 years old. They have developed a process, Shoma, that is 20% of the capex and 20% of the opex of any battery recycling company on the planet. How do they do that? Research, engineering. He was working on it while he was in lab. He got kicked out of his lab, IIT Kharagpur. He went back. He's been working on it for 4, 5, 6, 7 years, right? We have a company called Ethereal Machines in Bangalore that makes 5-axis CNC machines. There are only 4 other companies on planet Earth that make these 5-axis, very high precision equipment. They spent 7 years building it. It is the lowest cost 5-axis CNC machine on planet Earth. So these are the things that are beginning to happen. And when these sorts of things start, and by the way, this is all 100% Indian IP, 100% made in India technologies, right? So what you will see over this, starting this decade, going into next decade, is a large number of proprietary IP at the software level, at the hardware level, at the semiconductor level, being developed. And it's being developed by Indian entrepreneurs, by Indian scientists, by Indian engineers, because of the needs that we have.
That's amazing, Rajan. And, in fact, Sharadan, when we were talking, he was saying that even conceptually, if India can export, apart from this exuberant story of growth and, young entrepreneurship, he was saying just the concept of value-based technologies, technologies that are serving people, is something that really should be an Indian export to the world, because it's very different from the way, and that's what Jaron was talking about also, is very different from the way Silicon Valley is approaching technology. It's technology for technology's sake, rather than for serving something called a human being. So India is clearly doing that, and that's amazing. But there are a couple of other things around this whole entrepreneurship, Rajan. One is that, and you yourself say that you're somebody that just believes in thinking big, acceleration, it has to be huge. Do you think that even there's a little bit of reset that needs to happen? We've looked at a couple of really, feel-good companies, say Byju's or Oyo, which were like flagship Indian entrepreneurship. What do you think lay at the heart of their downfalls right now, declines right now, all the controversies around them? Is it really, again, about growing too fast, being pushed by investors to be exponential rather than what is sustainable?
Yeah, I think, look, firstly, you have to keep in mind that this current avatar or this current version of the Indian startup ecosystem is all of maybe 15 years in. Right? There was the first generation, well, there have been many generations, but in modern India, I would say the first generation was IT services, right? Infosys, Wipro, companies like that, Tata Consulting Services. Then this is really the second big wave that you're seeing when it comes to technology. We've also had pharmaceuticals, auto components, things like that. I think the simplest way I think about it, Shoma, is, things have moved very, very fast, okay? 2011 was India's first unicorn, InMobi. 2014, do you know how many unicorns India had? 3. Today we have over 100, okay? So what has happened is this ecosystem has grown very fast, a lot of capital, and we've had some companies, and by the way, this is a handful of companies. By the way, I think Oyo is doing very well. So, I don't know whether Ritesh is coming or not. That's a very different situation, okay? But what has happened is we've had a few situations. I think some have been true corporate governance failure situations. Others have been where founders have really, taken on more than they should have. But I think it's important to keep all of this in perspective, right?
I just want to intervene for one moment that, of course, founders may take on more than they can. I was asking about the investment culture, because when it's again about the nature of money, technology, none of that exists outside of the people driving it or the psychology driving it. So I was just asking whether there's a reset even for investors to be just a bit more patient.
So I think what has changed is, if you go back to 2021, because the cost of money was zero, right? When you were in a zero interest rate environment, you could actually invest a lot of capital and try to grow a company because it didn't matter when you got profitable. But when your interest rates now at 4, 5, 6%, depending on the country, not India, but globally in developed markets, all of a sudden you can't really grow forever without making profitability, right? So what has changed dramatically over the last 18 months, Shoma, is investors are looking for businesses that have very strong business models. i.e. either you're profitable now or you're going to get profitable soon. If nothing else, you're going to have a very clear path to profitability, right? So and because of that, what you'd be amazed by, and I know currently there's a sort of the headlines on startups aren't great. Actually, I'd say probably quite negative, and rightfully so, because everybody sees what is happening today that is visible, right? But we have 400 active companies at Peak 15. And when we look at our portfolio, it is remarkable how quickly companies are turning profitable. Right? So in fact, I think what we're going to see by the end of this year, actually, so March this year, we'll see these results emerge starting in September. I think next year, by September, we'll have the March 25 results. I think we'll all be shocked when we see the March 25 results being published, because a large number of companies will not just be profitable, they'll be very profitable, right? So at the end of the day, look, entrepreneurs, Indian entrepreneurs are very, very good, okay? At the end of the day, they all understand, and I think we all understand that at the end of the day, you have to generate not just profits, but free cash flow. That's beginning to happen. You're not seeing it because those results haven't been published, but investors like us, who are investors in a large number of companies, see that, right? And it's very, very encouraging. So what has changed is this, which is we want to see a path to profitability, if not profitability.
Right. So, you've said also that you really want entrepreneurs to address large problems, not to think small, but big problems. So what in your portfolio, in your book, are the big problems in India that you're excited about or that you're trying to fix, and then are backing people who may fail or who may not, but are really trying to solve some particular problem? What are those problems?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, as I said, Rick, we are beyond the stage of one or two problems that Indian startup entrepreneurs are trying to solve, right? India today has a twin engine innovation ecosystem, okay? One engine is innovating for India. That's what we talked about, right? Whether it's consumer brands, whether it's travel, whether it's gaming, whether it's financial services, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education. By the way, we don't have enough of anything, okay? India is today the largest supply-constrained market on planet Earth. But it has to be supply that is geared to the demand constraints that we have, right? So that's the first engine. I call it innovating for India.
What do you mean by that? It has to be supply based on demand constraints.
Demand constraint, because a lot of products that we have today are developed for the top 100 or 200 million Indians, okay? So why does HUL have a market cap of $70 billion? It's a huge company. Hindustan Unilever, right? Which used to call HUL, now it's called HUL. Because they figured out how to get consumer products to every Indian. Right? The sachet model, the large-scale distribution model. How do you get to 650,000 villages of India, right? Very few Indian entrepreneurs have started thinking like that. Now, why is UPI? Why does UPI have 48% of real-time payments infrastructure? Because they built an architecture that made it effectively zero MDR. The merchants don't have to pay. The customer doesn't have to pay. Now you have to, so you have to sort of innovate at this level, right? So that is the first engine of innovation, which is innovating for India. The second engine that we have is innovating for the world. Instead of innovating for $3.5 trillion economy, now, last year, by the way, the global economy surpassed $100 trillion, right? Today, what we have is about 40% of new Indian startups that get funded are focusing on the world from day zero. They're not innovating for the 1.4 billion Indians or the 100 million Indians, right? So what we have today is this extraordinary menu of opportunities that Indian entrepreneurs are going after. So, it's hard for me to say any one thing, but let's take AI, okay? We're at the, this is literally the first ball of the first test of the 5-test series that we're in. Right? Everybody is very excited, and we all should be. We're super excited. ChatGPT got 200 million users, faster than anybody else. We got all of this. But the reality is, it's still day zero, right? And what we are good at, as India, is applying technology to real problems, right? TCS is in the top 5 IT services companies globally, Shoma. 3 of them are Indian. They didn't invent the operating system. They didn't invent any hardware. They didn't invent it. They actually just applied technology to help the largest companies in the world get better, right? What you're going to see in India when it comes to AI is Indian entrepreneurs applying technologies to the most important Indian problems, healthcare, education, climate, you name it, right? As well as globally, right? So for instance, we have in our portfolio, we have about 30 AI companies. Many of them are very early stage, but they're doing really, really interesting things, right? To help everybody from the Indian consumer, but to US healthcare. Right? So that's sort of the opportunity that we have today. So it's hard for me to say, is there one thing that I'm excited about?
Right. So just two quick questions. One is about this whole nature of big tech, and because you were in it, and I found it interesting when you said that there is nothing free, somebody's paying for it, and it's not just the advertisers paying for it. That's what we were discussing with Jaron, that we are also paying with our attention. It's an attention economy. They're literally playing with the chemistry of your brain. Hooking you onto something is what is making the advertiser hungry to pay to Google or any of the others. So would you, now you're not in Google, one, when you were in Google, were you uncomfortable about this business model? And two, now that you're outside of it and you can look back on that entire ecosystem, do you think that that really is not serving society, while it is giving many conveniences and enabling a lot, but fundamentally the business models of these big tech companies has a kind of, we're talking about political polarization, mental health issues, this kind of atomization of people's attention where everyone is in their own bubbles, all of you know that whole system, we all know of it. So would you say that there's a problem there, and did you feel it when you were inside?
I think, look, firstly, it's very naive to think that anybody is going to build an extraordinary valuable product or service that requires billions of dollars. Right? Because to run Google search costs many billions of dollars of hardware, of data centers and things like that, right? It's very naive to think that you could build something like that, take it to market, or take YouTube, or take Facebook or Instagram, and not be able to monetize it because you can't build it, right? So the simplest way I would answer that question, Shoma, is to say, how many of you in this room can live without Google search? One hand is probably on perplexity. Because if you put, in the Bay Area, lots of hands will go up and it's this perplexity. There we go. So, at the end of the day, the question I ask is, have you built something that is very, very useful, right? And then you have to find a way to monetize it, right? If it wasn't advertising, it's something else. If I didn't have your data, I couldn't monetize. But then I think it's important, and I think I am actually, since I spent a long time at Google, I was also at Microsoft, I was also at Dell, right? So I got big tech, every big tech. Almost. The important thing is ask this question of, are they putting in place the guardrails, right? As we go into AI, we'll have deep fakes, we'll have all these things that will happen, right? Are they putting in place the guardrails? And what I can say is, look, none of these companies want to be evil. That I can say for sure, okay? None of these companies want to be evil. They want to do good for the world, right? But they're trying. I mean, they have to put in place the right set of systems. I can't tell you how much time we spent trying to make sure that content that was not appropriate was off the platforms, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Google search and so on. So at least my view, Shoma, is companies build, if they're building very, very useful products for 1 billion consumers, for 2 billion consumers, for 3 billion consumers, they have to find a way to monetize. Because nobody's going to give away that, right?
I think that was not the question at all about finding a way to monetize. I was thinking about some of the things that have been flagged very strongly. So it's absolutely not about having advertisers. If I like something and an advertiser sending it to me, no problem. I think the issue and the problem that everyone's trying to grapple with and how it's changed societies is, say, back in, I think it was 2008 or 2011, just to finish my question, that there were, likes, notifications, things which were really playing with your dopamine loops, and there were people that were flagging it from within the companies, people who wrote papers, people who were whistleblowing, saying, hey, why are we trying to entrap people's attention in a way which could really be bad, or that you have differentiated reward loops so that you know what that's doing to your brain? You're literally trying to create dopamine loops so that people stay with you. I agree with you, it's not stemming from a place of evil, but when people flag to you that it is harming society and you still don't undo it, or you sack people who are trying to flag those things, that's how whole social dilemma, all these, so there are many whistleblowers.
I think it's a very good point. Firstly, I'm not familiar with that particular set of social media related things, right? But at least the way I look at this, Shoma, is have you built something very useful that large number of people want to use, right? And if you did, then it's about having those guardrails, right? How, what is too much of attention? But the reality is, look, we haven't seen anything yet. This is a tech conference. If you think about the ability of humans to understand humans, which is where we are today, this is like ground zero below the earth, right? The capability of machines are going to be so strong. If you think that, hey, we've figured out how to get your attention, This is nothing about what's going to come, right? What's going to come is we're going to figure out everything. Now, I know I was attending your first session. Now, I don't know when we'll get to understanding consciousness and machines being able to understand consciousness. That I don't know. But it's nothing yet.
Yeah.
So this is, if you're worried that, you know, a platform has got your attention and now you're spending 90 minutes on a platform, whatever that platform is, you haven't seen anything yet, because if that's not what you want to do, you might end up spending all day on a platform, right? So I think it's also, look, at the end of the day, consumers need to decide what they want to do and not, and I think as a society, we need to train our consumers. So, look, is big tech doing everything well? Absolutely not. But is big tech trying to do the right thing? I think so. At least I'm in the camp, and look, I'm biased. I was there for a long time. I had the best time of my life at Google. I'm biased, but I did not see that, which is, you know, trying to sort of do things that are not good for humanity.
Right. No, as I said, at every juncture, you know, I've been caveating every problem you raise by reminding ourselves that there's a whole plethora of goodies, you know. What's the cost those goodies are coming in? We had a creative session here where we had all the directors, Javed Akhtar, Raju, you know, Shekhar Kapoor, and they were not being worried about Sora, you know, and I was saying, my God, like that Sora, we're going to all be in this tiny circle of creation, you know, creating yourself. It's like Narcissus. You'll be like just looking into your own pond and only gazing at yourself, because that's how mesmeric all of this is, you know. So I agree with you. I think this is point zero of where we are headed, and that's what this whole conference, both the exhilaration, the excitement, celebrated, but also impacts, implications, ethics of doing this, you know. But thank you very, very much, Rajan. We are running a little bit late, so I'm going to cut this short.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We needed this exuberant conversation about where we are headed. I do remember one quick question, which I think will be of interest. Another bewildering part of Indian economy is that there's all of these wonderful figures you reeled off, and at the same time, there are these huge figures of inequity, and I know that it's all been there before, but there's this sense of a growing divide of inequity as well, and concentration of wealth. How do the two things sit together, you know?
Yeah, look, so I think let's just make it specific, okay? How are we going to make sure that the 290 million Indian students, 250 million K through 12, 40 million higher ed, get world-class education? It's through technology. It's through innovation. We will never have enough teachers. We'll never have enough schools. How do we do the same thing in healthcare? It's innovation, right? It's not AI per se, but it's innovation in medical technology and so on. So the way I think about it is, I think we'll look back 30 years from now, Shoma, I'll end with this, to say that India developed in a fundamentally different way, in a way that the world's never seen before. And at the core of that, of course, there have to be many things, right? Great policy, great regulation, great governance, and so on. But at the core of that is this extraordinary innovation that we had to do because we had to do it. So we'll end with that.
Thank you very much, Rajan. It's been a real pleasure having you here. Thank you. Thank you. Next up is a session that I'm personally absolutely like dying to watch, is Mark McCaughrean, who's an astrophysicist and an interdisciplinary scientist looking after the James Webb Space Telescope. I'm sure all of us have heard those, you know, headlines, brilliant images coming out of 13 billion years ago to the origin of the cosmos, origin of the universe, all the way back to the Big Bang. This is an absolute mastery of science, craftsmanship. How do you build a telescope like that? How do you begin to unravel the mysteries of the universe? What we are talking about, as I said, is only 0.1% of the universe, but these are the men and women of science that are making even that little thing intelligible. This is going to be an absolute joyride into, as I said, the beginnings of the universe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mark McCaffrey.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me here back to India. It's always a pleasure to come. I'm going to do something a bit different to what you've had for the rest of the conference. I'm just going to tell you a story on my own, but with the backing of 20,000 human beings who made this amazing machine, and that's trillions of trillions of trillions of molecules, some of which were made in the centers of stars, which came together billions of years later and became conscious and decided to dream and say, how can we understand how the universe was put together? How can we understand where we came from and where we're going? And one of the ways of doing that, along with many of the other ways you've heard in this conference, is to build a giant telescope and to look out into space and look across the vastness of space and time, looking back in time. The further away we look, the longer it has taken light to come to us, the further back in time we're looking. And this machine, the James Webb Space Telescope, was built over decades by scientists and engineers from NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency. So I'm lucky enough to have been involved for a very long time, and I'm lucky enough to be the person to tell you about it this morning. But it's a huge team effort, driven by curiosity, ingenuity, consciousness, and I don't think any AI was involved at all at this point. So let's start at one moment in time, and that moment in time was Christmas Day 2021, when the James Webb Space Telescope was launched from the European Space Agency's launch base in French Guiana in South America on an Ariane 5 rocket. And this enormous, powerful machine lofted this satellite into space. I will tell you why we decided to build it the way we build it, what it looks like, how it was designed, put together, and then, of course, what we've been doing with it after launch. But the story goes back even further. The story, in a way, goes back to the launch of the Hubble Space Telescope, which was in 1990, April 1990. I was involved in that project at that time as a much younger person, and people had worked for decades to build the Hubble Space Telescope. And there were many scientific aims in mind, many breakthroughs which were promised by this machine, and many were delivered indeed. But even then, we knew that this machine would not answer certain questions. Certain questions would be outside the scope of the Hubble Space Telescope. So even before it was launched in 1990, people came together and said, what would the next generation space telescope look like? How would we build an even bigger, an even more powerful machine? So in the late 1980s, when this project started, people gathered together and wrote an outline of what that machine should be. But the story goes back even further than that. Because throughout human life, the lifetime of human beings on this planet, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, we've looked up at the night sky. It's not so easy these days. I mean, you don't see too much of the night sky living in the big cities. But prior to that, we could look up at the night sky and see a sprinkling of stars, of points of light across the sky. This is a picture taken from New Zealand, where you can actually see that what we now know is our own galaxy, the Milky Way. We live near the edge of this giant galaxy of maybe 200 billion stars. Our sun is a very ordinary one of those stars, but we look towards the middle of it and we see this band of light stretching across the sky. This image also shows two galaxies somewhat beyond ours. On the left-hand side there, you can see the large and small Magellanic Clouds. Those are seen from the southern hemisphere, and those are satellite galaxies to our own. But humans didn't know any of that at that time. We have myths and legends as how the universe worked, what those points of light were. And now we fast forward over thousands of years of human evolution and history and technology to a point where we have built enormous telescopes on tops of mountains around the world to try to understand what those points of light are and how they come together and how they explain the universe we live in. Now, this is a telescope I'm very familiar with. It's built by the European Southern Observatory. This is in Chile, in the Atacama Desert, and it has the very interesting name. It's called the Very Large Telescope. We couldn't come up with anything more creative at that point. But it's very large for two reasons. One, it has mirrors to collect faint light from very distant sources, 8 meters across, so roughly as large as this stage. It's very large for another reason, that there's actually not just one of them, but there are 4 of them all sitting on the top of the same mountain. So these telescopes have been used for roughly 20 years now, almost 25, to study the universe. We put them on top of high mountains because we want to get above as much of the Earth's atmosphere as possible. So this is another place I'm very familiar with. This is the summit of Mauna Kea, the tallest volcano in the Hawaiian chain of islands. And the telescope you see on the left-hand side there, the United Kingdom Infrared Telescope, is which I used to get my PhD back in the 1980s. And I will come all the way back to that at the end of the talk to say how we've progressed during my career. As a coincidental story, on top of this mountain, which is 4,200 meters high, I actually got married as well, because that's what geeky astronomers do. Now, even on the tops of these beautiful, amazing mountains, the weather is not always perfect. It's high, 4 kilometers high, but the clouds can be even higher, so it's not a perfect place to do astronomy. Even when you strip away the clouds, though, there's something which humans can't see so well, but our powerful telescopes can, and we can see that our own atmosphere is glowing. So this is from altitudes of 80 kilometers high, where molecules are excited in the daytime by sunlight hitting them, and in nighttime, those molecules decay. They give back that energy as light. And you see these ripples which move across the sky over periods of minutes and hours. And that can make doing astronomy very difficult when you're trying to see faint objects through a bright light. Like me, I can only see a few of you in the room here. If all the lights were turned off, I'd be able to see people in the back. So it's like fighting against a bright glow in the sky. Now, another problem with being at the bottom of the Earth's atmosphere is that it moves. And it does that through turbulence. As different temperatures move around in the atmosphere, you get a different refractive index in the atmosphere, and that makes light bend in different ways. And so this is a lovely movie of the moon. You can see it shimmering. If you were just to take all of those images and stack them all together, the image would be blurry because it's moving around all the time. So there's a kind of a limit to the sharpness that you can see if you're inside the Earth's atmosphere. We can work using lasers attached to our giant telescopes to use a technology called adaptive optics, which effectively says the laser provides me with a way of measuring how much the atmosphere is moving. If I can move a mirror in the opposite direction, I can get a stiller, more sharper image. But that only works over a limited piece of the sky. The other problem with being in the Earth's atmosphere is that it absorbs much of the light that comes from the universe. Visible light comes down to Earth. That's why we can see the sun and the stars. But at shorter wavelengths, X-rays and gamma rays, you can't see those. They get absorbed by the Earth's atmosphere. And equally so at longer wavelengths, the infrared and radio. Much of those wavelengths don't make it down to the ground. And so, of course, to measure those, we need to build satellites and put them into space, high above the Earth's atmosphere, so that absorption doesn't happen. And that you can see a gap in there between the Hubble Space Telescope in the optical and what's called the far infrared with our observatories Herschel and Planck. And that's exactly the gap where the James Webb Space Telescope fits in. Some of that can be done from the ground, but a lot of it can't. So in 1990, the Hubble Space Telescope was launched. It's been visited many times and repaired and had new instruments, cameras, and spectrographs fitted. It's still running today, nearly 34 years later. And one of the most famous things it did was this image, which is called the Hubble Deep Field, or in this case, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field. And this is the result of pointing the Hubble Space Telescope at one tiny piece of the sky and staring for almost a month. taking pictures, more and more pictures, adding them up, seeing fainter and fainter objects. So the relatively large objects here are galaxies, relatively close to us. And as you go to smaller and smaller objects in the picture, they're further and further away from us. And because they're further away, they're further back in time. So by looking for the faintest, smallest objects in this picture, galaxies so far away that they're billions of years in the past, we almost come back to the beginning of the universe, which we know was 13.8 billion years ago. So we see how stars and galaxies change over time. The galaxies at the greatest distances don't look the same as the ones which are around us today. They've evolved, just like we have, over those billions of years. And we believe that somewhere close to the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago, there must be the first stars and galaxies that were ever born. This is not a picture, a real picture, it's a painting, showing the star formation, the birth of the first stars, around maybe 13.5 billion years ago, may be very different to the way that stars are made today in our Milky Way. The reason for that is our Milky Way was mostly, our universe was mostly only hydrogen and helium at the beginning. But over successive cycles of stars being born, stars exploding, putting material back into the universe, we now have iron, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, the things in this room that we're made of. So that material didn't exist at the beginning of the universe. How did the first stars and planets form? Maybe they were very different. Now, that Hubble picture took a month to take. Well, you say, well, let's just keep taking pictures. Take more and more pictures with Hubble. Deeper and deeper and deeper, and finally we'll see those things. Unfortunately not, and there's a reason for that. And this is called redshift. The other thing we know about the universe is expanding. It's getting bigger and bigger every day. And the further parts of the universe are expanding more rapidly. The space-time, the structure of our universe is stretching out. And the things at the greatest distances, their light moves further and further to red wavelengths until it disappears completely from visible wavelengths. We won't be able to see it. Hubble can't see those wavelengths. So this is called redshift. That light moves into the infrared. So as we progressively move further and further back into the universe, further and further times, we use the letter Z for this, the redshift, the light all moves to longer wavelengths. And you can see now in that very large red curve, there's almost no light left in the visible part of the spectrum. And just to give a sense, when you get to redshift of 10, that's looking back 13.2 billion years, so within 600 million years of the beginning of the universe. That's where we want to go, but there's no light left for Hubble to see. It's all moved to the infrared. And in fact, it gets worse because, of course, those distant objects, they're further away. They're also much fainter. So you not only need a telescope which now moves to the infrared, beyond visible wavelengths, but you need a much bigger one because the light coming from those distant objects is very faint. Now, there's another effect which is very important for the James Webb Space Telescope, and that has to do with temperature. Now, in this room now, the people I can see, I'm seeing by reflected light from lights maybe at a few thousand degrees. But if I was a snake in this room wandering around, and this is India, who knows, it might be possible, there might be some in the room, they see in the visible as well, but they can also sense in the infrared. They can sense your heat. That's how they hunt at night. They can actually see warm objects, mice, rodents, other things. And they're looking at lower temperatures, and they're seeing the direct heat radiation coming from those. And so as we go to lower and lower temperatures, now this is in scientific units, 300 Kelvin is roughly the temperature of this room. This is absolute temperature. So the light you're giving out directly, that a snake would see, is mostly coming out in the infrared. And if you go to longer and lower temperatures, it comes out at longer and longer wavelengths. So if we want to see heat from things at low temperatures, we need again to go to the infrared. Now, there's one other great advantage of going to infrared wavelengths, and that is when you look at beautiful places like this, the so-called pillars of creation in our universe. This is a picture taken by the Hubble Space Telescope. You see these giant parsec-long structures full of gas and dust, and beyond, we don't see very much because it's blocked by the dust. The light can't get through the dust. But if you go to infrared wavelengths, that same region becomes almost transparent. So if you want to see into the places where stars and planets are being born today, surrounded by gas and dust, you need to do it in the infrared to be able to get the light to come through the dust. So all of these advantages all build together. One more thing that we want to do with the James Webb Space Telescope is look at planets going around other stars. Those planets are quite cool. Maybe they're the temperature of our planet, the planet Earth. And the way we can measure their properties is by looking for stars where the planet moves in front of the star in its orbit. It goes around maybe every few days or months or years, like the planets in our solar system. And as it moves in front of the star, it blocks a tiny amount of the light coming from the star. We can't resolve, we can't have sharp enough pictures to see the planet, but the star will get a little bit dimmer for a while and then get brighter again. And then the next orbit, it gets dimmer by maybe 1% or less than 1%. And if that planet has an atmosphere, the atmosphere will absorb some light, like our atmosphere does, as I said at the beginning. And that makes the planet look a little bit bigger at some wavelengths because it absorbs those wavelengths, and at other wavelengths, it looks a little bit smaller. So by measuring the amount of light blocked from the star as a function of wavelength, we can measure the atmosphere. And it turns out that all the kind of molecules we would be interested in, water, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and then things like acetylene and ammonia, those all have tracers, fingerprints, in the infrared. So all of this adds up to say we needed to build a telescope not like Hubble, which was a visible wavelength telescope, but an infrared telescope, and also a telescope that was much bigger. And there was one more thing we needed to do. We needed to build a telescope that was going to be extremely cold. And the reason for that is if you're going to look in the infrared to look at the heat all coming from the people in this room, you're all glowing. If my telescope is at room temperature, it's glowing at the same wavelength. And then I won't be able to see you. I'll be blind because the telescope is glowing. So I need a telescope to be super, super cool, which it is. It is super, super cool. So here's the Hubble Space Telescope. It has a main mirror, 2.4 meters in size. I could just about stretch that far. It's in a 12-ton satellite launched by a space shuttle. And it's in low Earth orbit at around 500 kilometers. So it's actually at roughly room temperature, it turns out. So it glows in the infrared. James Webb Space Telescope is a very different beast. It has a mirror 6.5 meters across, with 18 individual segments made out of beryllium, covered in gold, and it's completely in the open. And that's because on the other side of it, on the bottom, there's this giant sun shield, which is the size of a tennis court. And by putting the telescope on one side of that, then the sun shield, and then the sun in the other direction, the telescope doesn't get warmed up. It can get cold. And it gets to minus 230 degrees Celsius, sitting out in the coldness of space, not seeing the sun or the Earth, not being warmed by them. So it doesn't give any light out at infrared wavelengths, which makes it perfect for an infrared telescope. So here's the real machine that was built by engineers across the United States, Canada, and Europe over many years. Here it is about to go for testing into a giant vacuum chamber which could simulate the properties of space. This was actually used for the Apollo program in the 1960s. So this is one of the biggest chambers in the world, and JWST just fit in there. Of course, we don't just need a telescope to collect light, we also need instruments to measure the light. And there are 4 different instruments on board. They look very complicated, but essentially they're cameras which take pictures on one hand. And then the other thing we want to do is split the light up like a rainbow to measure the spectrum, how much energy is coming at different wavelengths. And then we can use that to measure the molecules, the chemicals, the temperature, and the redshift of the objects we're looking at. So we have 4 instruments. 2 were built in Europe, partnered with the United States, 1 by Canada and 1 in the US entirely. So they look fairly small things at the back, but they're very big, very complicated instruments which took many years to build on their own. And then you attach those onto the back with the sun shield. This is the full telescope. You can see the sense of scale. There's some people here on this cherry picker. It's folded up at the moment in this configuration because, of course, it's much too big to fit inside a rocket unfolded. So we had to pack it up into the shape you see on the left-hand side here. That's the full telescope all folded up, ready to go into space. Here's the rocket coming into French Guiana in November 2021, and then everything stacked up on top, ready to go out to the launch pad in December 2021. And as I said, the launch was on Christmas Day. I was lucky enough to be there, about 5 kilometers away. If you look very carefully, you might see me in this video I'm going to show. Most of the VIPs didn't come. They stayed at home for Christmas. So it was mostly scientists and engineers, and a great privilege to be there. It's kind of emotional, this film, so I'm not going to talk. It's about 1 minute long. I'm not going to talk during it because I'll probably cry if I do. I'm going to drink some water instead.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, top.
Liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself, James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe. Punching a hole through the clouds, 20 seconds into the flight, good pitch program reported. Ariane 5 rocket continues to fly uphill in nominal fashion.
As you can see, Christmas Day, right? So, silly hats. Now, after the telescope was launched, of course, that was just the beginning of its journey, and one of the things that had to happen very quickly afterwards, as the telescope, the whole observatory left the rocket, we had to unfold a solar array on the back of the telescope to start generating power. We had batteries for maybe a few hours, so we needed that solar panel. So this actually was very emotional as well. Here's a video. It's speeded up a bit just to get it done in a quick time, but this was an amazing moment as well. So there's the telescope stacked up, not unfolded at this point, but as it moves away from the rocket over the Gulf of Aden and Somalia there, and then just a few seconds later, the satellite unfolded its solar panel, and that was a huge success. Without that, we had no mission at all. So there was lots of cheering went on. And that was the last we saw of it directly. Of course, we can see the telescope at a great distance as a point of light now, but those were the last views we had. And the next thing we had to do then was unfold it. And this was an enormously complicated process of unfolding the mirrors, unfolding that giant floppy sun shield, which had never been tested because we couldn't do that in microgravity with zero G. So it was a very nervous time, and I'm going to show you 2 weeks of absolute nervous tension in 8 seconds. The good news is it worked. So, and the enormous amount of work that, of course, went in for years beforehand to test everything to make sure that would happen was it wasn't luck, but it was extremely nerve-wracking. We went out to this location 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth, so-called L2 point, And that L2 point is a place which maintains its position with respect to Earth as the Earth goes around the sun. And that means we can hide the telescope behind the giant sun shield so that Earth and the sun are always in the same direction. And that means we don't get heated by them. That means we can get down to these extremely low temperatures. So this orbit is used by many satellites for science. It's a very interesting place, but they're not all in the same location exactly. We don't crash into each other, so don't worry about that part. Now, you came to see some data. So one of the first images that was released in 2022, and in fact this one was released by Joe Biden, is an image of, not this image I'm going to show you now. This is the old image. This is the best image taken by the Hubble Space Telescope of a giant group of galaxies. And you can see some of them have a bent in their shape. They kind of look like they're organized around the center of that picture. And that's because the gravity of a giant cluster of galaxies is bending the light of more distant galaxies, focusing that light. And that creates this kind of bent pattern. Now, the same region seen by the James Webb Space Telescope looks like this. So it's a lot better, a lot more detail. We see much further back. And just to give you a sense, as we move around, we're seeing all these very distant points of light, which are the most distant galaxies. Some of the galaxies have these very strange bent shapes, and that's again because of this gravitational bending of the light. So that the big galaxies are typically close to us. The tiny points of light are the ones we're really interested in, far, far away from us. And then, of course, you see all of the objects with the spikes. Those are stars. And the spikes come from the hexagonal mirror of the telescope. So that's why they have 6 points. So that picture was quite remarkable. And then we went back to the deep field that Hubble had done, the ultra-deep field. And just to give you a sense of how small this region is, with maybe 10,000 galaxies in it, it's a tiny, tiny piece of the sky, just the size of one of the craters or one of the big mare on the moon. So we're just looking at a tiny fraction of the sky, and the whole sky is full of these objects. So we went back with Hubble a few times, and you can see the image getting deeper and deeper. But then we put the James Webb Space Telescope data in that region. And this took a much shorter amount of time, just a few hours, not a month. And if you compare the images taken of just one small section, the Hubble picture is at the top, James Webb at the bottom. We see better detail, sharper images, we see fainter objects in just a few hours compared to months. And we can see in the infrared, so we can see the most distant objects, the ones that have been redshifted. So to demonstrate that, here's one patch of the sky we've been covering, looking for these very distant galaxies. And if you zoom in on one piece, that faint red dot, all the colors of that galaxy suggest that it might be a very distant object, very high redshift, maybe within only a few hundred million years of the Big Bang, all the way back in time. But to really know whether that's what it is, you need to take a spectrum. You need to split the light up into many colors and see the tracing features and see if they've moved to the red, as they should do, and that redshift will tell you how far away it is. In this case, that one worked out very well. If you look at that spectrum at the bottom, it turns out that galaxy is where we thought it was, within a few hundred million years, a couple of 100 million years of the Big Bang, one of the most distant galaxies known, one of the earliest galaxies in our universe. But it doesn't always work out. One of the galaxies elsewhere in this field was also thought to be even further away, even closer to the Big Bang. Unfortunately, that one turned out to have some tricks in its spectrum which faked being at that very large distance. So this is it's work needed to keep looking at these objects, finding candidates, going back with a telescope. So of course, a lot of people say, have you discovered the meaning of life yet with the James Webb Space Telescope? It's like, give us some time, right? We have a long journey ahead of us. We're making enormous breakthroughs, but we always have to go and follow those things up. So I have about 10 minutes left to walk you through some of the amazing number of discoveries. This is a beautiful galaxy much closer to us. This is the Hubble Space Telescope picture. You can see the center of the galaxy with the spiral arms coming out. The red regions are where young stars are being born today. The dark streaks are dust and gas where new stars will be made in the future. James Webb can take a very different view of that and look at the glowing gas and dust at lower temperatures. And so that exact same galaxy with JWST looks very different indeed. And we can see structures, bubbles in there, which have been blown out by previous generations of star formation. And we're taking many of these images, so there's a whole gallery all available online which people are using to study how galaxies change over time. We can then come much closer to home. We can look in our own solar system, and we see our planets literally in a different light. When we look in the infrared, we can see the molecules in the atmospheres of those planets absorbing light. So Saturn is amazingly dark here compared to its rings. Its rings are made of ice and reflect almost all wavelengths very well, but its atmosphere has lots of methane in it, and that methane in the infrared absorbs the sunlight falling on it, so it makes the planet dark. Of course, there are moons there in the same image. We can go further out in our solar system. This is the planet Uranus, which lies on its side and has rings around it as well. And many of the blue points of light in that picture are its moons. And those moons, many of them are icy, so very reflective, again, in the infrared. And then you have the planet Jupiter, which seems very different in the infrared because we're looking again at different molecules. We can also see the red glow of an aurora at the north and south pole of Jupiter. So those planets are in our own solar system. What about planets at huge distances? This again, it is an artist impression. JWST can see some planets going around other stars, but in most cases, we measure them again as the planet moves in front of the star gets a little bit darker for a few hours and gets brighter again. And as I explained at the beginning, if you measure that dimming at different wavelengths, you can tell something about the atmosphere of the planet. If the atmosphere is absorbing light, it makes the planet look a bit bigger. At another wavelength, it might be transmitting that light. It looks a bit smaller. And so we can reconstruct the atmosphere of a planet by making these measurements, and we can see you can't read the symbols there, but there's water, there's carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, there's sulfur dioxide. There are all sorts of things, molecules at relatively low temperatures in these planets' atmospheres. So people say, will James Webb Space Telescope see evidence for life on other planets? Probably not. It's not designed to do that. But what it will do is find planets where the atmospheres have the properties like Earth or like Mars or like the planets in our own solar system. And that will allow us to target those planets with telescopes in the future, even more detail, and look then for things like ozone and other molecules which are linked, on our planet at least, to non-equilibrium chemistry, which indicates life. So this is a huge, complex field which many people are working on. But I want then to talk about the bit in between those most distant galaxies and the planets and how they're born in our Milky Way today. So let's go back again to the pillars of creation, as they were called in this Hubble Space Telescope picture. This was taken in 1995, hugely influential, front covers of all sorts of magazines. And many people said, in fact, that it was this image which led politicians to give the money for the James Webb Space Telescope, because it was such a big hit in '95. So we owe a lot to this. But again, James Webb, with its infrared capability, has a very different view on that same region. So now those pillars are much more transparent. We can see inside them. And if we look at the full scale here, as we move up the pillars, the orange and yellow gas are molecules glowing under the ultraviolet light, the illumination like me with the lights here from big stars nearby. And the red patches are places where young stars are being born today inside those pillars. And we can move to longer wavelengths, taken again by the James Webb Space Telescope with a bit different instrument, and we can see a whole nother view. And this is the one I call the Harry Potter view of M16, as you will understand. There are the Death Eaters flying through the universe. So we can look at star formation in many, many ways, and we want to understand how material is gathered together to form a star, how some of that material turns into planets. But there's a process which is really important in all of this. As the material collapses together, it's spinning slightly. And as it gets more and more compact, it spins faster and faster and faster. Like me, I'm not going to do this because I'll fall over. If I was an ice skater and I span around and then pull my arms in, I would spin faster and faster. This is called conservation of angular momentum. And the same thing applies as material is gathered into stars. And you have to get rid of some of that angular momentum in order for the star to be able to collapse. Otherwise, it will spin so fast it will fly apart. And the phenomenon which does that is called a jet, or an outflow. So here's a young star-forming region. And right there is an object we discovered in the 1990s. It's a jet of material. This linear feature here is material being ejected from a young star. At the same time as the baby star is trying to swallow material, it also ejects material. And if you think about human babies, that's pretty much the same story, right? You put some food in and it comes out both ends. Not all of it, else they wouldn't get bigger. So it's only a small fraction. And with the James Webb Space Telescope, we're able to zoom in with much more detail now, much sharper pictures, and this is what we saw last year. And we see much more detail now in that jet. I'm going to put a green dot on the picture to show you where the young star is. So we can't see it in these pictures. That young star is completely covered in gas and dust, but we can see the material moving away, and we see that jet wiggling its way out. We can also break that light up and measure this spectrum, very complex set of lines at different wavelengths that tells us the properties of this jet. What's it made of? What kind of gases are in there? What molecules? And in fact, the discovery in here in our paper was that it was almost entirely made of molecules, like carbon monoxide in particular. So we had this on the front cover of Nature just last year, these very young jets. This may only be 5,000 or 10,000 years old, so it's the very first stages of a star being born. Another example, near the Horsehead Nebula in Orion, which also we discovered in the late 80s, early 90s, is an object which has a number, HH212. And this is a picture we took with the telescope I showed you right at the beginning, the very large telescope, from the ground in around the year 2000. And this is showing that material. You can more or less work out immediately where the center of that must be because it's so symmetric. Right in the dark part in the middle is where the light's coming out. And now if I show you the JWST picture taken last year, so around 20 years later, firstly, it's much sharper. We see much more detail. But if you were watching carefully, it moved. So I'm going to go back to the other image. Did you see? It shrank. And if I push it out again, it moves. So the gas is moving out at about 100 kilometers per second, pretty fast. But over 20 years, we can see that at that huge distance with our telescope. So this is remarkable. Now, the place where I've spent most of my career, I mean, at least in my head, I haven't really been there, but the place I've spent most of the time studying is one of the most famous star-forming regions in our Milky Way galaxy. So these are some of the beautiful pictures of other star-forming regions made by the JWST. But let me show you the most important place, at least for me, and that's in the constellation of Orion. So you're probably familiar with Orion, with Betelgeuse and Rigel and the other stars making up the shoulders and the feet, the belt. And then hanging below the belt is this slightly fuzzy patch, which we call the sword of Orion. And the sword of Orion, if you zoom in detail to the Hubble Space Telescope, looks like this. This is a region with very, very hot stars in the middle, which are glowing at ultraviolet wavelengths. They're then breaking gas apart and exciting the gas and making it glow, so making this nebula. Much of this is hydrogen emission. You can see a few other stars in there around the center. You don't see too many, though, and that's because we're at visible wavelengths. If you want to see all the young stars being born, firstly, they're a bit cooler. Secondly, they're covered in gas and dust. We need to go to the infrared to see the other stars. And so my PhD thesis on the telescope I showed right at the beginning, the United Kingdom Infrared Telescope, we started by taking this picture in 1986. So this was with crude technology. It was the best you could do at the time. It was amazing. But suddenly we see hundreds of young stars in the same region. These are around 1 million years old. And then a year later, we managed to take a color image by combining light from different wavelengths. And then around 10 years later, we used the VLT. The picture became even better, even sharper. But James Webb Space Telescope has changed our view completely. So now we have enormously sharper images covering the same region. Let me just zoom in a little bit. I can't, in the time left, I have a minute or two left, I can't share you the incredible detail in this picture. This picture is 21,000 pixels wide. Even that enormous sphere in Las Vegas doesn't have enough pixels to show this image properly. So if you go online, you can find this image and zoom around, and you might find things like this. These are young planetary systems, young solar systems being made today going around stars. So you can kind of see that there's light, bright light at the middle in some cases, and then there's dark dust and gas swirling around, making planets. And that's blocking the light from behind it, from the nebula. So we see these things as silhouettes, as shadows against the background. Those are young planet systems being born today in the Orion Nebula. And if we zoom back out again to the large scale, then we go back into just this small region here, then we see something very curious, a complete discovery by James Webb, something we discovered last year and which blew our minds completely. If I draw your attention to these objects, in each case there are pairs of faint objects close to each other, and that's not by chance, they belong to each other, they're so-called binaries. Each one of those objects is the mass of a few times Jupiter. So these are planets, floating freely without a star, just floating freely as pairs. And we call them Jupiter mass binary objects, or jumbos, and we're better to talk about jumbos or elephants than in India. So we gave this name to them, jumbos, and we're still trying to puzzle out how they're there. They shouldn't be there. They should not have formed in a region like Orion. There's lots of theory that people say, no, they don't exist. They don't exist. They do. So we need to understand how they work. And if we go back out to the wide field picture again, not only can we see it at these wavelengths, well, it's James Webb. We have lots of other wavelengths to play with. So there's a huge amount to discover in this image and in the many images and the spectra we're taking with the James Webb Space Telescope. We think it has a lifetime now of around 20 years, much longer than anticipated because that launch in 2021 was so perfect, it saved so much fuel that this is something for generations to come. And everybody can use it. Even though it was built by North America and Europe, it's free for everybody in the world. It won't be easy to compete to get time on it. It's oversubscribed enormously, but anybody in this room, in principle, can write a telescope proposal to use this. And so there's a personal journey here as well. Once upon a time, I had hair. That was me getting my PhD thesis or just before my exam in 1987. And it was just such a privilege to spend a great fraction of my career, 26 years up to date, working on a project with 20,000 others, sponsored, if you like, by 1 billion taxpayers on behalf of 8 billion people to try and discover our origins. Where did we come from? What's the fate of the universe? How did consciousness arise? I think this is a perfect conference to talk about what human beings can achieve when they set their mind to it in collaboration together, because there are so many technological challenges which face us on this planet today. Maybe by looking at these inspiring pictures of what we know about the universe, maybe we can put our power to solving climate change, resources which are depleting, the many other challenges we have on this planet. I'm optimistic about that. I won't say I'm wholly optimistic about some of the methods that some of people at this conference have talked about to solving those problems, but that's maybe for another time. I think human ingenuity together, creativity, curiosity, we can do astonishing things. So it's been my privilege to talk to you today. Dhanyavad. Thank you. And I will steal, can I steal 30 more seconds from you? Because if you're inspired by what we do, if you can put the slide back up, We run an outreach series called Space Rocks in Europe, and we'd be very willing to come to India. We bring astronauts, musicians, actors, filmmakers together. There's a whole series of YouTube videos where we've talked to people, diverse people, astronauts, musicians, many people from Star Wars and The Expanse and Battlestar Galactica. Please go online and look for Space Rocks Uplink. They're all free there to view, and I look forward to talking to some of you outside at lunchtime. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that mesmerizing session. Next up, we have 3 sessions, and since you promised during the Swami session that you would honor the other speakers, I do ask you to just extend our lunch a little bit, because what's on the program is a session with Sharad Sharma and then Ajit and Hani, but we are also going to have Anand Gandhi's session after that. Believe me, it's a mesmerizing one. It's a completely new concept. It is the idea of a story as the essential algorithm of a society. He has the most amazing polymathic ideas. He's an ATM of ideas is what I call him. So please do, it's not part of the program, but please do wait for him after these 2 sessions and don't go out for lunch till he's done. That's my request to you, please. Next up is Sharad Sharma. As Rajan said, he, Nandan Nilekani, a whole band of catalytic orbit changers, as they call themselves, have created a complete public digital infrastructure which is unparalleled in the world. India is being celebrated for that. That's a true export for what India is doing. And the numbers are staggering. You know, for a session with Sharad, it's important to remind ourselves that we have almost 800 million people online. We have 1/6 of humanity in India. We have a median age of 29. That's an entire, inferno sounds a bad word, but that's ambition, entrepreneurship, things that are waiting to happen, and this public digital infrastructure is making that possible. We know during COVID that there was the vaccine app, CoWIN, that enabled 1 billion registrations to happen, vaccines to happen in real time. We have the Aadhaar, which again has more than 1 billion people already online being able to do the whole fintech revolution. There are many other apps that are part of digital infrastructure that's being created. That's a true Indian innovation that many countries are now following. But there are also, as always in India, every story is, the opposite story is also true, or rather it's a work in progress. So to unpack this very interesting, very particular Indian story, and as Sharad said, if more than technology, if we can export the idea of value-based technologies, that would be a true Indian phenomenon. So to unpack all of that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sharad Sharma, co-founder of iSpirit. Thank you very much, Sharad, for being here. As I said, the India story is something that the world is celebrating. So if there are additionally some of these numbers, first let's have the chamatkar. And then very interestingly, for somebody who's in the center of transformative technologies, when we were chatting earlier, you were very candid about the challenges of doing this. What are the offsets of things that are the ancillary products which you don't really want and which is happening. So we'll come to that. It's unusual for you to speak about those things. But let's get the chamatkar figures first.
No, I don't think anybody here who has not been touched by India Stack. So eKYC, how many of you use DigiYatra? I bet most of you do. So I think the chamatkar is known. We are on our way. What you may not know is that India is also giving digital identity to the world. It's happening from a system that's called MOSIP, which is based in Bangalore, in IIIT Bangalore, in an educational institution. It already has 100 million people. 14 countries have adopted it. If you total up the population of 14 countries, we'll reach 1 billion about 18 months from now. We think we'll reach another billion, another 18 months from now. And so India would do its own 1.4 billion and 2 billion. And so we would be the largest providers of identity. I'll correct Rajan. He was a little wrong. It's not 48% of the global digital transactions that will happen from India today. It is 58%. And so today, just keep this in mind that today, if you look at digital payment transactions, all of China, all of Korea, France, UK, all of Middle East, and US put together will do fewer digital payment transactions that India would. And these are not happening from you and me. Is there anybody in the room who doesn't have a credit card? UPI was never meant for people who have the credit card. These are happening from people who don't have a credit card, can't get a credit card. So it is actually happening from that part of the world. The last part I would say, because what is India Stack? India Stack is to create digital infrastructure that mediates the flow of people, which is Aadhaar and MOSIP, mediates the flow of money, which is UPI. But the least visible part of this is which mediates the flow of information, data. That's rolling out, and that's in the financial world called account aggregator. How many of you know account aggregator? You will hear I'm very happy to see this. Some of you will hear more about this as the time goes on. And this new system that has been put in place in India, which is powered by something called DEPA, within a year will be bigger than what Europe uses right now because it's growing so rapidly, and will soon, after a year or two, be the largest in the world. So there are many, many things happening. And on top of this, we have second-order benefits that are coming up, because once you have these building blocks about flow, people, money, and information, then you can reorganize the story. You mentioned vaccines. I had the privilege to be in this hugely crucial meeting where there was this discussion that we got to vaccinate 1 billion people. How many more vaccination centers do we need? And you remember the vaccination centers that we have, roughly 40,000 vaccination centers, used to vaccinate 25 million babies in a year. So there were smart people in the room who did the calculation, and they said, we need 40 times more vaccination centers. And do you know how many more were set up? None. So we were able to vaccinate 25 million people every week. In fact, on 2 days, we were able to vaccinate 25 million people on a single day. And why did that happen? Because all of you got vaccinated, because your flow in the system was mediated by Aadhaar. All of you got a digital certificate. Nobody in India got a paper certificate. And every vaccination center, which was in the private sector, about 30% of them, got paid overnight. Because the promise was, we will pay you overnight, please don't worry about payment. And they actually got paid overnight. Not all of them got paid overnight all the time, but not one of them was upset enough that it made it to the press. So the issues were sorted out as time went on. So this allows unlocking of productivity, 50x unlocking of productivity in a government system. Now imagine when that unlocking of productivity happens in the private sector and happens across the world, what kind of innovation it will throw up. So there's lots happening, but that's not the real story. All right, I'll set the next question. How many of you do yoga? Show of hands. All right, so you all do yoga asanas. How many of you practice Yoga Sutra? I don't see a single hand going up. But yoga is a combination of Yoga Sutra and Yoga Asana. So today, for the first time in India, we are going to talk a little bit about Digital Sutra, because the reason we are having these asanas that are succeeding is because there is a philosophy behind this, And I know you're very interested in that philosophy, so we'll talk about that as we go forward.
No, I'm glad you set me up on that, Sharad. Absolutely. Let's talk about the philosophy. And as I said, what was unique was that you were also willing and open to talk about the negative fallouts of this or the dangers of having such large digital structures. And I'm very interested in that conversation because part of the intent of this conference was to bring many typically polarizing views together. Right. Can we synthesize that? Can we at least start discussing these things in a way which can end up in a kind of very liminal constitution for technology? So happy that you're really talking about that. But let's talk about the sutra first. I've been asking everybody that is there absolute distinctiveness to the way India approaches technology, and what is that sutra?
So first, before, I've been here only for a little while, and I saw you are taking pot shots at Google and others, and I think that's a very fair thing to do. Because when history is written, maybe 25 years from now, we will call the last 25 years as the dark period of the technology era. And this started in 2000, actually at a time when everybody thought the good times will emerge. Why? Because in 2000, Microsoft was humbled by an antitrust action. And frankly, had that not happened, there would be no Google and Facebook today, because the browser that we would all be using would be all Microsoft Internet Explorer, and they would have bought up everybody, and they would have been the giant that we have in the world. While that dystopian view did not emerge, another dystopian view has emerged, right, which you have talked about. So first, I want to point out that if we go in the future for the next 25 years, there is a new view of what technology and its role in society has to be. And that is coming from India. It is coming from India to a point that for the last 2 UN General Assembly sessions, it's been a serious part of the discussion. And I think, and don't hold me to this, but I think in September this year, when the Summit of the Future happens, that will be inserted in the UN Charter. Because I think there is a deeper understanding that has emerged, which says that, yes, this was the dark period, we got to break away. Now, why is it the dark period? The dark period, it all starts, the easy way to think of it is in mid-90s, HTTP came, Tim Berners-Lee, Wendy Hall, they invented this idea of HTTP, W3C. Inside that, there were many errors. All of you are familiar with 404 error? Has anybody got a 402 error?
Yeah.
No, because
402 error,
while there is a 402 error, it never got implemented. The 402 error is micropayment failed. So what happened was, for some reason, which is very controversial, there are 2 schools of thought. It was inadvertently, this never got implemented. Some people believe Visa and MasterCard had a nefarious reason to do that. I am in the camp that probably that is not true, but nevertheless, that was never implemented. But the vision, the conceptual model that the Tim Berners-Lee and Wendy Hall had was that you would consume content. Either it'll be free because that person wants to give it away, or you will pay for it as you go along. Micropayments will be there. That never happened. So that led to the original sin, and we are now paying the price for it. And you talked about it a lot, which is the advertising model. So when UPI was being designed inside iSpirit, the protocol back in 2014, our inspiration was to bring the 402 error back to life. And the reason UPI is succeeding so well is because it is the first payment system that is actually a protocol on the back end. And if you allow me to explain this, and I won't get back to technology after that, I promise. If I take you back to my early days, I finished my engineering in 86, 82 to 86. I used to be a Unix kernel engineer. And if you were a Unix kernel engineer anywhere in the world, we could exchange email with each other. It was called Unix mail. But if he happened to be on another popular system called PDP-11's, VAX, digital VAX, and he or she happened to be on IBM, even more popular, there was no way for the 3 of us to exchange email for each other. So then you needed an interoperable email system. First, they don't even have an email system. At least both of us had an email system, which was very useful. So the question is, what do you do to make that happen? So in 1982, a bunch of volunteers of an organization that many of you don't know about, IETF. How many of you have heard of IETF? Internet Engineering Task Force, of course you would have heard of it, but very few. If you humor me later and do IETF and Wikipedia, it will describe to you, it's all a bunch of volunteers. They came up with a protocol called SMTP. And the remarkable thing they did is, they said instead of having a clearing house for email that will flow through different systems, instead of having an entity or a clearing house, let's have only a protocol in the middle. And that allows us to exchange email without having with having privacy. Today there isn't somebody sitting in the middle who's watching every email that flows from all of us to each other. It's an interoperable system. So that insight was very powerful. That insight sat by itself all the way till 2014, till a bunch of, again, volunteers, no greed, no glory volunteers, decided to apply it to payment. And so now the world's payment protocol is Indian. And of course, many more protocols like that have come about from India, and only from India so far. But hopefully, over time, we will see democratization, and other countries will also create their own digital public infrastructure as we go forward.
So, Sharad, if I may just ask you then to sum that up in a line, what is the sutra then?
So what is happening is that all this trillion-dollar market cap that we see in the hands of Silicon Valley companies is a result of that original sin that we talked about, a surveillance economy. That doesn't apply to us. Why doesn't it apply to us? Because when you have $50,000 as per capita income, and I see Montek Singh Ahluwalia sitting here, he knows more about economics than anybody else, and you have discretionary spends. So to make money by shaping those discretionary spends is a great idea. When you have $2,000 as your per capita income, those discretionary dollars don't exist. So you have to use digital, first of all, for a different purpose altogether. So we are never been vested in that advertising model. So when we started thinking about it, since we had the benefit of coming in later, we had the joy of saying, can we think of technology, as you said, value-based technology that integrates itself into society? So I'll ask 3 trick questions to our audience. Let's see what they answer, right? How many of you use DigiYatra? Now the question is, keep your hands up. How many of you, let's say you go from Delhi to somewhere else, and the government wants to know which flights that you've taken, they can go to DigiYatra Foundation and get an answer from that. How many of you think that is possible? If you think it is possible, lower your hands. If you think it is not possible, keep your hand up. All right? So half of you think it is possible. Let's say when you did this, you at Delhi airport bought some snacks using UPI, and then you reached Bangalore, and then you used a Uber using UPI. How many of you think NPCI knows that these 2 back-to-back transactions that took place 3 hours apart, they know one was in Delhi and one was in Bangalore? How many of you think they know the location of your transaction? See, most of them think it is possible. Third is, do you think there is somebody sitting in Ministry of Finance, or in RBI, who can type in your Aadhaar number and say, oh, Shoma has 4 bank accounts, and these are the 4 bank accounts? How many of you think such a dashboard exists? The answer to all the 3 questions is no. So let me explain. See, this is appreciated outside India more than it is appreciated inside India. Try this. When you use DigiYatra tomorrow, try and switch off your phone when you reach that machine. The machine will not work. You know why? Because your credentials for traveling are not stored on the back end in some DigiYatra server. They're stored on a wallet that sits in your app. So when you are going through that turnstile inside the first turnstile in the airport, that is sending an API request to your phone and saying, is this person truly Sharad or not? And if your phone is off, you won't be able to enter. There is no other copy of this maintained anywhere else. And 90 minutes after that flight, it is completely purged. So if a government official comes and says, hey, did Sharad travel on some flight yesterday? 90 minutes later, there is no information available.
So, Sharad, may I?
Just NPCI does not know your location. And if they need to know their location, they'll have to change the protocol. To change the protocol, they'll have to get hundreds of companies to rework their software. They can't do it quietly even if they want to. It is impossible because the press will come to know of it and it's not going to happen. And the same is the issue with Aadhaar, by the way. So there is a paradigm that is at work here which offers protections. I'm going to just finish in a minute. How many of you, we will not record this, I don't think. How many of you have a driving license without giving a driving test? All right. In India, you cannot enforce good behavior by making whatever policy that you want. So therefore, in India, good behavior is being enforced by something called techno-legal regulation, which means good public technology, good policy, when it comes together, then you get good regulation. India is at the forefront of doing that, and we are combining this in a way that has never been combined anywhere else in the world. Now, of course, you need protections because you could do bad things with this, but I'm here to tell you that is not happening in India, and that's not happening in India because there is some deeper philosophy at work behind it, but that for later.
Thank you, Sharad. You know, what is really wonderful and reassuring is that even the articulation of this is happening. You know, how much of it is playing out is still something, you know, that journalists should be looking at, and I'm not sure if the press is really looking at this in great detail, but as I said, even the articulation of it is amazing. I want to ask you two things. One is that if indeed the government is not interested in knowing our every move or having the right to know your every move, then when the legislation was constructed, and with this philosophy driving it, then why did the government exempt itself from any sort of objective oversight, you know, and made itself the keeper of this data?
I think we were responsible as technologists. I think what has now become clear in the last few years, that split has happened. And let me explain what that is. In the case of Aadhaar, there was arrogance on part of the technologists. They said, you civil society, you fear that it will change the balance of power between the citizen and the state. You know, you are wrong. You don't know anything about it. We've taken care of this. Just trust us. That was the approach. And that arrogance, what do you think resulted in it? They said, no, we're not going to trust you. You know, and therefore it went to the Supreme Court. Puttaswamy judgment happened in 2017. I think Supreme Court did something absolutely wonderful. And in 2018, they said we will use privacy as a fundamental right, which is the Puttaswamy judgment, and then we'll evaluate Aadhaar against that judgment. And that is how in September 2018, you know, Aadhaar was passed, but you had to make amendments to the law. So arrogance of the technologists. Why the arrogance of the technologists? Is because today, technologists fall in three categories. First is private technologists. They are working for money, for profit, right? They may profess that they have interest of society at large, and they may, but you don't know for sure because optimizing function, and most of the people that you have brought here, I would say, fall in that category, although they wear a label saying they're not like that.
In fact, I must say over there that Eric Daimler was very transparent about it. He said, I'll set my human being aside. I'm very concerned about all these things, but as an entrepreneur, he said, oh my God, look at the compression of labor and the amazing profits I'm going to make this quarter. He was very clear that profit is driving his motivation.
So in the 80s and the 90s, the internet was built by another set of technologists who were public technologists. And then these companies became so rich that they picked them out. Because they were really the good guys, they picked them out and took them away. In India, starting 2009, because of one person, Sanjay Jain, and others joined him, you know, who happened to be the Google, by the way. You're responsible for MapMaker alongside Lalitesh Katragada. He broke away, and many of us broke away. You know, we were all 45 years old at that time, and we said, no, let's devote the remaining time to be public technologists and purely public technologists. Within that group, India now has a good group. But that group is also divided into two parts. And that split has happened only in recent years. So do you want me to tell you what are the two parts?
Very quickly.
So for that, we need to go back to somebody to do with E.O. Wilson. And this is to do with CRISPR, evolutionary biologist. When CRISPR came, he said CRISPR will be available on your desktop sooner or later, and it is now. He said that you have a Paleolithic brain medieval institutions and godlike technology. AI fits that category. So at that time, the thinking was that the way we manage nuclear technology is not the way we manage godlike technology. The nuclear technology is that the technologies have a free rein to do what they want, right? No restrictions at all. But society then dampens the bad use cases, amplifies the good use cases, and that has worked for nuclear. But it doesn't work for godlike technology. So therefore, you now need a situation where the technologists recognize their power and therefore their responsibility, and therefore build only technology that is restrictive in some areas and permissive in others. But how do they know where to do that? It's like Gandhi. Gandhi was a pragmatic idealist. But where to be an idealist and where to be pragmatic is a difficult question to answer. You can only do that if you go to first principles. And that is where you need a consensus on values. So technologists have to take cue from the values. And as do regulators need to do, as long markets have to do. Markets, we don't know whether they'll do or not, but regulators and public technologies certainly do. Now what has happened, even in Bangalore, the split has taken place between the traditional public technologists who don't like this restriction and the modern public technologists who acknowledge this restriction. So I don't know how many of you know Health Stack. There's a paper by Vijay Chandru, me and others, where we have taken the responsibility of nobody else put these values together for our health system. Those health values, 10 normative values have been listed there. And there's been enormous debate, not just in India, but certainly outside India. Now when we look at those 10, 2 of them really look foolish, 2 or 3 also look very poorly framed. But, you know, out of this is emerging a better set of 10 values. And then the public technologists are saying, we will build technology that actually is value-based technology and prevents the market, prevents the regulator to abandon this when the time comes, you know, or they so choose to do. Yeah. So it's a new way of thinking. This new way of thinking is now galvanizing the world. The only country that doesn't like this is the Americans.
I was just going to say, I thought it's better coming from you.
And who do you have here? You have only the Americans.
No, we have you.
No, but I was also in the US back in time. But the point is, we are forgetting that there is the Japanese who completely get this. The French particularly completely get this. And therefore, there are many pockets in the world who completely get this. And if we were to do today a real voting by country, we will win it hands down, which is what I'm saying. In September, we will win it hands down, and UN will pass the resolution introducing this in the Summit of the Future that we are talking about. Only the Americans stand out. Now, having said that, not all Americans stand out. You know, Microsoft is a good actor. Salesforce is a good actor. There are many other companies that are good actors because their business model is not based on monetizing data. But anybody who monetizes data, they are evil, even though they pretend not to be so.
No, that's great you said that. With Microsoft, though, you know, the way they are functioning with AI, because themselves articulating that we need to go slow, we need to think this through, and there's a lab race which is accelerating at an insane pace. You know, before you even thought this through, you're saying we don't understand this technology, but you're still putting it out at breakneck speed, you know. But I won't go there because we've spent a couple of days doing that. I wanted to come back to 2 questions, Sharad. You left one part of it. You said there's a break in the technologists within India also. But a government is meant to absolutely regulate in public trust. So what happened within the law itself, you know? In the government also, is there a break in terms of whether to do this in public trust or not?
See, our government has legacy of the British. They do a divide and conquer. Sometimes they love those wrong guys. First of all, we don't explain who is on this side. It's very hard to know from the outside. I think the government, I think they're both, it is frankly just like DBT. DBT had favorable people. You know, the first politician who was fully supportive of DBT was Chandrababu Naidu. Montek Singh ji will confirm that. But then after that, in every political party, there was a pro-DBT camp, there was an anti-DBT camp. Anti-DBT because that's where the money came from, right? So look, today, there is a pro-camp and an anti-camp on how to do it right. And I would say that's in every political party. It is there in every government ministry. There is a pro camp and an anti camp. But slowly and certainly, the camp that recognizes that this is our calling in the world. For the first time, after many, many years, we are offering an idea, not just an idea, abstract idea, but an idea that is implemented, that you can knock it and know this is solid, is an opportunity we should not miss. Because we are getting positive reinforcement from many other players, even in the US, but certainly outside the US, saying this is the way, don't abandon it, this is your time, please embrace this and go forward. And that is acting as an impetus. I am for the first time talking openly here, Shoma, partly because you won me over. I am a Sheldon. I normally don't do this. I'm very wary of these public sessions. But is because I think we need to also get the elites of India to understand this. And today the elites outside India understand this, and our Indian elites take too much of the cues from the elites in the US. And that has to change as we go forward.
No, that's wonderful, Sharad. Thank you for your trust. Unfortunately, we're running behind time, so these are all deep conversations, each of it which deserves a day at least on its own. But you brought up this, this division. There are 2-3 other aspects of that I really, and these are kind of subliminal fears that a society lives with. One is the thing of when you create such large structures, even a public tech structure like what we have created, that there's a great possibility of, autocratic, authoritarianism. There is surveillance, authoritarianism, monopolization, corporatization, all of these things are there. So do you think our public infrastructure is safeguarded from that? There is a sense that there is an authoritarianism creeping into our public life, and it is digitally enabled. We are becoming a very compliant society because you do feel that any given moment, the government can access your data, and it's very hard not to submit to these very large structures. So how do you get around that?
Absolutely right. And so I think where this is happening is in 2 areas, right? One has already happened and the other might happen. It is not happening in India stack, the 3 areas that I talked about, but certainly happening in social media. Social media curation is captured either by a company in the US or its agents wherever they might be. And in some cases, those companies are happy to go along with politicians or others to get their way, right? So we need to solve this problem. There is a solution that is in the works. It will be deployed in India. I want to also acknowledge a Bangalore-based company called Glance, part of InMobi, Naveen Tiwari, who has agreed to be the first pilot. It will be simultaneously piloted in France. And why is that? Because France also believes that social media, which is in the hands of somebody outside France, is a risk to their democracy, and their president has talked about it very often. If that succeeds, which is unbundling curation from the social media people that we have to do it in the small. If it works, then we have to convince others to do it. I think is necessary to preserve democracy. And there is an experiment that will happen. Let's hope that that succeeds. The second place where we have to worry is AI. Because you are already seeing this, AI will send to us the biases of the people who have made it. And so therefore, we have 2 camps in India. One camp says, let us make AI, let's diffuse AI as quickly as possible. But we don't care whether it's Indian AI or foreign AI. That's not the position that we are in. We think it has to be Indian AI, and we have all the elements necessary to make it Indian AI. If that means we have to slow AI diffusion down, we should, because the risk of diffusing non-Indian AI, or rather Silicon Valley AI, is otherwise too large and it cannot be rolled back. And so these are concrete discussions that are taking place. So I would say, be worried, be paranoid about social media, which is really AI at work, and AI in other areas. And if we don't find an answer like we found in India stack there, we will have to be really worried.
So just 2 quick last questions. One is that you said to be paranoid and worried about all of this. I just want to bring it back to the Indian context, that if one is paranoid and worried about the government having too much eye on you, you said that there's a techno-legal structure that's being built, that there are breaks in protocol that do not allow, And I still come back that if the government means well, that there should be objective oversight. You're not reinventing the wheel. Our entire constitution was built on objective oversight. Here, all the keepers of sight are being appointed by the government, paid by the government, their tenures defined by the government. So then there's a anxiety about the intentionality of the government. But you were saying that there's a techno-legal protocol break that's happening. Could you just share that with us?
See, if RBI, which I don't think it'll do, I think RBI has played this very, very well, right? If RBI says there shall be a mapper between Aadhaar and the bank accounts, there's no way to build it.
I didn't understand.
The reason is when I do a KYC, my Aadhaar number is not stored there. A virtual token says on such and such date at such time, an Aadhaar authentication happened of Sharad, but without keeping the Aadhaar number. So a mapper cannot be built overnight. If RBI tells NPCI that you shall track the location of the transaction, it requires a change in the protocol, which is not easy to do and not easy to implement. Similarly, on DigiYatra, since that thing is completely purged, a Babu cannot issue instructions on behalf of whoever and suddenly say that data should become available. So this is what I'm saying. The protection comes from our constitution, which is important because that's how policy is formed, oversight is needed, but it also comes from restrictive technology that makes it impossible to do even if a bureaucrat says, I want to do it. Because that is the kind of protection that we need to be able to make sure we don't go into the dystopian world that you are rightfully worrying about.
Right. Two last questions, and they are complex ones, Sharad, but in 1 minute, if you can answer it. One is this issue of consent. A lot of the fig leaf that, and some of even the structures that you're further extending the India stack to, is going to be a very consent-based thing, which you say you're a consenting adult. And I had shared with you the anxiety that even me, who's, say, an educated Indian, if anyone, any cookie, you say, yeah, yes. You constantly consent to things because the convenience of what you're having right at that moment is too important to not consent. Number two, if you don't consent, there's no alternative structure that you can get your conveniences from. You know, there is only one structure. So one, how do we get around this fig leaf of consent? And number two is that while this exuberant story of India's public infrastructure and what Rajan was talking about is very real, the other part is the digital divide in India. You know, there are staggering statistics. Only 1 out of 3 women in India have ever had the internet. Only 24% have a computer. You know, and the numbers carry on. Even out of Aadhaar, 73 million people cannot get their payments because, you know, their Aadhaar card, KYC, their problems, even if they are workers who want to get that payment. So again, it's a work in progress. I don't say it's intention, but how do you deal with that? So there should be a compassionate structure to absorb that.
Absolutely. So let's ask the consent. See, there are two ways to deal with privacy. One is rights-based structure and a consent-based structure, and India is doing both. It's a hybrid. On the consent one, the consent model works only if there's revocability, right? Consent is that I consented for this data to be shared. I changed my mind because somebody came to me in the evening and said, hey, why have you done this? You know, can you not take it back? So India is the only country in the world which has revocable consent built into the system, completely designed. Second is that when you give consent for a date, unlike money, when I give consent for my money to be sent to you, you have it. I mean, I have no claim on it afterwards. But when I send my data to you, in India, the system is that you get only a silver copy, which cannot be used for any other purpose than the one that I gave you the consent for. It's called purpose limitation, which has to be implemented as storage limitation. The law asks for all the three things. But why the law will work, like we said in the drivers, because the underlying technology, public technology called DEPA, has built into this. In fact, DEPA had this before the law had this. And so it's called organs, open, revocable, granular, important, don't give everything away, auditable, notifiable. So when I send the data, you get notified like you get a SMS that your money has moved and is fully secure. So it is this combination that will give us. Now, many people have converted and said, okay, if you have this kind of consent, then it's okay. So the devil is in the detail. If you have identity, it can be a Chinese system or it can be the Indian system. It is this kind of identity, we would love it, and 14 countries are implementing it. If it was Chinese kind of identity, we don't want it. If you have this kind of consent, we love it, we will use it. But if it was the other kind of US consent or the GDPR consent, I don't want it. I don't think it's a good idea. So the devil is in the detail. So that's what I will leave with you, and therefore spend more time. Depa.world is a place where you can go and get the tech and some of the videos there. Second is that, look, there is no immaculate conception in technology, much as we would like to believe there is. Systems get better incrementally or get worse incrementally. Now the question here is exclusion is coming down. I don't think there's ever been a claim that these digital systems will be completely exclusion-free. They will not be, and they'll never be. The question is, are they becoming less exclusionary than before? And the answer to that is definitely yes. Why is that happening? Is A, because Supreme Court said you can't fully base it on the digital system, right? So that offers constitutional protection. Second, India is becoming very, very good at what's called as assisted use of technology, which is to say, if you cannot use it, the ASHA worker will help you get an appointment. Or your child can get this appointment for you. So in every family, we are finding that there are people who are digitally savvy. There is a person here and some of you may know him. We rely on him a lot, so I'm giving him a plug. His name is Jasminder Gulati. He does Digital Desh. And he goes to qualitative survey. He travels from Jammu to Kanyakumari, east to west, very smart guy, and he manages to get hold of the phone of people after 10-15 minutes, because it's not what they say, it's what they use, and he's able to see that. And if we look at that, we are finding that in every family, there is now an assisted option available, either inside the family or through a para-health worker or through a business correspondent. Right. And if we follow that mode, we will be able to reduce exclusion as we go, and we should be fine as we do.
Thank you very much, Sharad. Thank you for your trust. I wanted to just suggest one thing. You have the year of government, you're inside the corridors of power, that because we're moving to such an information and knowledge economy, and it seems so plausible to do. There are hardly any Indians who have a computer. And there's so many young people thirsting for a computer. Can the government not come up with a scheme where and I know parents, like workers in our home, they would spend 1,000, if they're earning even 14,000 rupees, they would earn that 1,000 rupees to make a computer available for their children. Can we come up with a loan scheme where people can spend 500 rupees, spend it over a period of time, but let every young person get a computer? Because if you're moving towards this economy, this is too big a digital divide.
I think the politicians are doing that, because instead of giving people bicycle, they're now wanting to give them computers.
But why
that is automatically, they gave them data access, and now they're going to do that. And then recently, Epic, Ajay Chaudhary, introduced an Indian tablet, which can be affordable. This is not like the old tablet, which was all fake, right? Yeah. But this is a genuine effort, I can tell you. But I just want to mention something. I'm not in the corridors of power. In fact, in iSpirit, we have never taken a single paisa from the government. Because, there'll be many people here from the government. If you take even a rupee from them, you're a supplicant to them. Right? We have remained fiercely independent of the government. We work with them, but we never ever take any paisa from them, because we know if we do, then we are working for the government before we know it. And that's not the way. So we need to build a system where there is a place, a recognition for fiercely independent public technologists. There has to be recognition for policymakers and for market. These are the three parts of the triangle. They are, when working together, will provide checks and balances, the new era of checks and balances that will keep our society viable as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharad. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next up is again a very fascinating session because it again pertains directly to our bodies. It's a session on health and technology and the absolutely cutting edge frontiers of that. So to discuss that library of marvels, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ajit Singh, partner at Arteman Ventures, focused on AI, health, technology, cutting edges. Hani El Osman, who's a big data scientist and working with NEOM, a $500 billion experiment in the Saudi Arabian desert, where they're trying to rethink the societies of the future at every fundamental level. Fascinating conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ajit Singh, Hani and Osman, and my co-moderator, Aryaman Veer Shah, who's also a tech investor and a partner and co-founder of Tiger Feathers. Please welcome them on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, Shoma.
Thank you, all of you, for coming. Ajit, I wanted to start with you. You know, we've been discussing this kind of dynamic between the excitements of technology and then the anxieties around technology. You are in this sector of AI and health, and we've been discussing AI in every aspect, even consciousness. What is the overhype around AI in the health sector? And then what is the actual miracles that are happening? Since you're so deep in this, could you tell us that? Let's start with what's the overhype around it?
So can I borrow a page from Jared Lanier's book and avoid your question altogether?
Okay.
I have to start with complimenting you because I won't get the opportunity later in the day. You have pulled off a coup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And if you allow me to build on it, you pulled it off at two levels. First of all, you continuously restore my faith in India. Every time I come here, it goes up. This truly brings me pride in India and being Indian. I have to say, in the deepest sense. Second, just to benchmark this, I was involved in one such activity more than 15 years ago. 2008, there was a World Science Festival in New York. Brian Greene was on the program committee. My former mentor, Oliver Sacks, was a keynote speaker and the program committee. I was Tracy Day, you know her from your journalism era. And it took 2 years of planning. And I don't think we had this kind of attention span. And in the days of social media, we have this kind of attention span. You pulled off something remarkable. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'll now answer your question. AI in healthcare is real and here to stay. The very first application of real-life AI was 1967. Amongst the earliest applications of AI were actually in healthcare. It was a system called Mycin that allowed you to pick the right antibiotics and determine whether there'll be a reaction, you'll be causing resistance, and so on and so forth. AI itself has gone through what I consider 4 winters, if you will, 1974 to 1980, then 1988 to 90. My PhD just escaped the second winter. I was perfectly placed between the first and the second. And somehow the AI reality and hype has pretty much lagged that by 2 years. So anytime there was a winter in AI, there was a winter in AI in healthcare. Where are we today? The first drug generated exclusively by AI was approved by the FDA in 2020 as an orphan drug. And for what?
When you mean an AI drug, what is that?
So which means AI took a whole universe of possible molecules for an indication, PTSD, found a molecule that will work, got it an orphan indication from the FDA, and brought it to real patients. Entire process was done in approximately 6 years compared to a 17, 18-year period, from understanding the chemistry profile, the toxicity, the efficacy, getting phase 1 enrollment done, etc., all the way to getting a designation which can go actually to patients. So it's as real as that. It's being used in diagnostics, it's being used in billing, it's been used in fraud detection, all those applications are real. The question is, where is hype? The hype is whenever we try to overstate and say it's a panacea, I'll solve everything, it's obviously wrong. Example, we say AI will do better than doctors. Nonsense. AI will do more consistent than doctors. AI will not have the mood swings of doctors. AI will not throw a scalpel at the nurse. No, it will never be better than the doctor. Why? So mathematically you can prove it. AI is what? it's learning an average of the people it's learning from. At the end, it'll be at best the average of the data it learns from. Would you like to be treated by an average doctor? It's best learning the average of people it's learning from. However, would you like to be treated by someone who's much more consistent than a doctor? So if I take a complex pathology slide and give it to 2 pathologists, I get 3 opinions. If I give it to the same pathologist at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., I still get 2 opinions. AI system will avoid doing that. It'll avoid the human-induced bias. We'll talk about maybe Alzheimer's at some point. It can take away a lot of the human-instituted bias. That's what AI will do. But it won't be better, if any sense.
Right. So before drawing Aryaman and Hani into the conversation, just one other claim that one has consistently been hearing is that AI can, explore and discover new proteins, new materials, all kinds of things. So how does AI discover, it's a very complex process. Can you share that with us? Is that part of the hype or is that real?
Yeah. So AI discovery of new proteins, let's put the problem in context. There are 20 amino acids. We've all done high school chemistry, कुछ याद हो, मैं तो फर्रा लेके पास हुआ था, तो मेरे को भी याद है, आपको भी याद होगा, most likely, right? So 20 amino acids, those are the monomers, and those 20 amino acids become proteins, which are polymers. So in principle, there are 20 to the power of 50,000 possible proteins. 20 to the power of 50,000, because the various configurations of these things can attach to each other. There is not enough data to learn from. So no, it cannot discover new proteins. Let's come to humans. There are about 3 million known proteins in human body. So you can say, 3 million should be easy to learn. No, in one cell, one human cell, there are 42 million proteins in some combinations. Some of those 3 million, there are 42 million. There are 30 trillion cells in the human body. There is not enough data in this world to discover a new protein. Forget it. Now, can I understand the specific folding properties of a protein which has already been discovered? 100% yes. So that's where the hype is. And I encourage us, we always go to first principles whenever needed. Go to first principles, you can calculate these things on your own. Okay, may I take a minute to just, if I might, teach a first principle problem? Encyclopedia Britannica. 1995, they had 650 million in sales. 2005, it was 0. Why? Anybody? Why did Encyclopedia Britannica die? Online. Internet, online, that's the answer, right? Let's demystify that. That would mean that when you were doing something with Britannica offline and now you do it online. How many have had Britannica at home? How many of you actually opened it once in the last 1 year? How many of you opened it when there was no internet? Okay. How many times?
But getting to the point.
I am getting to the point. Internet did not kill Encyclopedia Britannica. People bought Britannica because it looked good on the shelf and it mitigated their parental guilt. It'll be good for my children. So it was a perfect product, $1,500 product for a 2-income family to mitigate parental guilt. In 2000, there was another parental guilt mitigation device. What was that? $1,500, laptop, computer. Computer killed Britannica long before internet came. This is the power of first principles. You can do this calculation on your own. There's a lot of hype in AI. So sorry, I took a minute to illustrate a point.
No, not at all. Aryaman, I'd ask you to, bring Ajit into sort of questions that you want to ask. I just want to open up Hani before that. Hani, as I said, you're a big data scientist. We've been talking about the pleasures and perils of data. You're doing something completely new, which is that you're trying to map human at a cellular level, not just as we are in a static state, but you said you're using F1 data, NASA data, counterintelligence data to build a health platform that will sort of surveil us at a second-to-second basis at a cellular level. First, tell us why you're doing this, how you're doing this, why do all these different models matter, and then we'll come to the pleasures and perils of doing this.
Thank you. Well, I've always wanted to start by saying, "Ups up, kaise hai." I mean, I've been trying to practice this for the past 10 minutes, and I'm enjoying it. I love your question because what comes to my mind, do you guys remember the movie Amar, Akbar, and Anthony? Beautiful. So see, I've actually watched this movie when I was growing young, and this is literally the exact status of healthcare that we have. between 3 different entities, which is the genetics area, the biotechnology area, the day-to-day healthcare practices that we have, clinical research, and academia. A lot of the studies which are 100% valid that Dr. Singh is talking about only exist on the 0.001 capacity control of incorporation, other region where we in the Middle East, Africa, and some other region of the world, we can only hear about it in Synapse if Shuma, decided to do so. So what we said when we were talking about NEOM, what is the real problem? How can we take the real issue that we have in healthcare? Because healthcare is a complex, non-adaptive ecosystem. And it's not because anything, it's because of the regulation, the policies, the control of insurance companies. So we moved a lot into the sick care. And if you've seen all the AI innovation that exists right now, it's all about how to treat a disease. Nothing related to how we make people resilient and focus on proactive prevention. And so what we looked into the healthcare, this is what we found in the realm of cost, quality, and access. We added 2 additional vectors, which one is capabilities and resources. My physician, my clinician, my day-to-day physician and clinician who's going to take care of me, you, and everybody else, have absolutely not a lot of information about AI and algorithms and genetic data and information. Some of them do, some of them don't. The second thing is convenience. I've visited countries in Africa and in the Middle East where they don't know anything about patient app. They only know a doctor when I am sick. So why am I saying this? To fix healthcare, it is not about the level of technology that we do. It's about how we weave a new Kashmir rug in a relationship between clinician, patient, and insurance company. How to do so? We decided that agreeing on terms, what is the right terms of healthcare? Terms of cost, favorable outcomes, defining non-favorable outcome, work across all these ontologies. So we built a new system called Machine X. Machine X, what it does, it uses different algorithms to present data to day-to-day clinician and physician and patient, because the idea is not to fix just the problem, but also to uplift and build capability of those clinician and physician. So they're no longer just the service provider. No, they are back to becoming the doctors who know you, can understand the relationship between my gene, can understand the relationship with my environment, and can understand the relationship of what's the next course of treatment.
I'd just like to share an anecdote. When I was backstage, actually I ran into Mr. Al-Osman talking to Mark McCaughrean, who just gave us that incredible talk on the James Webb Space Telescope. And they were talking about each other's work and possibly collaborating. And I thought that was very fascinating, because here you are leading healthcare and medicine for the NEOM project, which is this massive, as you pointed out, multi-billion-dollar futuristic vision for Saudi Arabia. And you're talking to an astrophysicist and astronomers. So how do you take learnings from different fields and apply them to your work?
One correction, whatever we're building in NEOM is not for Saudi Arabia. My mandate was to build a healthcare system that can shine the light to the whole world, and especially the region and Africa and all those who are needed. This is the whole concept of NEOM. It is not just for Saudi Arabia or for the people who are living in NEOM. Whatever we come up with in innovation or solid advancement is for the whole world. That's at least my mandate. Now, let me tell you beautiful things about the James Webb Telescope. I'm going to use a different example this time because it's lunchtime. When you walk to a grocery store, you have the flour, the butter, the sugar, and the condiments sitting in one side. But if you don't know how to bake them all into something tangible, delicious, it has no value. We have the data. We have the genetic data. We have the clinical data. We have the socioeconomic data, the behavioral data, and everything. But how can we connect all this in a system that actually learn, adaptive, and at the same time present the data in a tactical, operational, strategic information? So within the Machine X, we have two drummers. One drum is called the DIX model, which is the digital intelligence, AKA from the Defense Intelligence Agency. It's the way the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is by large, if there is a spy here, I do apologize, by large is the only industry that understands human being movement, because humans are dynamic. You know, everybody talks about digital twin, and they cite the Apollo 13 for you. Hey, but man, when we built the digital twin for Apollo 13, we didn't build it for the human. We built it for the machine. So if we want to build a system, we have to build it for the disease, because the disease is dynamic. The humans are also dynamic, and we need to connect them. What best industries understand this? Counterintelligence, in detecting any inch of movement by just changing things from an agent to a physician, a threat into a condition. And then we have to use different algorithms, and this is what exactly NASA did. NASA didn't just pour in an infrared beam into the sky. No, they've changed their algorithms differently from what they've been using in the Hubble telescope or from the ground station. They've used radial velocity, they've used photometric transient beaming systems, and these are systems, if I collect them and shine them into my data, I will take it from 1D, 2D to 3D. And that 3D will help me as a clinician and as a patient to all agree on what is the right outcome for me, so I can build a probability index for you.
So, I don't know if Eric Daimler is sitting in the audience, but I was, being an ambassador for you and your ideas while saying that some of it worries me. But he scoffed at it and he said, that's a lot of bullshit. A politer way of saying that. Because he said, try asking them how to make all these data sets speak to each other, and he said, it sounds very great conceptually, but it's not really, so if he had been sitting here, I don't know if he is, how would you have answered that?
I will tell him it is absolutely indeed a BS. Because that's what I want them to know. See, the beautiful things about trying and tribulation of things, it's to the eye of the beholder. When we had the Hubble telescope, nobody understood what we could do with the James Webb telescope. And everyone in the United States, including my uncles, they're like, we're wasting another $40 billion US so we could send the rocket moon to the sky. Innovation build innovation. We did a pilot phase actually for these systems. And we had companies from the UK which actually specialize in counterintelligence determination systems. They use their system for satellite. And we use some of their algorithms to diagnose one condition related to diabetes that when I send it to one of the major EHR in the world that costs billions of dollars, at 82% failure in detecting it. Complete failure. The system that we have managed to detect it from the first instant. How? We're using a combination of color and sound to differentiate between intrinsic risk factors and prognostic risk factors. And this time we're adding a new vector, which is time. And that's what helped us accomplish this information.
Ariman, you had a question for Ajit?
Yes, I would love to ask you a question that goes beyond just AI, which we've spoken a lot about, because there's so much other fascinating work happening in the field of biotech. For example, in the US recently, a company called CRISPR Therapeutics just received the first FDA approval to conduct, to provide its therapy to patients who suffer from a rare disease called beta thalassemia. These patients used to receive monthly blood transfusions, but after this gene therapy, in which their own cells were reprogrammed and put back into their bodies, they now no longer have to go receive these transfusions. They are effectively cured. In other fields, Sam Altman has put almost his entire net worth into Retro Biosciences, a life extension company. So beyond AI, there are so many other things, and you are at the epicenter of it all, having had a glittering career as an entrepreneur at Siemens and now as an investor. You are in Palo Alto, the very heart of innovation. So what are you excited about in this massive field?
So as far as the first topic you mentioned, CRISPR and others, there are other speakers who are far more qualified. Yesterday, Elizabeth Parrish spoke about that. So she's much more in that epicenter, she'll be more qualified. There's a future to those things. However, for the foreseeable future, those technologies will be very, very inaccessible. They run from anywhere between tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. they'll remain inaccessible for a time. It's not to say they should not be done. What is that Yogi Berra statement? Making predictions is hard, especially about the future. I mean, these things could drop in price, but not in foreseeable future. So my excitement is a lot more about making sure that the lowest common denominator, people who don't have access. The problem of access is not only for sub-Saharan Africa or Indian villages, at least 5 years ago. It's also true for Little Rock, Arkansas. It's true for a village in Iowa, where you don't have a primary care physician within a 50-mile radius, where you don't have access to the world-class oncologist. God forbid your family member should have cancer. AI and related technologies to be made accessible to those people in those communities. That's what I'm most excited about. And some of it is rocket science, some of it is not rocket science at all. It's innovation nevertheless. And if needed, we can double click on one or two such examples. That's what excites me the most. I'll say the second thing. What excites me even more probably is diagnostics. It makes up 3% of healthcare expense.
Sure.
It controls almost 70-80% of the expense downstream. And yet we don't give importance to diagnostics. Watch any television show, your Grey's Anatomy or ER or anything. What are the magical moments? The magical moment where there's a bunch of residents hovering around a senior doctor and everybody's confused and one intern raises their hand, I have an idea, and finally they have the brilliant insight that creates a diagnosis. And from then, everything flows smoothly. And yet we don't invest in it. So my firm, I'm not putting an infomercial for them, we focused exclusively on diagnostics starting 15 years ago, when it was not very glamorous. And lo and behold, 10 years later, there was a pandemic. And we were able to give the least expensive PCR test in the fastest possible time anywhere in the world. $2 a test, 4-hour turnaround, and we did a couple of tens of millions of them during the pandemic. That's the power of diagnostics, and to make them accessible, that's an even bigger power. That's what excites me the most. The simpler problem that affect a much larger community.
I'm really, really sorry, but I have to wrap this up, and we're just going to treat it as windows into, positive technologies that are happening. I hope that a lot of people will actually probe this further, Hani, even your health platform. But I really owe it to Anand Gandhi that we start his session now, because, again, with lack of time, he got squeezed out yesterday. He's a really vibrant mind, and I have to give him that respect to have him on stage. So both of you, thank you very, very much, and thank you, Ariman, for your interventions.
Thank you.
Let's have Anand Gandhi on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next up, as I said, So as I was saying, that why I've been really rooting for Anand is that he is that unusual being who really has a polymathic mind, and he's onto something that I think underlies this entire conference, which is the power of a story. We called him Sci-Fi Valmiki because he and his Nemesis lab, and they're a wonderful young bunch of people, are really trying to think about society at a much deeper level. What's that power of a story? What should entertainment really be doing? And why we say Valmiki is because it's almost like they're cooking up a new Purana for the 21st century. How do you explain these complex things that we are discussing in a way that is relatable to everybody? So they've come up with a gigantic, colossal new mythology called the Mayaverse. There are many excited... This is becoming the case. This conference will be remembered for Anand Gandhi. He's apparently not backstage yet. So maybe we should go for lunch. But this is a pact we have to make for Anand, that today we're not leaving the hall. We're going to give him a packed conference. He deserves it. So let's have lunch and then we'll reconvene for Anand Gandhi. Good afternoon, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience. So big round of applause to yourselves. It's just fantastic having you here, so thank you. I'd like to start the afternoon again with thanking all our partners because they really are who's made this possible. So big thank you to Shiv Nadar Foundation. We've been hearing about this intersection between technology, information, knowledge, power, and they really sit at that, the good heart of that, because they're one of the biggest technology companies in India, set up by Shiv Nadar. But this is a foundation run with his own personal money, and it is dedicated to education, the transformative power of education, and to put it in the hands not just of the privileged but the underprivileged. They have 7 premier institutions, and yet, they've, as I said, have Shiksha initiative as well as the Vidya Gyan initiative, and have spent more than $1.5 billion in the cause of education. So big round of applause to all of them. We also have the Glenlivet. You're freshly coming back from lunch, and their largesse and generosity. So big thank you to the Glenlivet for nourishing our minds, in the best possible way. To BMW, again, I'm repeating myself, but it is really at the heart of a luxury company to focus on the societies of the future, to care about energy transitions, and that transition actually includes everything. It's a mindset transition as well. They have been focusing on the electric car series, their I series. They have an absolutely beautiful machine outside called the BMW i7 M70. It's fresh, I think it's their latest in the I series. So please do have a look at that, and if it fits your pocket, buy it, I guess. And we have the DLF with us, who are again, constructing societies of the future, the megapolis. We don't really have a speaker speaking about urban settlements, and we hope we have that next year. We had Hani El Osman, but we couldn't get into, really the idea behind NEOM, which is trying to construct a city of the future. But it's a very important conversation, and we are very proud to have DLF part of us as well. We have Smithcare, led by Sanath, doing cutting-edge work on healthcare and technology. Prasad Wanga's Anthill Ventures, which is a tech accelerator, and NDTV as our media partner, and a lot of other well-wishers in the audience. So a big thank you to all of you. I'm really thrilled to have all of you jam-packed here, because there's been one speaker who's been badly done by yesterday, which was Anand Gandhi. He is one of the most fantastic minds in India. He's a polymath. His curiosity bundled into a body. His mind is alive. I call him an ATM of ideas. But though he's a director, he's a producer, he's a young band of people who run the Memesis Lab. He's directed Ship of Theseus, many other films. But that's not why we want to speak to him here today. What he and his group of young people are doing is to try and create a story for the 21st century. They've come up with this colossal new structure, I won't even call it an idea or a mythology, called the Mayaverse. And the idea driving that, they call themselves narrative engineers, is that the story, Yuval Harari said that what sets us apart as a species is our capacity. It was almost an evolutionary jump, was our capacity or our need for gossip and the story. That's one thing we can do that no other species can do. So Anand is here to talk about the power of the story, its importance in society, how do we wield it to update our consciousness and serve the 21st century. So ladies and gentlemen, we call him the sci-fi Valmiki, because think of this as a kind of Purana for an era of AI and all other transformative technologies that we're talking about. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anand Gandhi, and Tom Friedman's session is directly after that. Anand Gandhi.
Hey, Shoma. Oh. Thank you.
The entrance worthy of you. There was a kind of mystery whisper going around. Who is Anand? Where is Anand? Because we missed you so many times. So Anand, as I said, what you're attempting to do is just a really mammoth project, because it's to construct a whole new story for our consciousness, So first, what is the Mayaverse, and why what is your idea of the story in society?
Thank you for the wonderful and generous introduction, as always, Shoma, and thank you so much, everyone, for showing up. Mayaverse is to me the answer to all the questions that have led up to this point in my life. So when I was 16 years of age, I'd gone to my philosophy teacher with a bunch of scribbled notes. And a couple of weeks later, I found those scribbled notes photocopied with all the PhD students as their thesis research subjects. And I found that a proud moment. I really thought I should earn a brownie point there. I went up to him and I said, "Hey, isn't this amazing that a 16-year-old student of yours has written these questions, and now you think that these are worthy of research subjects?" And he says, "Well, philosophical questions are questions raised by children that scholars fail to answer."
That's beautiful.
And Mayaverse to me is the sum total of all the philosophical questions that I've been asking my entire life. Questions that all of us have been asking our entire lives, our entire history. Who am I? Where am I coming from? Is there a purpose to my existence? What do we do once we got this far? What do we do now that our legwork is going to be taken away by machines? So do we still have any purpose left? Questions like that, right? And these questions keep deepening. The deeper you go into answering these questions, more questions open up. Mayaverse to me is a sum total of all the questions and the solutions that I've had the privilege to synthesize and distill in my lifetime. A project that has been taken up previously as well by many before me.
So if you can kind of sum it up and tell us, I know you don't want to give it away because it's not in public domain yet,
yeah.
But what is, I've kind of been plugging it, but what's unique about it?
Right. Before that, I would like to build a case for it. So, so let's kind of think about another story.
The power of the story.
Yeah, another story told by a white man to his people just 20 years ago. And the story was it was a very simplistic story. That story was that it was an old story, an ancient story that has been told over and over again, that there is a bad man across the ocean who has really terrible weapons, and he has the intention to use it against us if we don't do something about it. Here's the man. So it's a bit of a jugalbandi because Zain got a bunch of slides and he's like, "I'm going to project anything. I know what you're going to talk about, so I'm going to bring a lot of images along." So my co-creator with my team is working the images. So this gentleman, he said to his people that there is a really terrible man across the ocean who has terrible weapons, intention to use it against us, and $1 trillion and hundreds of thousands of lives destroyed, millions of families destroyed, a region destabilized later. Oops, no WMDs found. So there was indeed a weapon of mass destruction that was discovered at the end of this entire enterprise. And but that weapon of mass destruction was not a weapon as we think of it. The weapon of mass destruction in this entire circumstance was the story, was the narrative that was unraveled, the story that was told at scale. So that's really the power of story that we forget. Of course, there are other pieces to it. The information, the record part of the story, who is telling the story, the narrator, all these things play along. And let's take another story in contrast, the story of a 9-year-old kid in a small town in India watches a beautiful story about the expansion of human consciousness and human imagination and human exploration beyond space and time. And 28 years later, Dr. Swati Mohan heads a mission at NASA, heads a Mars mission at NASA. So that's really the power of story that we have in front of us. Now, why is story such a compelling medium? Why is it that when I say story, I mean storytelling in general. So it also includes games, and we'll come to games also in specificity of games and what that does. But storytelling is an incredibly powerful medium that we have at our disposal because the greatest human ability is foresight, is the ability to foresee. We are the only species that has this incredible ability to imagine in our heads all kinds of futures, to start living all kinds of futures in our own minds just by sitting and thinking about them. Where does this foresight come from? The fuel of foresight is hindsight, is the ability to draw and record data that can be passed on generation after generation. So every generation does not have to start by scratching the surface of the data around, but data can be stored non-biologically and passed on generation after generation. So hindsight is the fuel, foresight is our greatest ability, and the machine, the engine that enables this is insight. The relationship between hindsight, insight, and foresight together is what we call a story. Story, hence, is a simulation engine. It's a priority machine. It's our is our species' unique ability to update and upgrade our genetic software. Our genetic software was designed for a very specific time and age, but our species has this incredible ability to keep updating that software and the methodology to share new algorithms with each other, to share new insights, new behavioral insights with each other, new social insights with each other, and record them is story.
Right. So, you have this very interesting idea that the mythologies of the past have not got updated to serve this new, very bewildering society in which we're living. New technologies, gene editing, CRISPR, AI, all of that. Climate change, many simultaneous tipping points, forces coming together.
Yeah.
And so you've been, so Mayaverse came out of this idea that we need to upgrade our stories.
That's right.
Our subconscious needs it needs a kind of cleaning. So, and so you've been saying that the story, that we have that capacity for simulation. And the West, so when we talk about mythology, I'm not even talking religious mythologies, but the mythology of the future, the Marvel universe, the Hollywood exports that we all live on. And you said that there's a very different subcontinental civilizational idea here in India, which is what you're trying to amalgamate and come up with a new story. What is that? So, what is the new ideas that, new mythology that will become relevant to the 21st century?
So the mythologies of the past, the mythologies have been more often than not phrased in terms of good versus evil. In terms of this is good, and now it's spiritual manifestation of this good to have to destroy evil, and then more often than not that the solution is by killing off evil. And the problem with that is that all these stories were written in capsules, in small micro-civilizational pigeonholes, and hence the evil was always the outsider or the other or the one who has already taken over. The world that we are living in is a multidimensional world with a large number of people huddling up together in this global frame of living together. Now there, increasingly we can observe, and I'm increasingly convinced that the battlegrounds are not being fought between good versus evil. I mean, everybody who's engaging in battle, every side that's engaging in any kind of battle will think of themselves as good and the other as evil. And that dissonance comes from the problem with our stories itself, that we think we've learned to think in these terms of good versus evil, whereas our real problems right now that we face as a civilization are haves versus have-nots. There is a percent of humanity that has access to all the technologies that you mentioned, and there is a large percentage of humanity that does not even begin to have any access whatsoever to things that were invented 14,000 years ago in agriculture. So I'll come to why we are so vulnerable to hacking. Before we I build the premise for what is it that we are doing and what our solutions are, it'll be useful to build the premise for why is it that we are so vulnerable to such hacking of storytelling. And because we think that we are really smart people, we think that we are also very good people. Most of us, I mean, unless we are complete sociopaths and aware of that, most of us believe that we are very good people with good intentions. Why is it that then there are still
evil outcomes?
So many evil outcomes. Why is there so much misery? Why is there so much pain and suffering in this world? What is really going on? So there are a couple of ways of thinking about it. One very important way that gets missed out very often, and that's why I really want to bring everyone's attention to that one piece, is our vulnerability to stimuli, to stories, to all kinds of visual, auditory, and narrative stimuli. And to kind of bring that to context, I'll draw an Aesop's fable, but from modern ethology, from modern day biology, not from an ancient observed behavior, or behavior that has been observed in labs. Now let's look at, let's think of it as another story, a love story that everyone likes, unrequited love. In Australia, truck drivers, every time they're on a bypass, they drink this beer called Stubbies, and they often drop the bottle in the woods around. And when they wander around in the woods, they notice a very strange behavior. They notice this beetle called the bejeweled beetle or the Juldimorpha beetle. The male of the species, oh wow, Zain is carrying everything. So the bejeweled beetle, the Juldimorpha beetle, the male of the species is often engaged in this courting ritual, and often in a mating ritual, with the most attractive, most beautiful female it's ever found in its life. This female is just perfect. It ticks all the boxes for the male psyche. She has a beautiful rotund body. She has like a beautiful translucent skin. Light pours through the skin and reflects the tightness of the surface. She's just like the rotundness and the largeness of the body means that she can carry that many eggs inside her. So she's just like the most attractive female this male has ever found in his life, and he's going to do everything. He's going to become Devdas for it. He is going to just court and try to mate with this female who is not interested in him at all to the end of his life. Now, the only thing here is that this female is not a real beetle. She's of our making. You see, the beer bottle stubbies have these dimples, have these tubercles at the edge for a better grip. And the tubercles simulate the body of a female beetle for the male. And not only do they simulate the body of the female beetle, it's the most perfect female. It's the body of this tubercle, this dimple at the edge of the bottle, as you can see over here, is shinier than any other female beetle. It's glassier, it's more translucent, it's tighter, it's more rotund than any other female. So when presented with a real female beetle, the male chooses a beer bottle instead. They're clapping because it does sound familiar already. And that's exactly the vulnerability that we face as a species. That we now imagine there was a really smart male beetle over there, and he would be like, what if I start a website where you can just go hot or not with bottles, or with females who shape themselves, who airbrush themselves to look like beer bottle dimples. He would be, Zucker Beetle. He would be like really smart in doing so. Not that he would necessarily understand why this is happening. He doesn't have to go take a biology course in understanding why that is happening. It's enough for him to sufficiently observe that male beetles seem to love these highly polished, rotund bodies and just present them a ton of them, keep them engaged in hot or not, and you can just like make all the advertising money in the world for doing that. I want to give one more example because I really want to drive this example home. So let's take another example. I know that we are running out of time with Shuma. I know that. But to build a case that is completely new.
No, it's fine. It's good.
Okay. So because these are new ideas and very difficult to kind of convey these ideas in 20-30 minutes, I'm trying my best to simplify them.
Well at it.
Okay. So I'd like to give another example because this is when you give an example like that, you think, oh, beetles are so dumb. But this is the kind of thing that's going about all the time in all the species. And to drive that home, I want to present one more idea, one more example. So let's take barn swallows. Barn swallows are these little tiny birds. they're like a little bigger than sparrow. Yeah, there, barn swallows. Now, barn swallows have this beautiful orangish, maroonish chest. They have these beautiful chest feathers. The reason males have these chest feathers is when they metabolize carotenoids in their body, their chest feathers also as a consequence become redder, and that invariably ends up showcasing their ability to fight diseases. So the red chest feathers don't have any function them itself, but the fact that the chest is red, that means that they have the metabolical capacity of carotenoid processing, and hence they have the immunity and genetic fitness to fight all kinds of diseases. Now, as a result, the female of the species absolutely loves these chest feathers. So, but barn swallows are socially monogamous. They nest together. Once a female and male find each other, they nest together. They bring up their offspring together. But males don't know this. But a lot of females cheat on the sly. They have these side pieces going on all the time. Now, scientists of Colorado University said, okay, there ought to be some pattern here. Like, why is it that these really hardworking, very, very committed simps, males, who are like putting so much effort into this nesting behavior, are being cheated on by their females? What is going on? So they found that the males who were very attractive to there was only one kind of male who was being cheated on, the male that had a paler chest, that had a whitish chest. That was the one that the female started losing interest in and started looking for a redder one. So scientists were like, what's going on? And they soon found that the reason for that, of course, is that the females are naturally programmed by evolution, they're hardwired by evolution, to look for a genetically fit partner. Now, females, again, barn swallow females don't have to go to a biology school to find out what carotenoid metabolism is and how that affects immunity or health of their progeny. They're naturally programmed, they're programmed by evolution, they're hardwired by evolution to respond to these markers, to these stimuli, and the response is invariably a fixed action pattern. That's called a fixed action pattern. So scientists of Colorado University said, okay, why don't we give the rejected ones, the scorned males, a makeover? So they took a $1 felt tip marker and rubbed it on the chest of all the pale-chested males who were rejected or scorned, and voila, they were instant hits with the ladies. They were suddenly laying all the eggs themselves. They were suddenly taking care of the eggs, and the females were not cheating on them anymore. So, when we think about human enterprises, this kind of behavior does not only translate to makeup or garments or pornography, which are the obvious parallels and examples that come to mind, or airbrushed people on social media. This is the kind of enterprise, this is the kind of thing that's going about all the time. Like, of course, the obvious idea is six packs in the human male is a marker for the ability to hunt and. Yeah, that slide came up, that's why.
Yeah, may I just intervene here?
Yeah.
Because I want you to start pulling these thoughts together is that, one has got that the illusoriness of this, or the fakery of things, which you can fall for and you're seduced by and you're mesmerized by. So if you pull all of that into a metaphor for how stories are kind of hacking our behavior, or how others are manipulating stories to condition behavior in us, draw it all together and tell us then,
absolutely,
if the story is the cognitive gym, then what are you doing with it?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's a metaphor that we use very often, which is how stories. So very quickly, why is it that we are attracted to sugar? Why is it that we are attracted to a lot of human females, or males even for that matter, because there is peer review there, are attracted to masculine six-packs. It's not that we are going and hunting, and it's not like that we are fighting predators like that we need these muscles for. But then if these barn swallows were smart enough, soon enough they'll have a barn swallow Hrithik Roshan dying to Kaho Na Pyar Hai with like muscles showing off, because that kind of muscularity, even though that's not of immediate use to us, that's not going to cure pandemics, that's not going to solve climate crisis, that's not going to solve the food crisis. Then why is it that having six packs is still so attractive? Because we are very easily vulnerable to that kind of behavioral response, and that's the most superficial ones. We are also equally vulnerable to ideas that the other will come and take away our wealth and our mating resources, our ability to find each other or create spaces for each other to have more progeny. Very vulnerable to stories that our kin, our kind, have to develop skills that outdo the kind of the others. And sports kind of builds upon a lot of that narrative ability. So a lot of our stories, a lot of our narratives have stayed trapped by
origenetic behavior,
by this original behavior, that originated in forest and savanna environments, in environments of profound scarcity. So these are vestiges that we have carried forward. So here's another simulation. Imagine, I often do this, like future generations of anthropologists from the future, or alien anthropologists from Mars, looking at us from the future and saying, how is it? What happened? What really happened with these guys? Why did they keep killing each other? Why did they have billions of children dying hungry all the time? And the other, I can totally imagine the other person going, because they hadn't yet invented transportation, or they hadn't invented agriculture. It's like, oh no, that was 14,000 years before their time. They hadn't invented how to transport food to each other. Oh no, they could travel to space. Not only could they travel to space, they could grow food in space. Oh no, they didn't invent language yet. They didn't know how to communicate with each other. No, language was 60,000 years ago. Written language. Oh, that was like 18,000 years ago. No, language transmitting to each other, information transmitting very quickly. Oh, internet. They had internet. So what was going on? Why is it that they had all the tools at their disposal and they still didn't do anything about climate crisis, pandemic crisis, hunger crisis? Why was it that nobody was doing anything about it? What was going on? they didn't use the most powerful tool they had at their disposal, the tool that could allow them to simulate all kinds of behaviors, all kinds of futures, reverse engineer ways of making futures come true or ward bad futures off. Imagine, use a tool that is the most powerful tool that they had at their disposal, the tool to imagine nightmares and imagine dreams, and then reverse engineer the steps required to make dreams come true, reverse engineer the steps that would lead to nightmare eventualities so that we don't walk into nightmares. They didn't use the most powerful tool, which is story. They actually used it. So what were they using it for? Mostly mating rituals and blowing cars into helicopters.
Right.
They were using the most powerful tool at their disposal as a civilization, as a species, to tell stories of vestigial behavior, stories that were relevant to them. Oh, I see why. Because there weren't enough of them, so they had to make more babies. And as a to dream of more babies, you have to have romance and you have to love. You have to have no, there were 8 billion of them. So the point is that we are not using the most powerful tool at our disposal, which is the ability to simulate multiple futures, to reverse engineer these futures into specific paths that can be chosen, that can be taken, that can be initiated to make certain futures come true and ward certain futures away from us. And the reason we are not doing that is because we are drinking our own Kool-Aid. The reason we are not doing that is because we are eating our own mithai. We are all just clicking our way away into with beer bottles, with dimples and felt tip markers. We are completely addicted. And in fact, if you look at if you go to any storytelling session or any session of any kind, even tech sessions, the last 3 decades, and for that matter, the last 3 centuries of human enterprise have been about people talking shop like this, meeting in conferences and conclaves, and really just exchanging methods of addicting the behavior of other humans. You look at any storytelling session, they'll tell you how story structures work, which is what? Which is basically, if you build this recipe, you will end up creating a felt tip marker that will attract more attention, that will attract more addiction. If you look at any tech conferences, they're only about how to attract more attention, how to attract more addiction. So we are literally we are stupider than beetles, we are stupider than barn swallows because we are drinking our own Kool-Aid. Nobody has ever told a barn swallow or a beetle that this is what's going on. We know that. Scientists are screaming at the top of their lungs this is what's going on, and still we don't do anything about it. We just keep drinking our own Kool-Aid. We just keep saying that, oh, that's fine, but I'm too smart for this, so I'm going to be the one who invents the felt tip markers for a little while. So that's really what's going on.
That's an absolutely fascinating analysis of the story. You know, you've also spoken of the story as a rectification of nature.
Yeah.
But Anand, we are out of time.
Yes.
So I'm just going to ask you to just pull this together literally
Already?
in 1 minute. Yes.
I'm not even beginning to.
1 minute.
We're in the first act of my case.
I know, but a lot of speakers, we've literally opened windows into their mindscapes.
Yeah.
This is a thought-seeding conference. You
Sure.
know, it's not the end of everything that we want to say. But pull it all together into now the Mayaverse. What's your idea for the Mayaverse? It has to be in 1 minute.
Okay, I'll try to make it in like 3 minutes at least. But so the point we started, just going ahead of that little simulation that we did, because alien anthropologist from Mars is a good way to put some thoughts into people's minds. Raju Hirani is here; he has done that as well with PK. So if they were to ask to each other that, okay, that's fine. This is how the poor people died and suffered and were miserable. But what about the rich? What about the wealthy ones? You said that there are 2% of them that were really wealthy and had all the resources. So surely they lived a super happy life, enlightened, no anxiety, no insecurities, a life of purpose and meaning. And the other would be like, I guess not. Because why? What was going on with them? Because they had all the tools and all the possibilities. And the other one would perhaps be like, but nobody told them. Nobody told them what can they do with their wealth. Because if they think about it, it's not, the solution is not M&As. The solution is not more mergers and acquisitions. The solution lies outside of that domain. And that's really where we started thinking of Mayaverse. We started thinking that it's not that people are not nice. People think that they're wonderful people. Most people think that they're really nice people, nice human beings. It's just that they don't know how to create systemic solutions for a world that has systemic problems. And our older mythologies don't serve that imagination, don't serve the problems. Our older mythologies tell us what to do for for local justice. Our older mythologies perhaps do a good job of telling us what some degree of justice is, but does not talk about climate justice because that wasn't the problem. Does not talk about oncoming existential threats in front of humanity because these were not the problems. It does not tell us about what to do when faced with these disparities. So the question that we started asking ourselves was, how do we do this? There have been attempts, of course, climate scientists are talking about it, everyone is talking about it, nobody's listening. What do we do about it? We said, we'll do exactly what the hackers do, the hackers of behaviors do. Nobody's going to listen to us unless we make it as sexy as beer bottles and felt tip markers. Nobody's going to listen to us unless we make these conversations as sexy as playing PUBG and blowing each other's heads off. Because that's what we are programmed by nature to do, to reward. We are programmed by nature to reward stories of conflict because we are designed in times of conflict. So the question we started asking ourselves 4 years ago was, how do we translate all this material, all these insights that we have at our disposal as a civilization, insights coming in from cognitive neurobiology, from evolutionary sciences in the world, with the future of AI, where AI is going to take away so much of our legwork in the coming years. How are we going to, what purpose are we going to provide ourselves as a species? What is left for us to do? And we took all these questions and all the answers that we synthesized and distilled together into a mega project, into a monumental project, which is called Maya. So this is really the first time that we are sharing some of this material with the world right now. It's launching later this year. It's been 4 years in making. And we said we are going to use every human expression at our disposal. We are not going to be like, we are going to find people everywhere in the world. This is not meant for only one kind of people or one class of people. It's meant for everyone at a scale that is unprecedented. Perhaps in the last 2,000 years, the scale has not been attempted even. So it's really Star Wars and Avatar and all the projects that we have seen from the West come together on steroids, with a 1000x scale. So quickly can show you a bunch of things from Maya. We started thinking of multiple species. We started simulating a planet. So we started thinking of how do we answer these questions, some of the questions that we started talking about. Zain, are you still there? Can you just quickly run through what that looks like? So we started getting artists from around the world, started working on simulating a vast world with multiple facets. We started creating 8 billion year geological history of the world, evolutionary history, multiple species, their geopolitics, and this has become a large-scale metaphor, a large-scale allegory, really, and it's really a space for everyone to come and work in. So in a way that Vyasa's worked probably back in the day, or Valmiki's worked back in the day, not replicating what they did, because a lot of that needs upgrading, and the great thing about mythology of this part of the world is it's always welcoming upgrading. Every time it's been rewritten, rethought. So that's what we are doing. We're reimagining some of the species that we have imagined in this part of the world. But these species have become placeholders and metaphors and allegories to talk about some of the most urgent issues of our time, urgent conversations of our time, but in a way that doesn't sound preachy at all, doesn't sound boring at all, doesn't sound like you're watching a documentary at all. It will be immersive, it will be experientially rich, it will be experientially enthralling, more fun, more exciting than any film or any game out there. So there are games, films, endless books, endless graphic novels coming out of this entire enterprise right now, with the singular intention that let's imagine, this is the work left to do in the world of AI for us. We have to give it direction. It's our child, it's our godchild, perhaps, and we have to handhold it now. It can simulate 200 futures for us. It can simulate 200 ways to achieve each of these futures for us, but we are the ones to have to choose our future. That's the job left for us to do.
Wonderful, Anand. And those are very small insights, but you can see the massive thought process driving this project. So, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Mayaverse. And thank you very much, Anand, for sharing this with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I can be talking to them. No, there is like a 1:30 p.m. thing happening or something. 1:30 is long gone. Like 4:30 or something that is happening in a cafe.
Yes.
So they can come. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You know, we've been talking about how the Troika in the conference is nature, humans, and technology. We focused at many levels on nature through the, it's been a kind of underlayer, but there hasn't yet been a focus on the most powerful force of all of this, and that is nature itself. So climate change has been moving at a pace which outstrips everything. It's the biggest crisis coming towards us, and a little bit like the beetle that Anand was speaking about, we're mesmerized with everything else except the one true thing, the one force and power that we actually cannot control. But even there are different aspects to it and facets to it. There is the human, the technological, and the pure, raw nature force. To unpack those things, and there can be absolutely no one session that really looks at climate change in a substantive way or our relationship with nature in a substantive enough way. So necessarily this will just be three facets of a conversation, but we have fantastic speakers to at least open those doors into the conversation. We have Martin Green, who's the father of solar technology. He pretty much, of course not single-handedly, but with his team, took the efficiency of a solar cell from about 9 or 8%, which is when he came onto the scene, to the 29% that it is now. 94 or 96% of global solar production depends on the PERC cell that he and his team have created more efficiencies for. So he's won every prize in the world except perhaps the Nobel yet. He's a professor at the University of New South Wales. So that's Martin Green. We also have Peter Seligman, who's the CEO of Neotara, but he was also the founder and CEO of Conservation International, a very, very veteran conservationist, who again is focusing on building bridges. Again, a big part of our intent, at least to bring all of us together, is to try and start synthesizing all these different facets of our collective life. And he's very much somebody who's trying to build a bridge between two of the possibly most polarized sections of the climate change debate, which is corporates and then civil society and indigenous communities. And he's trying to find the common language that will bring it all together to serve one purpose, which is to mitigate climate change, which is the train hurtling at us. And then we have Malaika Vaz, who's a filmmaker, she's a National Geographic explorer, she's an adventurer, but most importantly, she's that young voice. You know, we keep talking about leaving what we leave for the young generation, but we sometimes need to see that in real life, the passion that drives it, the awareness, consciousness, and hope, but also that knowledge that what we are doing one generation before them is not good for the planet, not good for all of us. Very powerful storytellers, all three of them, and to knit it together is again the most powerful storyteller of all is Thomas Friedman, who's been watching this dynamic between nature, humans, technology for 40 years, and I'm going to hand the stage over to them. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all four of them on stage.
Wildfires raging in Chile have claimed at least 46 lives. Officials say the death toll is expected to rise as fire crews comb through burned out homes and the flames still spreading.
2008 was a tumultuous year for the economy. The housing market collapse created one financial crisis after another, and it often seems as if the news can only get worse.
That human activities are responsible for climate change. That's the finding of a new study by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel.
In a single day, the caravan last seen in the Mexican state of Chiapas near Guatemala will be the largest since last year. Many of them desperate.
Well, welcome. This is a panel on climate change, biodiversity, and the role of indigenous communities in enabling the advancement of all three. We've got a terrific panel here. Martin Green, who is really the premier pioneer of solar energy cells with his team in Australia. Malika Vaz, who's an award-winning Nat Geo and other documentary filmmaker, telling the story of both biodiversity and indigenous people. And Peter Seligman, who is the founder of Conservation International, and since then the founder of Neotero. And we're going to look at this problem from all these different angles of both the solution, the plant and animal biodiversity challenges, and the challenges to human communities. And so, Peter, I want to start with you. You founded Conservation International, which is a great biodiversity preserving organization, but you went off 3 or 4 years ago and founded a new organization called Neotero. Tell us why you founded that group and what is the core of your mission right now?
Great, thank you so much, Tom, and it's a real honor to be here. You know, I started Conservation International a long, long time ago, over, well, let's see, in 1987. And the idea then was, I was obsessed with how do you protect territory around the world that was important for biological diversity, and eventually realized that the communities really had to be the beneficiaries of conservation if conservation was going to really take hold. And so for years focused on that intersection between communities and the protection of nature with wonderful success, but at a scale that, despite the 1.5 billion hectares of territory that were protected, was just a fragment of what really was required. And so in 2017, when I decided to step down as the CEO, I asked a group of scientists that were working with me at Conservation International, I asked them, where on the planet Earth do we have that intersection of really important biodiversity and essential territories for absorbing and containing carbon, as sequestering carbon on the planet Earth? And they drew maps, and I asked them afterwards, when I looked at these maps that really circumnavigated the entire planet, I said, well, who owns these territories? And they came back and they said to me that 1/3 of the Earth was under the guardianship of indigenous peoples, about 1/3 of the above ground carbon was on their territory, about 40% of the biological diversity, and most of the places where there was this intersection between climate and biodiversity were under territories, controlled by territories of indigenous peoples. And then I asked the question, who is supporting them? And the answer was very, very few peoples, no major organizations, and the organizations that were supporting them were not guided and controlled by indigenous peoples. And so we decided to create a new organization, Neotero, and it means Our Earth. And we decided to build an organization where at least half, and actually we have 12 board members, 7 are indigenous. The chair is indigenous. He's Maori. He's one of the 5 Supreme Court justices in New Zealand. The vice chair is a Mosquito woman from Nicaragua, a really strong, powerful person. There are Warawani, which are Amazonian leaders. There are Cherokee leaders. And this group of people actually brings to the challenge of conservation a very, very different perspective. And the perspective they bring that is so important to underscore and to highlight is that indigenous peoples are taking care of territory not because they are commodifying it and they see an economic value, but because of a relationship that they see, whatever the tribe around this world, it's a relationship with the place, and they see the tree and the animal and the river and the mountain as a relative. And it's not transactional, it's relationship. And so we decided it was time to actually see whether we could get the traditional approach of conservation, which was fortresses, sideline that, and instead elevate a different relationship, one that goes beyond commodity, one that is built upon a value system. And that was why we created it. And Tom, in the 7 years since we launched it, we now have partnerships with about 300 different indigenous tribes from around the world, across the Pacific, the Inuit, the Northern Territories, Africa, all across the Northern Amazon, whose territories exceed, just in this short time, about 400 million acres. And most significantly, there is a hope and an expectation and a desire amongst many, many indigenous peoples around the world. How can they participate? Because they see it as an opportunity to give back, an opportunity for self-governance, an opportunity to actually transform the way that the rest of us look at this place. And that's why we did it, and that's where we are today.
We're going to dive deeper. Just one quick follow-up, and then I want to bring Malika and Martin in. Peter, what does Neotero do for these communities? How are you empowering and enabling them? And give us an example, or a couple of examples, of exactly how your organization works.
Well, the first thing is that we do not go into any place and offer a solution. Our efforts are built upon building trust. And as you can imagine, for the last 5 centuries of colonization of territory, there's a great trust divide. So we see ourselves as neither indigenous nor non-indigenous, but that tense space between different cultures. And so we go in and we listen. So our team, which is just like our board, is predominantly indigenous, but it's a blend of cultures. We go in and try to hear and listen and build a trusting relationship, which involves going to the home of our partners, and they're coming to our home, and beginning to see that there has to be a relationship. So that's the beginning. And then as part of listening is trying to understand what is their own perspective as to the challenges they face. And these challenges are enormous, because if you have a spectacular territory in the Amazon or in the Himalayas or in sub-Saharan Africa or across the Pacific, there are a lot of entities that look at your territory as a pantry. It's still healthy, it's got trees and minerals and water and fish, we want it. And so number one, it's what has to be done to give the support that's required so these communities can defend themselves. And that involves just defense in terms of monitoring who comes in, being to have quick access through technology of eyes from the sky to see where the invasion is taking place, having the ability to respond, also having the legal authority to take action, which means that it's both place-based in that territory, but it also involves policy. How do you change the policies of a nation state so they recognize that it is in their enlightened self-interest to support what an indigenous community can do to protect territory? And so we will do whatever is needed. Now, one of the key missing ingredients in many of these places is educational systems. And most of the education that's implanted on top of them is basically, we're going to eliminate your culture, you're going to learn our stuff, you're not going to remember where you come from. And so we look at how do we help retain language and culture as well. And we are doing this one of the most fascinating places on the planet Earth is in a valley called the Javari Valley, which is northwestern Brazil, bordered by Peru on the west, Colombia on the north. It's a territory that's the size of Portugal. It's big, no roads, 15 tribes that have never had external contact. Yet gold companies, timber companies, fishing companies moving in and assassinating, killing leaders, shooting children. And so we were called to engage, went, visited there, and now are building support for their own organizations that have the capability of keeping intruders out and actually doing what they feel is necessary so that they can guarantee the future of their language, their culture, and their place.
Who funds you, by the way?
We are funded by a small number of individuals and foundations that think that this is the cutting edge of actually securing the health of the planet. There is a global initiative now called 30 by 30, which is basically by 2030, let's ensure that 30% of the oceans and the terrestrial and the biodiversity of the Earth remain healthy. What we have been able to convince those funders of is that this will not happen without the engagement and the support and the self-governance by indigenous peoples of their absolutely essential territories. And so a group of funders have come in and said, we believe that, we will give you the resources at a scale that allows you to do that. And so the organization has emerged as having those resources. And we look at this as a long-term commitment. It cannot be in and out. It's got to be a deep commitment to the diversity of cultures, to what they can teach us, to our being able to listen to them, and that way we have a chance of getting out of the mess that industrial society has actually created.
Thank you. Malaika, in your work as a storyteller about this, the drama that's unfolding now around climate change and biodiversity loss, what has you most worried and what has you most excited from your work now in the field?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Shoma, for that introduction. It's an honor to be here. Honestly, I would say that the thing that has me most worried is that when it comes to our value system right now, we're still building upon a value system that helped create and fund the fossil fuel industry, that helped it to scale to become the behemoth that it is today. And it's so critical for us at this point in history to figure out where we want to go from here. And what are the values that can influence us to be heading in that direction and really supporting the green transition? I'm glad you touched upon the idea of scale when it comes to protecting communities and nature, because I think if we want to protect nature at scale, there's no way to do it without people. With my work at our production company, Untamed Planet, a lot of our work for networks like Nat Geo and the BBC focuses on telling stories about how communities are the biggest advocates and protectors of the natural world. And by listening to them, what I've realized actually is that there isn't a monolith when it comes to indigenous communities. Not every single indigenous community member believes that nature is intrinsically valuable and they must protect it against all odds. Many people, like most of us, are driven by economic circumstance and the need to provide for families. So what we've learned is that when you unbundle that idea of the noble savage, and when you begin to see people for who they truly are, you realize that for the communities that protect nature, there is this intrinsic love for wildlife and nature, but they also understand that there is so much to gain from protecting the natural world. There is a huge impetus for action because a healthy planet keeps us all safe.
Give me some examples that you've adduced in your films.
So one of the most interesting examples that we encountered on a shoot in India, on the east coast of India in a place called Andhra Pradesh, is this amazing mangrove reforestation project where they took these abandoned shrimp farms and basically reforested approximately 10,000 hectares of land. And initially it was, a World Bank funded and foreign conservation funded project, but they had a lot of local community buy-in. And the community that then began to drive the efforts, and what they found was that by protecting mangroves, they were able to create healthy spawning grounds and breeding grounds for fish. And their economy was way more healthy because their fisheries were surviving. And the reason that's so critical is because when we think about nature and protecting it, it always feels like it's altruistic and it's this act of sacrifice. But what indigenous communities, the people that I've become friends with on my shoots, what they've taught me is that it is probably the most self-serving thing we can do as humanity, to protect nature because it brings us so much value. It is the most critical challenge of our time.
Where would you, I'm asking this question out of total ignorance.
Yeah.
How would you describe the environmental movement in India today? What state is it at? I don't hear a lot about it, in terms of the global environmental movement. There's been a lot of resistance in India during some of the climate negotiations. So how would you describe the state of sort of Indian environmentalism, the cutting edge of that movement here?
Well, I'd say, Tom, honestly, like a lot of countries across the world, it's important to decouple the idea of protecting nature and the idea of combating climate change. So I'm going to answer your question on both fronts. I think when it comes to protecting nature, I think India's done a remarkable job in many ways. We still have charismatic megafauna. I live in New York now, and whenever I'm home on shoot in India, I'm constantly in awe of how we've been able to protect elephants and tigers in a way that the United States hasn't been able to in many ways. So I think on the front of nature and wildlife, we've done a great job. There's still a lot of work to do, and I think one of the biggest challenges is we have these massive aspirations, and we have a lot of people and not enough land very often. So I think that development conservation struggle is still being figured out, and there's a lot more work. But I think India also has a lot to celebrate, for sure. And then on the climate front, I personally think that we need to step up our game. India is probably one of the most important players when it comes to mitigating climate change and adapting to climate change today. So we need to be making sure that when it comes to these international conventions, I was at COP recently, and I think India could have done a lot more to financially commit, intellectually commit to the battle. But equally, besides international conventions, I think domestically, working with national and state entities to make sure that we have enforcement of international conventions and national ideas is critical, because very often we come back from these incredible summits with energy and with a sense of hope. But when it comes to actually brass tracks and getting stuff done, it's critical to make sure that we have that cross-sectoral approach and we have departments talking to each other. We need to have, our finance guys talking to our wildlife guys, because without that, it's not going to go anywhere.
Great. Martin, you are one of the least known, most important people in the world of climate change. And so it's a pleasure to be here with you and introduce you and your work to this audience. Your team at the University of New South Wales in Australia held a record for 30 years?
30 years, yes.
30. How many people have held the record for anything for 30 years, okay? Would you share with us here, what was that record, how was it broken, and why was that good news?
Okay, well, most of our electricity historically has been generated from fossil fuels, and in fact, it's still one of the biggest contributors to the carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere is burning of fossil fuels to generate electricity. And I guess starting from the early 70s, there was an interest in finding alternatives to that. And solar was initially developed for use on spacecraft. So the fourth satellite to go up in the 1950s had some solar cells on it, and they worked really well. And the industry was developed supplying cells for these spacecrafts. But with the interest in getting away from fossil fuels as a source of energy, there was programs launched internationally to try and develop solar technology so that it'd be cheap enough to use terrestrially. And that's where we came in. We are working on improving the performance of the cells. So from 1983 up to 2014, that's the 30 years, we held the record for the performance of the silicon cells, improved the performance of the cells by over 50% in relative terms. And the technologies we developed along the way are now the technologies that are used in production. So 90% of the cells use technology that was originally developed in our very small lab, originally at the University of New South Wales in Sydney.
What's your background, and how did you get into this?
Well, I was trained in electrical engineering, so I originally became interested in microelectronics in the late 60s. That was a very exciting field, and there was a lot of developments. People were starting to put multiple transistors onto a chip and so on. So it was a very exciting area for a young person like myself to get involved with. So that was my initial interest. And then as I grew older, I missed a lot of the impact that microelectronics has subsequently had, like the internet, AI, all these things that we've talked about during the earlier sessions in this conference. I missed all that, and I thought, oh, well, you're going to use microelectronics to make better TV sets and things. And is that really something that I want to be working on for the rest of my career? So then it was coincided with this growth in interest in developing new sources of energy terrestrially, and I knew that my expertise in microelectronics could be applied to this field. So I switched quite deliberately to trying to develop solar cells, and didn't quite realize the impact that our work would have, but very pleased that it has made a massive impact. Not only through the technology that we developed for the cells, but during the 80s we had many, over 80s and 90s, we had many visitors from overseas studying in our laboratories, because we held the record for efficiency, so everyone sort of visited to learn what they could. But many of my PhD students are from overseas, many from China. And at the turn of the century, some of the more adventurous decided that they wanted to set up manufacturing in China, which prior to that had no commercial manufacturing and was devoid of all the infrastructure. But that initiative is really what has turned the whole technology on its head. And
because it's driven it down the cost volume curve.
It's driven down the cost really dramatically. So much so that the International Energy Agency has now declared that solar provides now the cheapest source of electricity in history, and it's the cheapest source in most countries of the world. And the good news is it's only going to get cheaper. So some people are now talking about a third major historical revolution. We've had the agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution, and people are now talking about an energy revolution in the form of solar that's going to be abundant. There's over 100 times more solar electricity available potentially than the energy that the human race uses at the moment. And it's got this potential to be incredibly cheap, already the cheapest source of electricity in history, according to the International Energy Agency, but the cost is still going down quite quickly.
So you are the human embodiment of a rule I have, which is that when it comes to clean energy, if it isn't boring, it isn't green. Okay, and what I always say about that is that everyone wants to be Al Gore and win an Oscar and a Nobel and have people stop you on the street, and I'd like to be Al Gore. But a lot of the actually critically important work happens in really boring ways, done by people who really know stuff. And it's something I've always admired. People. In my book Hot, Flat, and Crowded, I profiled a guy who actually figured out a way to have the amount of energy use in every Coke machine, the dispensing machine. And to do that, though, you first of all have to understand how a Coke machine works, the engineering of that, and how it interfaces with a public utility. And there is nothing more boring on God's green earth than a public electricity utility. And so I admire people who get into that, get into the really boring engineering stuff. So how did you make this breakthrough? This lab in New South Wales, up against the world. Talk a little bit about what was the breakthrough and who broke the record. Was it you who broke your old record or somebody else?
Yeah, well firstly, I wouldn't describe my career in solar as being boring. It's really been very exciting.
I meant the hardcore of it. That's all.
But I guess we got our first record in '83, and it was through understanding the physics of what was going on in the cell. So the photovoltaic effect really stems from the work of Albert Einstein in understanding the nature of light and the way it interacted with matter, back in 1905. But the solar cells were developed. First solar cells made from silicon were made in the 1940s, and then in the 1950s, with the development of semiconductor industry and everything, the technology really started taking off then. And then driven by their use in space, and then this terrestrial use sort of motivated us to work harder on the problem. So, once you set a world record, you're very motivated to keep ahead of the competition. So,
and the record is, how is the record manifested?
Well, fortunately, it's quite a standard way of measuring the performance of a solar cell. And the US had large programs during the oil crisis and so on to find alternative sources of energy. And in that program, they had many subcontractors, but they established the protocol of having any claimed improvement verified at one of their national labs. So the whole industry has maintained that. So when you claim a record, it's a record that's been independently verified by someone that really knows what they're doing. So there's no disputes about who holds a record because it's all been certified and documented and so on. So that was very fortunate for us.
The record is power generated per square inch of...
yeah, no, exactly. The power per unit area.
Yeah.
And that's really important to the economics because, you know, the economics depend very much on the area of the cell that you need. So the cells are encapsulated with a glass cover sheet, so the area of the glass depends on it. They've got an aluminium frame around them, the amount of aluminium depends upon it. When you ship them to the field, the transport costs and everything depend on the number of modules you have to ship, so again the area. And then when you install them, all the support structures and even the wiring and number of trenches you have to dig and so on depends on the area. So this efficiency has proved to be a really important parameter, and all the manufacturers are pushing, you know, as we speak, to squeeze this extra bit of performance out of their commercial product because it has enormous economic payback to them.
For all the excitement, though, of solar, it still provides what % of global electricity today?
Yeah, well, the figure for last year was 6%, but there's over 20 countries now where the figure is over 20%.
Interesting.
So Australia joined the 20% club last year, where 20% of our grid-supplied electricity was supplied by solar. So
what would be the top three?
Yeah, well, you know, like Germany has been a pioneer in the solar field. They have a large percentage of their electricity. I don't think they're up to 20% yet. Many small countries, you know, in the Pacific and so on, have large amounts of solar providing large amounts of their energy requirements. Italy is another big user. Spain, you know, the Mediterranean countries in Europe, they're all up around the 20% level. But in Australia, it's mainly privately owned systems on the rooftops of private homes. That supply of that 20%, 14% was supplied by rooftop solar. And along with wind, which complements the solar really well because it blows mainly at night and in winter, so it complements the output of solar quite well in many countries, including Australia. We had another 12% of our national electricity supplied by wind and another 6% from hydro. So we're getting up close to renewables being the major source of electricity supply in Australia. But only, you know, a little over a decade ago, Australia depended 90% on coal for its electricity generation. So even though coal provides 40% of our electricity at the moment, it's a lot different from what it was only a decade or so ago. And I think that we're going to see that very rapid change in many countries because it's driven now by the economics rather than environmental credentials of the solar. It's the economic advantage that is causing this transition in Australia. And I think that's going to follow many other countries, and India has been one of the big players in solar. So over the recent years, solar has been the largest source of new electricity generation that's been installed here in India, you know, as is happening in an increasing number of countries.
And just, we're going to come back to you, but did your lab break your own record, or did somebody else do it?
We kept breaking our own records for 30 of the last 40 years, but in 2014 a Japanese group broke our record, and then since then a Chinese group holds the present record. So the silicon cells convert up to about 27% of the sunlight falling on them into electricity. So people wonder, you know, why that's so low, and it's because the solar cells just convert the photons in sunlight. So you've got the red photons that don't have much energy, and you've got the blue photons that have enough energy to give you sunburn and skin cancer and so on. But to a solar cell, they all look the same. One photon, you get one electron generated by the cell. So you're limited to efficiency of about 29% with a silicon cell, but if you stack cells of different material on top of the cell, a material that, say, can convert blue photons efficiently, but not the red ones, you can increase the overall efficiency. So even though you're limited to 29% with the silicon cell, you can get, in principle, well over 40% by stacking cells. And that's the problem that we're working on in our lab at the moment.
Terrific. Peter, one of the things I've always felt is when I was growing up in Minnesota, the word later had a very different meaning.
What?
When I was growing up in Minnesota and thinking about biodiversity, I could do something now to help work on the environment, or I could do it later. But I think what is really defining about this moment is later is officially over. Later will now be too late. And one of the things that I've always admired about your work at CI and Neotero is that you've understood that the problem of both biodiversity and clean energy is a scale problem. If you don't have scale, you have a hobby. I like hobbies. I used to build model airplanes. I wouldn't try to save the climate as a hobby. And one of the ways that you have gotten scale is by partnering with business, that there's only one thing as big as Mother Nature, and that is Father Profit. And by leveraging Father Profit to your mission, have really delivered scale. So I want you to talk about one example that I think had a huge impact on Conservation International and now, and that's a company called Walmart. Tell me the story of your interaction with Walmart, because we have a lot of business people here. I think you'd be very interested.
Great. We think about innovation, and then we think about demonstration. But if we're going to deal with the massive challenges that we've created in terms of biodiversity and climate, we need to think about acceleration and scale. And non-governmental organizations don't have that on their own. And so I spent a lot of time making lists of which are the entities that can be global agents of change, where they actually have the standing and the reach and the penetration that if they were to embrace these ideas and this awareness, it would have a massive impact. One day I received a phone call, this was in around 2005, from a man by the name of Rob Walton. And Rob was the chairman of the board of Walmart, the son of the founder, Sam Walton, and someone from the World Bank, a friend of mine who was the president of the World Bank, a fellow named Jim Wolfenson, had said, if you want to get involved in environment, you should talk to Peter. So Rob called and he basically said, an issue that is of concern to all of our family members who love the outdoors is environment. And that's the glue that will keep our family together, because we're a little distorted. We have this massive wealth, but I want to retain a core value, a relationship with my children, my nieces, my nephews, et cetera, et cetera. And so I said, come over to visit my office, and he did, and he shows up with a notepad and spends 3 days listening to our planning discussions, and then said, can we go visit some of these places all over the world where Conservation International is looking at biodiversity hotspots and ocean spots and the places around the world that were just so significantly important. And so we started going to places, and we went to Suriname, we went to South America, we went to Africa, we went all over the world together. And one day we took a trip to go diving off the coast of Costa Rica on a beautiful place called Cocos Island. Mm-hmm. And you go out by boat. It's a 3-day chug out to Cocos Island. And on the way home from this beautiful dive, and it was with Rob and his son, Ben, who was an 18-year-old at the time, we were surrounded by this exquisitely beautiful school of spinner dolphins. And then we saw a boat cut through. It was a Taiwanese fishing vessel that was filled to the top with shark fins. And I said to Rob, if you want to change the world, it's going to take more than your family. You have to transform Walmart. And his response, which is natural, was, well, we're just one shareholder. His son, Ben, said, that's bullshit, Dad. We're the largest shareholder. We can have a voice. And so we got back to the United States, and Rob immediately set up a meeting with the CEO of Walmart, a man by the name of Lee Scott. And we went in to see Lee, and I brought a pound of salmon with me. And I said to him, Lee Scott, Walmart sells more salmon than any company on the planet Earth. The dye of this salmon, the pink of this salmon is an artificial dye. And the coast of Chile is an ecological wasteland because it's farmed salmon. And this is where it gets really important. And this is where I think all of us need to kind of tune in. Lee Scott's response was, I had my first granddaughter last week. I don't want to do that. And so we called a meeting of all of his buyers. And his buyers were young people. It was the next generation. And he said, look, I want to focus on doing something in the environment. I don't want to do it all across the company. I want to pick a couple of parts of our business to think about it. And a young man stood up and he said, Lee, are you telling us that we can come out of the closet about being environmentalists? And he said, yes. Which one of you wants to start? And they all stood up. And what happened was an infectious moment in Walmart. It was an effort that was greeted with extraordinary enthusiasm by the young people that were employees. And it was basically an effort to think, what could they do to change the way they purchased? And my hope was every single supplier to Walmart would have to go through a new filter. And it was a filter of sustainability. And the young people at Walmart wanted the same thing. The end result was they saved hundreds of millions of dollars every year by saying to all their suppliers, we will not accept your goods unless they're in recycled material. That meant they saved $300 million a year in taking stuff to the garbage dump. They said to their suppliers of fish, you need to harvest fish in a sustainable way, both in the way you catch the fish, but we need to make certain that the communities that are catching the fish get a fair payback. And it basically became, an effort that infected the entire organization, but more than infecting the organization, it infected all of their suppliers, from the soft drinks to the computers. Everybody got involved in it. And it spread, so that now Walmart, which is not a perfect company, now Walmart is actually, the CEO is the young man that raised his hand, Doug McMillan. And all the suppliers have come together in a competition to see who can reduce their solar footprint, their carbon footprint, the greatest. It's called Project Gigaton. And I think that that's what we need to be thinking about, and that's something that everybody here needs to understand. There is absolutely no rule written in stone about how corporations engage that says we do not care about the environment. It's something that our consumers are interested in, it's something our employees are interested in, and it's something that secures, as you said, it secures a supply chain forever. And we've seen that happen. It's across the board with companies competing to see who can do a better job. Now, not all of them are there, and I think that there is both an internal drive that's required, and there has to be a regulatory incentive as well. We need to marry policy with this. And so, that's where we are. That's what we have to be working on. And I'll just wrap it up by saying that there's too much at stake not to do this. There is too much at stake in terms of radical shifts in climate, radical shifts in drought, radical shifts in floods, heat waves, damage, immigration, impact on societies. We need to embrace this.
Later is officially too late.
You bet.
Peter, if people here in the audience want to be involved with Neoterra, will you be around?
For sure.
Yeah, terrific.
For sure. I wanted to touch on one other thing, because you asked a question earlier about scale, about scale and India.
Yeah.
And I just want to touch upon, there's a wonderful partnership that has emerged here. And it's not just India, it's India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh. It's called the Great Partnership for the Himalayan Forests. About 300 NGOs. It's being led by the Balipara Foundation, working with Conservation International, Bhutan Trust, there's the Ashoka Trust, and it's really looking at, I mean, we all talk about the Amazon. We all talk about the Amazon, but the Himalaya, there's basically about 1 billion people that are within that watershed. It's the Brahmaputra and the Ganges. And in the since 2000, 10% of the forest cover has been cleared. The mangroves have been destroyed. So there's a huge effort now that really needs to be supported locally, not just globally, to really look at a reforestation, livelihoods connected to environment, and it's right here, and it's as important an initiative as any initiative on the planet Earth.
Thank you, thank you. Malaika, you just finished a film, Sacrifice Zone. Tell us about it. How does it illustrate these problems? And then Martin, I'm going to tee you up at the end. How do we get that number for solar from 6% to over 20 globally? Something like.
So we just finished working on a documentary in partnership with National Geographic Society, and the focus of the film was looking at the world's biggest industries, so fossil fuels, plastic, and fast fashion, and its impact, disproportionate impact.
Fast fashion.
Yeah, disproportionate impact on communities of color. And for me personally as well, I think it was definitely a big shift, because when I started my career, the stories that I, gravitated towards were stories about wildlife trafficking. It was the stories of the small guys. It was, wildlife traffickers in China and poachers in India and people who were truly not at the very top of the supply chain at all, but were making a little bit of money from the destruction of the natural world. And then I spent some time on a fishing vessel in the Indian Ocean. We were out at sea for about a week. And at the end of the week, I realized that these fishermen had put so much effort and they came back with so little produce, right? It's an incredibly hard job. No one chooses to be a wildlife trafficker. And I think that moment really was, for me, a turning point to start looking at the bigger forces shaping our planet. And this film, Sacrifice Zone, was a deep dive into seeing how big industry really has to be accountable. Even the idea of the carbon footprint, it was invented by one of the biggest oil and gas producers, BP. And it's made us all feel guilty for the longest time checking, what our carbon footprints are personally, checking about, whether or not that plastic toothbrush we use has an impact on the planet. But it's critical at this point to really make sure that the onus of accountability is on corporations, and equally for people in the environmental movement to not antagonize that sector, to know that we cannot have perfect allies. We can have a couple of perfect allies, but we can have many, many, many more imperfect allies who are trying their 100% to change the way we protect our planet. And there will be, aspects of their businesses that will take longer to make sustainable because it's a long game. But there are aspects that we can truly double down on right now and expand in terms of urgency. And when it comes to scale, again, it's really critical to make sure that we're talking to corporates just as much as we're talking to people at the grassroots level. Because when we start looking at the issue of climate change and mitigating all of the emissions that we have out there, but we don't think about the biodiversity side of the problem, what often happens is that we're creating ecosystems that on paper mean so much, 10,000 hectares of forested land. But if that is, not a primary growth forest, if that cannot sustain wildlife, if it cannot look after the needs of communities who live alongside it, what does that mean? And if you look at right now, just a simple statistic of animal biomass on our planet, about 62% is livestock. The rest, 35% roughly, is humans. And then only about 4 or 5%, and the numbers keep changing, but about 4 or 5% is wild animals and biodiversity. So we're not really fighting for a lot. There's not that much left out there. And when you realize that it's really this little pocket that we have of biodiversity, we have to protect it right now. And we have to make sure that we're protecting it in a way that is tackling the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss.
Thank you. Martin, you are the solution to the problems they've described in many ways. How do we get from that 6% to 20% everywhere and 20% to 40%? What will it take by way of innovation? And why should I be excited that we've just gone from PERC to TOPCon?
Yeah, so the industry is in fact growing very quickly. So the amount of solar being installed sort of roughly has doubled every 3 years. But last year was from 2022 to 2023 was a really big year, the best year for over a decade, but the amount installed went up 66%, which is just a massive increase. So, you know, I think as the more widespread understanding of how cheap solar has become, you know, as that information becomes more widely taken up, we're going to see a sort of natural, strong growth in the industry. Many countries have committed to be net carbon zero by, you know, various dates. But I think what would accelerate that transition to a, you know, zero carbon future would be actual programs, documented programs for timetables for when those change is required to reach net zero, you know, a timetable and a transition plan for reaching that rather than just specifying of a date. So I think that's what really would accelerate the uptake of solar. Although it's happening very rapidly, the industry has shown it's got the potential to grow very rapidly and has grown rapidly over the last several decades, but it can supply a lot more than the demand at the moment.
And just quickly to wrap us up, why should I be excited that we're going from PERC to TOP-CON?
Yeah, they're both technologies that were developed in our lab, but they're battling for market share at the moment. Like PERC had about 90% of the market in 2022, but TOPCon is starting to challenge it. But the as I mentioned before, the efficiency, the amount of power that you get out of a given area has enormous leverage in all the costs associated with using solar and the cost of electricity that you generate from them. So the industry is continually pushing to higher and higher performance. So with the silicon cells, they're approaching a limit that I briefly mentioned of 29% efficiency, but there's still this approach of stacking cells of different material that I think will take the industry eventually up to 40% once the research problems involved in doing that have been solved. So efficiency is important, so that's why there's a continual battle between these technologies to make sure that the industry is extracting the full potential possible from the technology that's available.
And TOPCon's the new...
TOPCon's the new king of the market at the moment. So it's had about 10% market share last year, but it'll probably be 20 or 30% this year, and then following year it'll dominate the market.
I think that means we're over. Thank you so much. Terrific panel. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
We've spoken about technology at every level and at every sort of context that we can think of, and yet we haven't focused on one absolutely new frontier of technology, which is how it is deployed in the state of war. Technology has opened up completely new landscapes of war, and there are three elements that describe that landscape. It's asymmetrical, it's anonymous, and it is completely exponential. I'll just give us one fact to think about. Microsoft says that every single day, it looks at 65 trillion signals to look for hostile action. During this Israel-Hamas war, there was an anonymous group that calls themselves predatory sparrows that shut down 70% of Iran's gas stations. We ourselves have been through that with AIMS, with the Aadhaar leak. There are now anonymous players that are able to create havoc. We also have autonomous weapons, which both states and non-state players can use. So this completely new shifting territory of war and military sort of deployment is something that we haven't yet touched upon. So this anonymous asymmetrical war is something that we want to unpack, and to have that we have three fantastic speakers. There's Ephraim Halevi, who is the former Mossad chief, and he was the Mossad chief during 9/11, so he has a particular bird's eye view on all of this. Unfortunately, again, he's one of the speakers who's not been able to come in person. He was very much wanting to, but the Israeli embassy asked him not to, given the context. We'd also like to speak with him about the Hamas war and how the sort of technological dome that Israel has built around itself and what it's famed for broke down, how there was an intelligence failure. We also have the serving general, and who's the chief of India's national cybersecurity, or the coordinator as his official designation is, which is General M.U. Nair. And we have Anshuman Tripathi, who's part of the National Security Advisory Board with a particular focus on quantum, but we're going to have another session on quantum immediately afterwards, but who's part of the overall National Security Board looking at new technologies and how it's changing the landscape. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all of them on stage. Doing this session with me will be Executive Editor of Lucid Lines, Ritika Pasi.
I'll take this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's right.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us online. Mr. Halevi, it would have been wonderful to have you here, but thank you again for joining us on Zoom. I actually wanted to start with you, General Nair. As I said that, it's just one statistic, but just to repeat it, I don't know if you caught it backstage, that Microsoft speaks about having to triage 65 trillion signals a day to be able to keep off hostile action on the internet. Now, you're running India's national cybersecurity. Tell us about the challenges you face on any given day. And, of course, we want some jaw-drop facts from you. So tell us about something that you've managed to ward off to do this. And how has this landscape made it very difficult to protect India?
Thank you, Shoma. It's wonderful being here. And I think it's probably the first time that a serving officer is speaking to an audience like this. I will start back from what I started. I heard in the previous session, there's a member who spoke about spending 30 years in an organization. I've spent 39 years and I'm getting into my 40th year. I got commissioned into the Indian Army in 1984. So it's my 40th year. And I joined the Corps of Signals, where at that point of time, we only had communications either one-to-one, which is on terrestrial media like cables, or if you had to speak on a network, it had to be a radio communication. So the only challenges we faced was monitoring of physical lines, which was a difficult task at that point of time, or we could have somebody, either, monitoring your communications, carrying out deception. So these are the, challenges which we faced in my younger days in service. Come 80s, 90s, we had technology evolving from an analog mode of communications. We changed on to digital mode, and the challenges increased, it actually multiplied over a period of time. And the introduction of cellular services in India in, I think, 1995 changed the dynamics completely. And when we had networks and the entire communication architecture changed, and we had challenges from multiple areas. Today, we have reached a stage where all of you are probably carrying smartphones here. All of you are carrying devices, multiple devices. We have no ability to see how many devices are working at any point of time. Each of these devices are making connections, sending out signals. She mentioned 6.5 trillion?
65
trillion. So every device you have in this hall is actually connecting with somebody. It's sending out signals. You have a system of networks. We have over large and big, there are more than 1,000 service providers providing communications. It could be CAT A, B, C in various cities today. So they're all sending these signals all over the country, outside the country. They are sending it through all types of medium, terrestrial, or through radios, the radiating media, through space communications. So the challenges of a device ecosystem, large number of networks. We also have applications which are riding. I'm sure you're all aware of platforms providing you with applications. So each of them are sending out messages, signals, data, and we have a large ecosystem of data storage. I'm sure you know the type of data which is today hosted on the cloud or on premise. It actually multiplies the challenges a whole lot. In addition, you mentioned about the challenges we face. India is probably having the largest growing digital public infrastructure. I think as citizens of our country, we all should be proud of it. And we have the proliferation of both 5G taking place at a rapid pace. So all of them adds to a major challenge where protection of data, which is sensitive, could be affecting each of our citizens is a major challenge. And that's the enormous task which we are supposed to make sure that that we have adequate cybersecurity norms in place to protect our citizens as also our national sovereignty. This is the type of challenge I have, Shoma.
Oh, that's a gigantic landscape of war. And so I have one quick corollary question to that before we draw everyone else into the conversation. And that is that given that the country hasn't been brought to a standstill, does that mean that there aren't that many hostile actors out there? Or does that mean that you have this invisible army and you're doing a really good job of protecting us?
Okay, I missed out the aspect that now I'll just give you an example of what happened during the G20. I'm sure you would have all seen it in open online also. So we had a lot of malicious traffic being generated at that point of time flowing into our country, and it was a colossal, it's a mission impossible for all of us to protect this cyberspace of our country. But we did it through a coordinated mechanism where all organs of the government actually functioned and made sure that the cyberspace is protected. This is one example which I just wanted to quote. There are many incidents like this, and there are a large number of both state and non-state actors involved in this game. So cybersecurity is something which we all need to be aware of. We should be the large number of measures which we need to adopt that our cyberspace is protected.
Right. Thank you so much. And actually, General Nair forgot one particular statistic which is quite astounding. He said that this phone is almost more powerful than the battle tanks that the army has. It can do 17 trillion calculations in a second, and it's really like a ticking time bomb that we all hold with us. He said that if you want to track anything that you're doing at any given moment, it's possible through this. When we possess a phone, everything is up there for surveillance. But that particular attack he spoke about, there were 11 lakh per second or per minute attacks that were happening on the.
Yeah.
It's on.
Yeah. Shoma, I'll not get into statistics. I just wanted to tell this audience that the number of threats we face every week is much more than the global average. It's about 2,100 attacks which we face at our critical infrastructure, which is double the global rate. And this is the challenge which we face. It's coming from multiple directions, but there are mechanisms. Many of these cyber incidents are warded off right at the beginning, so they will not affect citizens or the infrastructure which it's actually protecting. But attacks which go into the nitty-gritties, get into the critical infrastructure is what I just mentioned. And there are multiple types of attacks which happen, and it's a major challenge.
Thank you so much. Ritika, you wanted to open up Anshuman's landscape, and Mr. Halevi, we're just coming to you in a second.
So, cybersecurity aside, technology is considered as a driver of conflict. Don DeLillo, he said, it's his quote, he said that war is the ultimate representation of modern technology. So technology is a driving force, but it's also today become a landscape where a balance, where a power conflict is happening. I want to now turn towards this aspect and ask you, Mr. Tripathi, that we talk about the global order, but now there is another term that needs to be taken into consideration, which is the tech order. And this tech conflict that we've been witnessing, particularly since COVID began, but even before, has basically begun because of the bigger conflict between US and China for global power and global leadership. In such a context, now that has spilled over into technology, where does India locate itself?
Thanks for the question. But firstly, thanks, Shoma, for having me. And kudos to you for having a crowd on the second day of the second half of the event. Everyone here, a round of applause for yourself. Thanks for being here. Technology order, absolutely true. India ranks one of the topmost levels. The first thing I would say is, and I've said this before in many of my speeches before, technology, one of the fundamental ones is semiconductors. Now, no matter where is a semiconductor manufacturing fab or a design center in the world, we can guarantee you there's an Indian engineer who is doing the operations and the design and the research or the operations in that lab or in the design center. That is the quality, that is the volume of technology, human resource that India is producing. And that's an independent variable. Everything flows from there. Now, if you see, and I said semiconductors is a foundational technology, if I usually like to do this, like if you take this room, and we were in our previous berths, and Shoma was doing this event in 1924, 100 years ago, what would be different in this room today? The IT won't be there, that's semiconductors. We'd be having similar kind of architecture, a room, furniture, similar. We would not be typing onto our computers. We might have typewriters, or we would have had handwriting. Handwriting is gone now. We're only typing. All that is built on semiconductors. Clothes. What is different? Only one thing between then, or even before that, Egyptian cotton, and now? Polyester yarn. Polyester yarn, computational simulations help you make it. So there's a long list, and I can continue. Semiconductors is a foundational technology, and so is AI. Those two is where India is making a strong amount of focus.
So, when you said that India is right at the top of the tech order, or it's among the top countries, I'd like to counter that by asking or presenting a couple of facts, even when it comes to chips. In fact, Rajan Anandan, in his session, he mentioned that India accounts for 30% of semiconductor demand, but does not actually make any in-house. And the AI mission, I believe, the semiconductor mission, I believe, began a couple of years ago. It was announced by the government, and India still hasn't been able to set up a semiconductor facility in-house. So what then qualifies India to play in this tech game that we're witnessing?
Good question. Let me correct you on a few things. Firstly, India has a semiconductor fab.
At Mohali, yes.
At Mohali. And another one down south for compound semiconductors. Since 1990s, when we had the Pokhran 2 and we had embargoes, we could not import a lot of semiconductors, but for our strategic sector, we needed chips. We set up our own, and we are proud, and I'm proud to share, there are Indian chips which have gone to space. There are not that many fabs in the world which can take pride and say their chips are sitting on Mars or the moon. Indian chips from Semiconductor Complex Mohali have made all the way there. Now, some might say, yeah, absolutely. We've been doing it for quite a long time. We have compound semiconductors which go into the radars which are used on the LCA and other fighter jets. So it was a requirement. And yes, war Adversity is the mother of invention. We were put in a position where we had an embargo, and we had these big programs running, and we needed to support them with chips. We made them in-house. Then you might say they're not the latest. Well, let me assure you, the world over, we are conservative when we go into outer space. You don't want to send a chip on a satellite, on a rocket to Mars, and then realize there was a bug. And he said, sorry, sir, I kind of left a bug in there. You want to be rock solid sure. So we always use a little data technology. And as General I just mentioned, yes, iPhone is much better, but a lot of the strategic infrastructure still runs on technology which is well proven.
So I'm just going to draw Mr. Halevi into the conversation. Mr. Halevi, I just want to set the framework for this, though we will ask some questions about the Israel-Hamas war that's ongoing. But Mr. Halevi did ask me not to go deeply into that because that's a whole other conference on its own. So we will touch upon that, but if you don't find the in-depth conversation that it deserves, then please understand that that's not the framework of the conference. So, Mr. Halevi, as you said, you were the Mossad chief during 9/11. You've been at the cutting edge of, these changing technologies for the better part of 20-25 years. And Israel is almost synonymous with technological defense in particular. So very quickly first, what have you seen really change in these 20 years? What is the absolute cutting edge technological prowess that Israel has and the challenge that Israel faces? And the fact that you all had the dome, the Iron Dome, but that could be penetrated by Hamas warriors that do not have the level of technology you do, but could penetrate it. How did the famed Israeli surveillance structure break down?
Well, that's a tall order within minutes. First of all, I'd like to say that I entered the scene over 60 years ago. I entered the Mossad in 1961. And I left the Mossad in 1995, and I came back, recalled to become head of Mossad for 4.5 years, leading into 2002. And it was a totally different scene when we began, and it was an absolutely different scene where we ended, and when we went into technology to be a key player in intelligence. And it is no shall we say, not simply a side effect of all this, that ultimately the intelligence chiefs have been playing a role far beyond the role that they have played ever before. If today, for instance, there is a large element of negotiation now between Israel and Hamas about how to bring the war to an end and to release the over 200 abducted Israeli non-combatants in the hands of Hamas. It is the head of the CIA from Washington who is spending his time in the team trying to settle this problem. Because ultimately, intelligence, more than ever before, has become a very, very important player. And I'll give you one more example, which I think is also an example of great importance. And that is the war between Ukraine and Russia. In an effort to prevent President Putin from launching his assault into Ukraine, the President of the United States sent the head of the CIA, not a diplomat, although he was originally a diplomat, but he, in his role as head of the CIA, to meet Mr. Putin before the war began, and to tell him exactly how he believes the war will unfold, based on information he already had about what Putin was able to do and what he was not able to do. Because this is also something which is of great importance. And then there is a third example. That is the example of Libya, when it became known that Gaddafi, who was a the master of Libya, was developing a nuclear capability, a military nuclear capability. The negotiations which took place between him and the world were between him and the heads of the British and American intelligence services together. And they went to him and to see him in Libya, and they afterwards, in the end, were able to prevail on him to more or less put aside his entire capability and to dismantle it, and to enable him to get an assurance that he would not be attacked in the end, but he was in the end unfortunately attacked, and this was a very unpleasant result of this move. What I'm saying is that intelligence has become a major player all along, and it will continue to be so. And intelligence today is not only human intelligence, although the original aspect of human intelligence, the recruitment of human people as agents, this is still a very strong element. But the technology that now is in the field that can be used by agents in order to transfer information, and not only to transfer information, but also to coordinate an operation which is on, shall we say, 3 continents simultaneously. This is something entirely new, which is the result of technology of today.
Right. Mr. Halevi, you know, I was saying that to narrow this down, we've kind of picked 3 words: anonymous, autonomous, and asymmetrical. It's very, interesting is the wrong word. Disturbingly, 9/11 was you said almost perhaps the first technological war, because when you found out, when you all investigated it, you found that the command center of the 9/11 attack was really in Germany, and that everything had been coordinated from Germany. With that knowledge, and I'm sure given the closeness that the US and Israel share, that must have been information you shared with the US. Would you share with us today why, despite that knowledge, it ended up being that Afghanistan and Iraq were then attacked rather than just dismantling the command center in Germany?
I think that the events began to, shall we say, to proliferate around the world. And it became a very, very easy matter to coordinate operations from various places far away from the area of action. We have the 9/11. I remember sitting across the Prime Minister of Israel, Sharon, and suddenly somebody brought in a piece of paper, and he read it, and he said to me, you have to go back to your office immediately, because the world is now as a whole in a crisis, the like of which it has never been before. But this was not the only event. There was an event before that in which 2 American embassies were destroyed within minutes, one in Nairobi and the other in Dar es Salaam. And the coordination between these operations also were not carried out on the spot. And communications and the possibility of using the communications that now exist around the world. There's no place in the world today where you don't have possibility of international communications. That was not the case in the past. And I think one thing, of course, is very important in this area, because we are now facing the possibility not only of what happened in Gaza, which we'll discuss at your wish, but I think that we are now going to face the possibility of a new world war, a 3rd world war. And I bring to your attention this book which I am holding in front of me, which is called 2034. That's the name of the book. It's a book which was published a year ago in the United States. It was written by Admiral Stavridis, who was the former commander-in-chief of NATO, and was a four-star admiral in the United States. He later became a dean of law in a university in the United States. And he, together with another man called Elliot Ackerman, have shown how in the year 2034, which is 10 years from now, there will be a war which will probably involve countries in many places which are thousands of miles away. This book has been highly recommended. It's a book, by the way, which gives a very, very interesting picture of the role of an Indian figure who was able to avert an ever greater disaster than the initial disaster which actually happened, which was indeed the outbreak of a nuclear war in 2034. How to bring a nuclear war to the end. And it was an Indian figure who is, as I said, extremely important and very, very
who is that?
Unbelievably powerful inside India, who was able.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to cut you, Mr. Halevi. Since you're telling us something, do tell us who is this Indian that stopped a nuclear war?
It's not a person who is actually alive. It's a fictitious figure. It's not somebody who is actually alive. This is not. This is all. This book is pure.
It's a projected. Okay, I couldn't hear that. I thought
it's a book about an event which never took place, but it shows what people can do and what very important go-betweens can avert.
Right. I'm going to. Did you have a question to ask?
No, I just said what he means is a placeholder, and that goes into what you were saying. India is spirit to be playing a very significant role going forward.
As a mediator, or just like leading the technologies that can stop this? So, when you said as a go-between, it's an Indian that's a go-between warring countries, or was it a particular technology? Even as a fictitious projected future, what was it? Was it India's geopolitical importance or India's technological advancement? Mr. Halevi?
You're asking me? No, it was not the result of technological advancement. It was the capability of an Indian figure to be able to maneuver the parties, which included China on the one hand, Russia on the second hand, the United States on the third hand, and it was an act in which he brought about the release of a hostage who was taken by the Iranians in the Persian Gulf. That was the initial event which is described in the book. As I said, it's fiction, but it is fiction which is probably...
I'm sorry to cut in, Mr. Halevi. It's just that we are short on time. There's a whole treasury of information to unfold here. I wanted to ask you before drawing the other, General and Mr. Tripathi back into the conversation.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Now, yes.
I'm sorry.
I hear you now.
Yes. I was saying that, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go into the realm of fiction because there's too much reality to unpack still. That is there any understanding about how the Iron Dome broke down? Is it that there's too much reliance on technological surveillance now, and there's something to be said about still having human surveillance on ground? Is there a kind of hubris around technology, was one question. And two, that, in this war, which is devastating from all sides, and definitely October 7th was, very, very barbaric and difficult for everybody, certainly Israel. But the retaliation has also been a strafing of an entire society. So a country that's capable of precision technologies, capable of such detailed surveillance, why is it that Israel would not retaliate with taking down particular Hamas leaders, but has gone in for a kind of slash and burn retaliation for what happened in October 7th? As I said, I'm staying out of the geopolitical discussion, but just from a purely technological prowess, do you have the prowess to do that or not?
I think this was an intelligence failure, the like of which we had 50 years before, 1973, when we had a war, a Middle East war, with different players, of course, in one way, but with senior powers, including Russia and the United States, playing a role, military role in the fighting in '73, or at least a threat of a nuclear war as it was developing towards the end of the 1973 war. But here, this is a different situation, and it was an intelligence failure of Israel of the magnitude even greater than the one we had in 1973. And this is now being investigated. Every day there is new revelations coming out of what was happening before the war actually broke out. But obviously this, as I said, was a unique event as well. Now, whether Israel retaliation was the right thing to do or not, I don't want to express a very detailed opinion on this, but I will say that a week after the war began, I published an article in the London Times, in which I expressed the view that it would be a major mistake to conduct what they call the territorial maneuver, which is a term in military warfare, which means to say that if you carry out such a maneuver, your aim is not only to destroy the military capability of your enemy, but also to bring him to a point where his wish to continue the war is no longer there. In these terms, we have not achieved the result which this maneuver was supposed to bring about. But the war is not yet over, and the war now is proceeding in the north, the center, and the south of the Gaza Strip. And we will see whether the current negotiations which are going on for exchange of prisoners will be the preliminary step in gradually bringing the war to an end. By the way, here again, the United States is playing a very, very key role. The head of the CIA, Bill Burns, who I happen to know from the past, he was ambassador to Jordan when I was in charge of the secret peace negotiations with King Hussein. He is now involved in this. And again, this is intelligence being involved, not in how to win a war, but how to bring a war to an end.
Right. I'm just going to draw you both back into, and I'm just going to share one little detail which Mr. Halevi had shared earlier. It's interesting because he said there were actually women soldiers, warriors, informers on the Gaza border that kept trying to tell the Israeli establishment and intelligence that there was unusual activity building up. But I'm using the phrase, Mr. Halevi, that it was the hubris of technology, that the women were completely ignored by those who are running the establishment. And so a warning that could have possibly stopped October 7th, and then this devastating impact after that on the people of Palestine, failed on that turn of intelligence which was not taken seriously. So I just wanted to put that on the table. General Nair, since you have Mr. Halevi on the screen, and India and Israel is building up very close relations particularly on technology and military use. Would you share with us what is the particular technology transfer that we've received from Israel? And is there any that India has passed on to Israel?
As part of our capability building measures, we have had many nations whom we had interaction with on technology absorption. So one of the countries which we have approached or we shared their expertise is Israel. So also so many countries. So many of these technologies are evaluated and used only if they are found suitable. But as Mr. Amshuman just mentioned earlier, we have the technology prowess today in our country to actually develop these capabilities in-house. The startup ecosystem which we have is extremely vibrant, and it gives us a lot of hope for future, where you find that many of these technologies are developed through Indian expertise outside. So Israel definitely has been one of the key countries which have been giving us a lot of
General,
technical
there's no point having you on stage and you telling us generic things which we know. You have to tell us some technology that we've got from Israel or that you have given to Israel.
No, they have been helping us on electronic warfare. Definitely, that's some, the electronic warfare systems, the radios of yesteryears, they all actually had
Radios
been...
of yesteryears, they are passing on old technology to us.
No, yesteryears implies that what we used to use earlier. But today we have our own indigenous radios which have been developed. The software-defined radios are developed in-house today. So we had got their expertise at some point of time.
Right.
So that's what I just wanted to point out.
Right. So just, yes.
Can I add to that? There are a lot of technologies that we work with in Israel. One, on the semiconductor side, the fab that we have in Mohali has a lot of collaboration technology from Israel. Tower Semiconductors is one of the companies in Israel, which we are actually working with. There are a lot of other technologies which have been developed in Israel, but they might not have seen the exposure to a country of our size for use and the variety of ways in which it can be utilized. So we have strong collaboration with them, and also through the Make in India program, where a lot of the collaboration is happening, where a lot of other factors have been brought in, and what if it was used in this scenario, what it was used in that scenario to make it more robust.
Right.
Shoma, I just want to also add on that we try and template regions' geographies. Now, if you look at the geography of Israel or Palestine, the border there, and what exists in Israel, in Russia, Ukraine, it's completely different from what we have along our northern borders. So technology has its limitations when it's applied across geographical areas. There's something which we need to factor in.
Right. That's a very interesting observation you made, because I was going to ask you the next question. Just as I was asking Mr. Halevi, how did they have such an intelligence breakdown? Given the kind of satellite detail, I mean, I can see my house in Uttarakhand to this last detail. How is it that the Chinese were able to come into India with the massive intelligence structures we have with satellites in the sky? How did we have such a big intelligence failure?
Shoma, I'm the cyber security coordinator, and that intelligence is not my domain of expertise. But notwithstanding that, there are, as I had mentioned, every region has different geographies. The cloud cover that exists along our northern borders is something which we have been, it's a major challenge which we've not been able to tackle, despite the fact that we have multiple satellite, which are actually employed through all over, through international cooperation. We get a lot of imagery, but we still have challenges in terms of weather. We have heavy fog season when, though there are today technology available to see through such phenomenon too, but there are challenges. So this could be one of the reasons why we have some of the gaps in our intelligence, but let me assure you that there are a lot of technological developments which have taken place all in the army today. In fact, you would have seen that every day there is some new technology being absorbed as part of our capability building measures. So I think that, let's not look at what happened yesteryears. I think we should look forward, and there's a lot of hope, and I'm sure our borders are well protected. And I think as a serving officer, I'd like to assure you, each one of you here, that there is not going to be any violation of our territorial integrity. That's something I think we should all be proud of, our armed forces.
No, that's absolutely.
Can I add to that a little bit? We just finished the Raisina dialogue 2 days ago, and the CDS, respected general, talked about this point that our friendly neighbor to the east is expanding the focus on gray zone warfare. So that is a specific area. And if I take an example of a gray zone warfare.
Yeah, we can hear you.
The phone, the AV was absolutely fine. I was not speaking, only my lips were moving. That was an example of how I put everybody in the audiovisual room under pressure and Shoma under pressure without doing anything. This is an example of a gray zone war. This is what China does in many situations. In the South China Sea, in interactions with us, that is what is the focus, what's the answer to the question that you had.
Right. I just wanted to share, since you did this, that Mr. Tripathi speaks in 8 or 9 languages. So I think he's more than just in the National Security Advisory Board. He's not revealing who he really is. But that bit of psych war was very psyching, I have to say. But before you go, we're going to ask you to mimic, at least the 7 languages, the 7 avatars that you wear.
I think your notes got confused. That was Sonu Nigam yesterday.
Well, anyway,
He does this for entertainment. Whatever we do is to keep you safe.
Did you have a question?
I did. So sorry, I misspoke. What I meant to say was that since the semiconductor mission was announced, we haven't established any new foundries. But anyway, I think I want to bring it back, actually, the chips and the cyber warfare, into saying if this is now the new command center, then this is a commercial entity. And that I think that is the National Security Council, is the National Security Advisory Board also thinking about the impact of commercial technologies and the role that India is playing, how much it's manufacturing, how much it's assembling. We've all heard the news in recent recent times that India is now has increased its exports of mobile technology, except we're mostly still assembling them and not manufacturing them. So just as a question, if the commercial aspect of technology is something that is in consideration by the Indian government.
Oh, absolutely. We are looking at, manufacturing for India and for abroad. We are looking at a lot of aspects to fill in from the Indian perspective. But I think a better way to answer for this forum would be to look at it from a national security and an asymmetric warfare perspective. Today, a $400 drone can destroy a $1 million tank, which we are seeing in the situation of Ukraine and all. These technologies which are coming in, how well can we leverage in our theaters of engagement? And also, how do we protect ourselves where they are brought into the theater by non-state actors? Because our situations, we have a lot more non-state actors to play with. Those are areas which I think is where we have a lot more focus right now from a national security point of view perspective. But on the larger commercial angle, obviously, the whole PLI program and the DLI program and all that stuff that we've been talking about in the past 2 days, there's a juggernaut focus. I like to use the word juggernaut because India's size and scale does not compare to anything else. We had somebody talk yesterday and comparing India to Europe. Now, if my geography serves me right, Europe is a continent, India is a country. So we have a size where we are taking cudgels with or comparing ourselves with a full continent. So we are doing multiple activities, and you can't just say one. We are making a cell phone. We are doing so many technologies. If I start listing out, we know we are running out of time. Yeah.
So, Mr. Halevi, I'm just going to do one quick question to you and then to Ms. General Nair. I asked you about the way Israel deploys technologies, and I asked you about the precision technology. I was reading on the IDF website itself that in this Hamas war, there's a deployment of an AI tool called Hasbora, which is the gospel. And it is being used to generate, it literally uses the word products, for killing. And that it is able to produce these products or identify these products faster than in any other way. So I wanted to ask you, as these technologies get more powerful, is there any discussion at all about there's a great wound in the Israeli psyche from history. There's a great sense of wound right now in the immediate context. And then you have this extremely powerful technology that's literally picking out people as products. Is there any check and measure on how that technology will be deployed? What's the culture within that technology will be deployed, was one question. And the second was that it's, in this new era of post-truth where nobody believes anybody else, there's a huge argument about whether 30,000 Palestinians have been killed or not. And anybody who's from Israel or from, empathetic, and actually even those who are empathetic to Israel, there's basically a disagreement whether this many people are being killed. So my question to you is that with this level of technology available, if you don't believe that 35,000 Palestinians have been killed, what is the number that has been killed? If you're claiming that 40% Hamas have been killed, who are they? If you can attack an ambulance saying that there's a Hamas operative inside and you have that level of eye on moving object, why don't we have numbers that we can agree on? So would you take on some of those questions? How is Haspora being used? Is there culture around which certain technology can be used or not used? And do you have precision figures on how many people have died in Palestine, which you could put out objectively and empirically?
I am not aware that we have a very clear idea of the number of fatalities on the Hamas side. But what I will say are three things. First of all, the use of hospitals for military purposes, both to have equipment stored there, ammunition stored there, and underground tunneling under the hospitals, which are used also for keeping hostages and also for keeping certain types of military equipment. The mix between the medical field and the war on part of the Hamas has been against all the rules of international law. And in Israel, as far as Israel is concerned, it has been very careful on how it has entered hospitals and how it has dealt with these stocks of arms that they found, and also a lot of intelligence, by the way, and documentation. So now, as far as figures are concerned, we lost about 1,500 people the first few hours because we were surprised. And it is also true that there was early warning on behalf of those who were girl soldiers who were had the task of reviewing the scene 24/7, and they were reporting that they were seeing activity on the other side of the border in the south of the country, and it looks as if there's something very unusual is happening. And unfortunately, they were reprimanded for reporting what they reported, and in one or two instances were threatened with court-martials if they continue to press on these issues. These are matters which are now going to be examined in a judicial form over the months to come after the hostilities are ultimately come to an end. And of course, the question is, which hostilities will come to an end? One thing which we have not been able to fathom at the moment is that much of the equipment that the Hamas has been using is equipment which they have produced in the Gaza Strip with equipment which somehow they were able to bring in from outside, and they had a manufacturing element, and they were manufacturing equipment with a very, very high quality, which astounded us. How this equipment, not the military equipment, but how they were able to create virtual factories of producing the equipment, how they were able to smuggle these elements and where it came from is still a big question mark, which we do not have an answer for. One other thing I want to say is, and two seconds. I think that we will not in any way be active in trying to prevent information from coming out to the public. The public in Israel wants to have the full truth about what has happened and where there has been an intelligence failure, where not. And also the question of what the future of Gaza will be. Who will be in charge of Gaza? Who will be the authority in Gaza? All these are questions which are far from having been determined. And we will not be the only people to determine what will be the future of Gaza.
I was just trying to cut in because, if we bring up about who will be the authority, who will be the post-war scenario, that has to then take us into a political conversation, which we haven't really gone into over here. I'm just, with having all of you here, I just want to put on the table that you didn't answer my question about, whether there's a culture or protocol in terms of how technologies will be used against civilian populations. I'm just going to leave with one question to all of you. There was an autonomous question. Will you answer, Mr. Halevi? You're the former Mossad chief. You've got to give us some information that is Israel already using autonomous weapons, which there's a gamification of war? Is there any discussion about the psyche of war when, you can kill people just pressing buttons on a computer is different from putting feet on ground for, body-to-body combat? Is there any thinking about all these things within the Israeli establishment? And there was a story that an Iranian scientist was killed by a robotic, autonomous sniper. Will you at least let us know whether that was true or not?
Well, Iran is a different story. And how Iranians were killed one way or another is beyond the area that I would like to cover today. But what I would like to say is that as far as Iran is concerned, I think the Iranians are definitely not interested in becoming involved in this war. And although they are giving support in the north of the country to what they call the Hezbollah, which is in Lebanon and partly in Syria, it is a limited support, and there's clear intention on the part of Iranians not to become involved in the Gaza war. And that is, by the way, a sign, a positive sign in terms of the regional aspects of this war. As far as the other questions you have asked about how all these events are going to be treated in the International Court of Justice, which has been dealing with this a few weeks ago. And there was a petition there by South Africa that the court should order a cessation of hostilities. And the court did not decide to order Israel to end the war and to stop the war from proceeding.
Mr. Halevi, we'll leave it there. I just want to put on record that you did not answer us as a security chief. You were answering us as a diplomat, but we'll just leave it over there. One quick question to both of you, which is that China manufactures a lot of the things that we are using. Even while we consider them an adversarial country, exports has gone up by 100%. And another general, who I won't name, was saying that there's actually a lot of vulnerability to India's key structures, key systemic structures that is very vulnerable to China. If they wanted to shut us off, they could, from railways to, many, many crucial infrastructural things. So, General Nair, would you take that question? And Anshuman,
thank you, Shoma. Actually, supply chain infection is one of the significant aspects which impacts on cybersecurity. So we're trying to strengthen the supply chain mechanism by having indigenous production first, and secondly, having only equipment systems, that is hardware, software, in our telecom networks. We have actually had some impact. So we're going to have this ecosystem all over the country where we'll ensure that only trusted products from trusted sources are put into these networks and our critical systems. So that's what we are endeavoring to do. So this will mitigate quite a few of the cybersecurity vulnerabilities.
Anshuman, any last words?
I think what he said is perfectly true.
I just want to correct myself. It's not 100% gone up in exports, but imports.
Yeah, so we do a lot of imports from China on the civilian sector side, and that's pure economics plays into the picture. But I would like to add, overall, geopolitical economics always plays a role. I gave the example at the starting 100 years. 100 years ago, there were more electric vehicles on the road than gasoline vehicles. In fact, the time when Henry Ford made the T-model Ford, his own wife, Clara Ford, did not like the gasoline vehicle. She preferred to drive an electric vehicle from Detroit Electric. So a lot of these parameters, they come in and go out. It took 100 years for electric vehicles to come back into the mainstream. And they are still not that much better than what they were 100 years ago. Detroit Electric was 25 miles per hour and 80 kilometers range. So these things, are dynamic in nature, and as find a hole, we plug it, and we are working Make in India, and I hope a lot of people here would become entrepreneurs. I met a lot of entrepreneurs over the last 2 days, and more power to you, and we hope you make India a strong nation along with us.
Thank you very much. On that note, we'll have to end it. I just want to say thank you, General Nayak, given the kind of very bewildering landscape of war, the point you were making that we continue to live in peace without having things breaking down all the time is with your invisible, you said there are a lot of volunteers, young volunteers in India who help you keep us cyber safe. And of course, you're thinking strategically. Mr. Halevi, thank you very much for being as candid as is possible under your role. And to all of you, thank you for at least these little windows into the security establishment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to go straight in. We're running late, which is unusual for us. We normally run on time. But the next conversation is about an absolutely new frontier, which is quantum. If we were talking about AI and all of these new frontiers of technology which are bewildering, quantum is everything of all of that to the exponential power of X. This is a technology that can do the most, the calculations that a supercomputer can do. The quantum computer can do 158 million times faster. It is what we've reached the moon, we've reached 13 billion years ago with zeros and ones. The qubit is something that can exist in both a 0 and a 1. So the sheer superposition, what opens up, if you can harness quantum, is actually the true next frontier. So while we're still grappling with AI, there are those who are now mingling quantum and AI, and with a certain kind of prescience, thinking about this more than godlike technology that might hit us. The UN and the CERN, NATO, they've all come together to actually create an anticipatory establishment and regulatory framework so that when quantum technologies become mature, perhaps it'll be deployed not in terms of a global arms race, which it is right now, but it's still in a little immature state. But to understand the sheer potency of this, there are some anticipatory structures already coming up. But to discuss this, as I said, a kind of exponential technology, we have two fantastic speakers. Urvashi Sinha is one of India's lead researchers in quantum. She's won many awards. She recently won a $7 million award from Canada for an experiment that she and her team have done, which is called the Quantum Cheshire Cat experiment, which proved inviolably that these particles and their properties can exist separately. This is like mind-blowing stuff, and I was trying to tell Swami Sarvapriyananda that it kind of plays into the Vedantic idea that, at its essence, things are propertyless, because here we find that in the society of atoms, these particles don't necessarily have properties attached to them. They just exist outside of, but they'll explain that better. She also did another experiment, which actually Anthony Zellinger, a similar experiment, won the Nobel for last year, which is the triple slit experiment, which proved inviolably, the media carried it as the experiment that proved Einstein wrong. Urvashi doesn't like it presented as that. But if you take what she discovered to its logical conclusion, then the logical conclusion would be that nothing that we experience or see is real, and we'll probe her on that. Along with her is Fernando Piguera, who is the vice president of AQ Sandbox. And this is a cutting-edge company that, as I said, is mingling AI and quantum to see where these two forces put together, the uses that it can be put to. There's not just quantum computing, there's quantum sensors, there are other technologies. To understand where this is at in its maturity right now, where it could lead to, and what's the thinking about it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Urvashi Sinha and Fernando. I want to tell you just a couple of other details about Fernando, just so you understand who's sitting there. He was part of Google's secret innovation lab in the desert called X. So he was part of that, where really the most cutting-edge future technologies are being dreamed up. He's also a two-time rugby player, World Cup rugby player. So that's many avatars rolled in over there. So thank you for being with us, Fernando.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Urvashi, I wanted to start with you. Both these two experiments, before that actually, just to explain to the audience, let me just ask a quick question so we don't necessarily have to get into the basics. How many here are familiar with the basics of quantum? Would you put your hands up? Okay, that's very few. Yes. So you're in a really esoteric zone. So in just ABC, would you pick 3 startling facts about quantum so that the audience gets a bit familiar with it before we go deeper into it?
Sure, and before I do that, can I just take a moment to congratulate you? I think some people have been doing that, so we also wanted to do that. So we were just admiring your enthusiasm from the backstage, right? So it's an excellent event, so I hope it continues. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So ABC, 3 facts about quantum. If I were to pick 3, I would say superposition, entanglement, and measurement. I think these are the 3 things which summarize most of what we do, right? So now to explain superposition. I was in Canada yesterday. Today I am here, right? So the whole point is a part of me might want to be there, a part of me might want to be here, but in a given scenario, I can only be in one of these 2 places at a given time, right? But a quantum particle doesn't do that. A quantum particle can be a little bit here and a little bit there at the same time. So as I go on, it will seem even more and more mysterious, but it's actually true. It's like a light switch which can be on and off at the same time. So this is what is called superposition. So being many things at the same time, okay? The second example is entanglement. This is something we hear about a lot. And so just to make it a little bit, common, so just to give a flavor for what it is, I just want to take us back to the Bollywood films, of our growing up times, right, 80s and so on and so forth, where we used to have this very, sort of very common theme where there were these 2 twins who would be born and then they would go to Kumbh Mela and then they would get separated from each other, right? So then Kumbh Mela is one of our religious, things which happens, fests which happens. And they get separated and then one of them grows up to be a police officer and the other one grows up to be a gangster and then they meet and then they talk about their mother. And I mean, so so we have grown up looking at this. So this is entanglement, actually. So what happens is that, even though they have been separated at birth and they have grown up in different scenarios, they share a correlation which survives in spite of their differences growing up. And that correlation is the climax of the film, that, they always look out for that one person who unites them and so on. And so this is what entangled particles do. Even if they're thousands of kilometers apart.
Billions of kilometers.
Billions of kilometers? Well, thousands of kilometers, but then, they're apart on 2 different parts of the universe. They still share that correlation, and we can use that for our technologies. The third, interesting element of quantum is measurement, which actually is one of those things which is the hardest, because what happens is when you measure something, you actually collapse it, we call it, right? So whatever, all these mysterious aspects of quantum which we keep talking about, as soon as you measure it, goes away. It breaks down, it becomes classical. And that is one of the problems which we are still trying to resolve. And that is what gives us the advantage in many of our applications, which I'm sure we'll get to. So this would be my 3 choices.
That's beautifully explained. I'm just going to, before bringing Fernando into, just say one other thing. I don't know if you entirely understood the implications of what Urvashi was saying, but like I said, we live in this binary zeros and ones, and it's already taken us to Mars and to the 13 billion years ago. But the race here is to harness a qubit, which, as Urvashi said, can exist in both positions, as a 0 and 1. It can exist as a wave and a particle, and the difficulty of what they're doing is that, as she said, the moment you measure it, it actually loses this mysterious space and becomes classical. It becomes either this or that. But what they're trying to harness is its indeterminate position. And further to build the mystique around them is that all of this has to be done at, at the temperature which is 272 degrees centigrade of coldness, minus 272 degrees. So that's the level of difficulty that scientists and entrepreneurs like them are dealing with. But that's also the exponential power, because imagine if something can exist in all states at the same time and you harness it. Imagine the computational capability of that. So that's what is at stake here.
So just to add, not everything is at a very low temperature. Our photons, for instance, the ones we deal with, particles of light, we can do that at room temperature.
Okay.
So we don't need, so in fact, that is why photons are great, because you can do many things with photons, and you don't need to cool it down, don't need to spend a lot of resources. So you can do things quantum even at room temperature, but then what you're talking about are the other part, atoms, cold atoms and so on. Yeah.
Right. So, I'm going to keep switching between the practical and the research. Fernando, here...
Research is practical.
Okay.
So we'll switch between the European and the Indian. That's okay. But, we are both practical people. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I know. I keep trying to draw you into esoteric conversations that you refuse to get into. Fernando, as I said, this is really difficult stuff. If I know correctly, only IBM has harnessed about 1,000 qubits. India, that just announced its national quantum mission, has harnessed 4 qubits. But you are putting in billions of dollars. You have a big company along with Jack Hidary, and you're already trying to put commercial uses of this, and bad enough AI, but also mixing AI and quantum. So give us some sense of the technologies that are already deployable, and where is this kind of thing being used?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for staying here. Sunday, 5 p.m., quantum. Thank you. I promise.
And a packed hall.
I'm going to make this interesting, and you're going to leave out of here knowing that it's something you need to do for your business or for what you're doing in life, that it's applicable today. And what we work on at Sandbox IQ, we were incubated inside of Google X, that is the secret lab of Google, where we build new companies like the self-driving cars or the Google Glass, as Shoma mentioned. We build on the excellent work that people like Urbashi or other research labs in the world are doing. They do it experimentalization, right? So quantum mechanics, quantum physics is not something new. It's something that has been there for 100 years. The theory has been there, and what we've been doing for 100 years has been proving all those theories in the lab to realize that they're true, they always happen. So here's the physicists, the scientists. We mentioned here the word 2 or 3 physicists here, I think only. I am not a physicist. I have good news. I failed quantum mechanics in college. So don't worry, it's okay. I had other priorities in college. It was usually mostly rugby. But I rediscovered quantum technologies, quantum physics, quantum mechanics 6-7 years ago. And I was able to relearn all that again, because now there is so much content on the web. You can find your favorite YouTube teacher and then keep on learning it. It's okay if at the beginning we don't understand it. It's normal because we've been educated under the Newtonian laws of physics. These are different kind of physics laws that apply at the atomic level. So when you go down to the atom level, the laws that we learn about velocity, acceleration, force, gravity, they don't apply. If you think about, if I'm trying to explain quantum, that this is the best I could do, because my job is more about explaining to C-level regulators and ecosystem builders about the importance of these quantum technologies, is when you look at the atom level, if you look at your skin right now, and you can imagine all the atoms that you have right there, you have to imagine that most of it is vacuum, that the electrons are just moving around really fast. We cannot see that, obviously, but those laws that explain how those electrons are interacting with each other, those are the laws of quantum physics that we've been working on for 100 years. So today, and you were mentioning what is the combination between AI and quantum, more than 5 years ago, we started exploring those, merging those two disciplines, because AI and quantum mechanics are tools that we use to solve problems. They are not the solution, they are tools. So we discovered that when we combine the two of them, there's a lot of value that we can bring to the actual today. We don't need to wait for quantum computers. So quantum mechanics, here's the first thing that you have to remember today. Quantum technologies, quantum mechanics are much more than the quantum computers. Quantum computers is just one way of applying quantum physics. What we're going to talk about today, we're going to share is about quantum sensors, quantum simulation, or cryptography and quantum communications. Those are other areas that are applicable today, that today we are running work and we are having products and services with financial institutions, with communication, telecommunication companies, with governments that they are planning today. We don't need to wait for a quantum computer to start working on that. And AI has allowed this to happen. AI, in the last 10 years, have had three main variables that allowed all this to happen. The first one is the amount of data that we have and that we can manage with the new AI models. When you go to the atomic world, you have a lot of data. So that now AI can run it. The computational capabilities of the hardware that have increased. GPUs were designed for video games. then changed for machine learning models. Now they are changing for AI models. Now we are already working with NVIDIA to apply them to run quantum physics equations. So the hardware keeps on catching up. And the third one is the new AI models that have come out. CNNs, large language models, all these new AI models that allow us to run all these models for quantum physics to come to the world. So when you merge the two of them, that's when you bring the value.
Right. I'm now going to work backwards again. Fernando, just again to keep this relatable to the audience, you actually gave a wonderful metaphor. I took it from nature, where you said the sheer amazingness of what quantum is that particularly in sensors, which we are already using, that it actually imitates what whales and dolphins and bats are already able to do. So could you talk about that and why this whole quantum sensor is such an important area and how it's already being used?
Sure. So this is a perfect example that can help understand how we apply these techniques today. Who has been inside an MRI machine here ever once? Okay, you've been inside a quantum machine. An MRI machine is a magnetic sensor. That's it. And why the room is cold and why you cannot bring metals in it is because it's too sensitive. That's why they want you to be completely clean so they can focus on measuring what you're trying to sense inside your body. So today, magnetometers or quantum navigation, which is the perfect example today, magnetometers exist for decades, but they are so sensitive that they sense everything. So it's really hard to try to denoise, to try to take everything you're not trying to sense. Let me give an example. We have a magnetometer or a quantum sensor, depends how you want to call it, and we put it on an airplane. We're working with the Air Force, we're working with Boeing, we're working with Airbus. You put it on an airplane and you're trying to sense the magnetic field of the Earth. Because GPS doesn't work in many areas. It's very easy to jam or spoof GPS. If you go right now and talk to Ukrainian forces or in Middle East, there's no GPS. And without GPS, we don't know where we are. It's really hard. You use inertia or methodologies. So there's a lot of emphasis on finding a new substitute or complement to the GPS. As Shoma was mentioning, birds and whales use quantum navigation. They use the magnetic earth of the field of the Earth to navigate through the Earth. So if they can do it, we can do it. We could not do it before because that sensor on that airplane would be sensing way too many things. And even the avionics of the airplane would be very disturbing to what you really want to sense. Today, just using the new AI models and computational capabilities, we are able to tell that sensor, I don't want you to focus on the avionics of the airplane. I don't want you to read the magnetic field of that submarine or that car or that hospital over there. I want you to just sense the magnetic field of the Earth and tell me where I am right now, because every point on the Earth has a different magnetic field. And with that, we build a new way of navigating through the Earth that we already put on ships and airplanes, and it's working very well. So that's one application that it's today that does not require a quantum computer, but it involves quantum physics and quantum mechanics.
That's pretty mind-blowing stuff, I'm going to come to you, Urbisi. He spoke about quantum sensors, and another example you'd given, Fernando, was that if this is taken to its logical conclusion, right now you can't tell a submarine until it's just like 10 feet away, and that's why it's such a deadly weapon of war. But if you can harness quantum sensors, you could actually tell a submarine from, I don't know what the kilometers is, like maybe 50 kilometers away, you would know that a submarine's coming at you because the sensor is so sensitive. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact, I know we're going to be, so quantum sensing, for example, for navigation, it won't be as good as GPS, but it will be better than not having GPS. You can go from, I don't know where I am, to I know where I am more or less like 40 meters away or 100 meters away. Depends where you have it. If you have it on the airplane or you have the quantum navigation device on your submarine to know where you are. Depends.
Right. So Urbisi, again, before I take you a little bit into the mystical spaces, tell us about the practical applications that you're particularly focused on quantum communication, and you've been trying to create that for India. China, I believe, has like 1,200 kilometers that are already quantum secure communication. But tell us, what is India trying to achieve, and what are you particularly trying to achieve in the practical space?
So before I tell you that, we should understand why we need quantum communication, right? Because I think most of us here are not from quantum. So we would say, why do we actually need to use quantum mechanics for securing communication, right? We are having secure communication right now. So with that, I would like to ask you a question, if I may.
Of course.
I mean, tables turned. So how much money do you have in the bank?
Ouch.
No?
Not a good answer. Not because
it's a wonderful event. I'm sure there is a little Little bit left, right? No? But then let's ask a more practical
Much
question.
less than I'd like.
But then, do you think whatever you have is going to go to your next generation? That may be
There's
something.
not enough for that.
But then something you think they will inherit decades down the line,
yes,
let's
yes.
say, right? And that may not be true. So this is the point. So currently the way in which we are securing our data is not future secure. So we are using mathematical hardness of problems to secure data. Okay. So what is 3 times 7?
Gosh,
21.
This is not fair. 21.
21. So now if I say,
I thought that was a trick question.
it wasn't. 3 times 7 is always 21. But if I ask you the prime factors of 1, 1, 2, 3, 7,
Don't
1.
ask me for a factorial number, please.
So he won't be able to do that.
You're like a revolving machine gun right now.
No, he's the engineer, so he should be able to do things.
He's a college fail.
Oh yeah, that's true. Forgot about that. But then factoring is not easy. So you can multiply very easily, but the same thing reversed is not easy. So this is an example of a problem which is not same, the hardness is not the same both ways. And we are using this as the basis for our security right now.
You did a Anshuman. My brain is so fried right now that I didn't understand. This was psych war,
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so we are all very fresh with espressos and all that. We have a lot of time backstage.
No, not because of that. Okay. What did you mean about it reversing? I didn't get that.
So if I ask you what is 3 times 7, and the answer is 21. But now if I tell you what are the 2 prime factors of 1, 1, 2, 3, 7, 1, it's not so easy to answer.
Right.
Because, factorization is the reverse problem of multiplication. 3 times 7 is 21, 3 and 7 are its prime factors. But then as you go to a larger number, factorization is a hard problem. And that's what we are using right now for our security. All our banking security, our defense security, secure data that we have is based on this, that something is hard. Now comes, a philosophical point. She always wants me to talk philosophy, so let me talk a little bit. The philosophical point is that, the hardness of a problem is really dependent on human ingenuity. Tomorrow a genius comes up, he or she can solve that problem, which we cannot imagine now. And then with quantum computers, we already have algorithms which will break this hardness. We know that, right? So this is why we have a problem, because, the little money that you have and the even littler money that I have, nothing is going to go to my next generation if we continue securing data the way we are doing now. And that is why, we need a solution to this problem, which also comes from the quantum domain. Because a quantum computer will break my hardness. Let me use quantum mechanics to secure data. And that is called quantum communication, where we have changed the way in which we are securing our data by using laws of nature as the basis. And laws of nature we won't break. Okay? So this is the paradigm shift in data security, and it's actually the most practical application of quantum, as practical as it gets, because it's already available now. And so what is India doing about it? India is actually doing a lot about it. We have the National Quantum Mission, which has been launched also very recently. So our lab particularly has been working, we are working on the first project on securing this communication over very long distances by using a satellite as a trusted node. Okay? So this is called satellite-based quantum communications. We're working with ISRO on this problem for the last 6 years now. And with the national mission, we will be able to show this. So China has done 1,200. We are planning to do in thousands of kilometers, actually, connecting different parts of India using this satellite, and also connecting with Europe and Canada going forward. Because the whole point of this is a global quantum network. So we want the entire, communication network to be replaced by its quantum counterpart. And so we have been definitely playing a leading role on this from our lab in a bottom-up approach, doing several milestones. Okay? And so this is one thing that we are doing in quantum security in India. Yeah.
Right. So if I can just, unfortunately, we'll soon have to wrap up. So if you could explain these 2 very critical experiments that, you've really been celebrated across the world for. I just again wanted to share
there's more than 2.
Sorry?
Which one? There's more than 2.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I know which 2 you like. Right?
I know which 2, yeah. The reason we were showing cats on screen is that this whole mysteriousness of quantum is famously captured, at least for us lay people, in the Schrodinger's cat experiment, the construct, where apparently a cat is both dead and alive, until you open that, it's being served as a turkey, it's covered with something, it's both dead and alive, till you lift it and then you see it, and it takes on either one property. It either becomes dead or it becomes alive. Urvashi did an experiment that proved this kind of...
So what we did is an experiment on the quantum Cheshire cat. So not the Schrodinger cat, but the Cheshire cat, and that is staring at us from the screen, right? So what is the Cheshire cat? So now I think we have more people who will know this. If I tell you, do you remember Alice in Wonderland? this is a fairy tale we have all read, right? So here we have a cat which is sitting on a branch, right, in this wonderland where Alice goes to. The cat is sitting on the branch, but its grin is sitting on a different branch. And it is dislocated from the cat. So the cat without the grin and the grin without the cat. And this is something you can actually show experimentally using quantum mechanics. And for the first time, last year, we were able to show this in a way that we were able to show the presence of a photon, in this case, in one arm of an interferometer, and its property in the other arm in the absence of the photon, in the same run of the experiment. So several decades, people have been trying to do this in a way that this happens at the same time. And so this, being able to do this at the same time was a big achievement. And this actually opens up a way in which we can perhaps go forward and separate out undesirable properties as well. Now we separated out a property just to show that it works. But tomorrow maybe, my hair, it keeps going all over the place. Maybe I can make it perfect by separating out the messiness. The things I can only imagine. So this is the one.
And philosophically
Philosophically again, yes.
Yes. It's amazing because it does mean we are made up of atoms. It's not that we are made up of different things.
No.
Which also means that you could separate your properties from yourself.
Absolutely.
There's nothing fixed about your property, your personality, your character.
And you would say that, this has some ramification on our, philosophies from ancient times, the Vedanta and so on, where, of course, we are all looking at separating out the negativity from us, right? We want to reach a state where we are something and we have separated out all the stress and the negativity, and we had the wonderful discussion today morning with, Guruji and all that. But then, of course, as Shoma knows, that I see that there is an analogy. But I really know very little to comment on it beyond, saying that indeed there seems to be an analogy, right? And the second experiment which you like, which I'll explain in half a minute, is actually what is called a loophole-free version of an experiment, which sort of tells you that we can now have perfectly secure communication. So the Nobel Prize in Physics last year went to a loophole-free version of what is called the Bell inequality. So what is loophole-free is something we should understand. Forget about what is Bell inequality. We have done Leggett-Garg, that's a different story. But what is loophole-free? So loophole-free is something which is used in a courtroom, right? So you and I are fighting a case, let's say. You have an argument, I find a fault in yours, then you find a fault in mine. So long as this continues, none of us wins. Finally, one of us wins who does not have any loophole left in the argument. And this is what we want in quantum communications, because if there is an experiment where there is no loophole, then the security that gives you means that there is no eavesdropper. There can be no eavesdropper who can actually break into my security. So we have done the first loophole-free version of an experiment, which again, 40 years people have tried to do. So this is probably our piezo resistance from the lab, where, thank you. So we were able to show this in a way that there is no loophole left, and New Scientist, they called us the most watertight experiment of all time. And now we have also shown secure communication with it. So we like to do this, balance between fundamental science and the application. So this is an experiment which sort of does that. Yeah.
I'm just going to quickly come back to you to just probe that a little further. Fernando, tell us, that you spoke about the quantum sensors, but just as Sandbox itself, but also other technologies, other companies and how it's being used. What are the different areas in which quantum is already possible? And then just in maybe a 10-year framework, where do you see it going? Urbasi mentioned about separating properties from atoms and materials. Is it possible then that you could actually use quantum to separate the carbon out of the carbon emissions that's happening? Could you actually create materials that are absolutely, you can decide the properties of those things? Can you clean the oceans? Tell us what's possible.
That's like 4 questions, but okay. Isn't this so far the funniest conversation today? Quantum is not that boring, right? It's getting really good. So I'll answer 2 other questions. Sure. The first one is, yes, the big problems of humanity today. Climate change, chemistry, finding new drugs, new materials that are sustainable. Cement, plastics, we use them every day, but they are really damaging the earth. All those are chemistry problems, many times. And chemistry is about molecules, about atoms. So if we want to solve those problems, we need to speak the language of atoms. Until today, you mentioned this in the previous talk, I think, is we've got really far. We went to the moon with zeros and ones. But it's kind of basic when you think that every computation or your cell phones, everything we do is reduced to a binary situation, a binary world of zeros and ones. If we really want to solve the problems of nature, as Richard Feynman mentioned, if you really want to understand nature, you need to speak the language of nature, and that's the language of atoms. So that's using the quantum physics equations, and that's what we are doing. We use those equations that explain how the atoms behave, how do you create a new drug, how do you simulate new drugs, so the behavior to create new compounds, how do you find a new material, as strong as a cement but that doesn't pollute as much. How do you find new batteries? We have a huge energy crisis. Somebody was mentioning before, only 6% of the energy produced comes from renewable energies because we don't have the ability to store that energy enough well to then bring it to the consumption areas. We need new energy storage, and energy is about understanding the atoms. So we are running those quantum equations that explains how the atoms behave on GPUs today and tomorrow in hybrid models with quantum computers. That's the first question. The second question I would like to build on the security side that Urvashi was mentioning. It's how many people here have or store sensitive data? It can be your data, your client data, your government data. Do you think if that data was made public in 4, 5, 6 years from now, you will be in danger? If the answer is yes, that means we have a solution for you. So the bad news, as she mentioned, is that quantum computers are really good at reading the encryption models that we use today. So we know today there's something called steal now, decrypt later, that nation states are stealing your information. They cannot read it today, but they keep it somewhere. And in 4, 5, 6, 7 years, when they have a quantum computer, they're going to read it. And we know this is happening. It's a fact. So how do you protect against that? So that's the bad news. The good news is that we have a solution. And the solution does not require a quantum computer. So second idea of today, if you want to protect yourself against a quantum computer, you don't need a quantum computer. We have what we call post-quantum cryptography that uses the word quantum, but it's a little bit misleading because it has not much of quantum in it. It's just different mathematical models that are really hard to solve by quantum computers because quantum computers are really good at solving some kind of problems, but they are not good at all the other problems. So they are not going to be better than classical computers at everything. They will be better at some things. And it happens that for encryption, all the community, academia, private sector, governments across the world are collaborating to find these new protocols, these new encryption models that protect you. And these are projects, if you remember, the 99 to 2000 migration of software, something is happening right now, something similar, where every infrastructure, critical infrastructure, we are working with governments, financial institutions, hospitals, telecommunication infrastructure that also needs to be upgraded with quantum communications to change the entire encryption of the entire world. It's a 5, 10, 20-year project, but it started already today. It started a few years ago, in fact.
So, Fernando, I forget who it was, but when I was saying that we are inviting, both of you, I'm forgetting who the skeptic was, but said this is a lot of overhype, None of this is mature. It's also entrepreneurs just trying to push this idea out in the world so you make a lot of money, and that this is not really necessary. It's not even mature. And I wanted to share with the audience that it is very difficult to do this because of the noise, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, IBM itself possibly has only one real quantum supercomputer because it's so hard to create something which will not, like with AI, we're trying to stop hallucinations. The quantum can't even bear a little bit of noise, because it'll lose its quantum quality. So I forgot who the skeptic was, but can I put that skeptical question that are you overhyping this and that this is not really mature science and you're making a business case for quantum?
It's a great question, and hopefully I can bring some reality, and you're going to correct me because you're a scientist.
Obviously, yes.
We were just talking about this before. So the first thing would be, let's try not to put all quantum technologies in one same quantum bucket. The quantum, it's a lot. There are many applications of quantum technologies. 90% of the press in the last 10 years have been covered by quantum computers, which, in fact, we can say they are not business ready today. The level of error is too high. So if you want to use a quantum computer, our recommendation is get into the cloud. You can access in the cloud, get a quantum computer. Every nation, I'm really happy that India just launched the national program, probably should have their own quantum computer to not be dependent on foreign quantum computers. But if you are a client, you are a financial institution, a bank, or an energy company, you can have a few research team playing with the quantum computers so they are aware of where they are, and once they are ready to jump in. We have to separate that from what I just explained of encryption, which has nothing of quantum in it. It's just pure software. And we are right now working with the Department of Defense in the US. We're working with the top 10 banks in the world. Those are ready. It's modernizing your encryption that could be impacted by a quantum hype. And the sensors that I just explained, the quantum navigation that we have on the airplanes, and we have also quantum sensors measuring your heart in hospitals. So it's very important to differentiate between those and what is the hype. I don't think there is money or reward if there is no value. One of the reasons why we set up the company is because we saw that there were applications out there and companies, the market, this is Adam Smith's hand. If they see the value, they will pay for it. If there is no value, they won't pay for it and the technology will die somewhere.
Right. I just want to share one quick fact before last question to you, Urvashi, was that, Alibaba, which was the other company that really was advancing in quantum, perhaps an indication of how important quantum is, so the reverse, now I'm reinforcing you, was that the Chinese government recently took over the entire Alibaba lab, with all lock, stock and barrel, including personnel. So clearly either Alibaba gave up on quantum technologies or the Chinese government realized this is too important to leave in private hands and took it over. What's your guess?
Can I let Urvashi answer that question?
Can you?
You want to take it?
As an Indian commenting on China, no. You can go ahead. I think you're in neutral ground. Yeah.
I don't think they've given up, but I also don't have enough information to answer that question. But we know it's great. There's a great international competition, not only from China, but also from India and other European countries. You cannot be good at everything. You cannot be good at the computers, communication, and everything. So you can see different nations betting on different areas of the technology. And we're going to see different players. There is what you called before the digital gap between nations. We start seeing right now the quantum gap between nations, the quantum bridge. Those nations that are really betting on this AI and quantum, and they have national programs of thousands of millions of dollars, you start seeing them ramping up, same as it happened 20 years ago with digitalization. The nations that
Fernando,
digitalized
you're
earlier.
deviating from the question.
Yes.
So let's get back to the question on India and China. You're
it's
talking
great
about something else. So I think, one thing we can definitely say, even if we both don't have a clue, is that, different countries have different ways in which they are looking at their quantum program. It's highly possible that, by doing this, and this is what we get from the public domain. You have also read the news, I've also read the news. So there may be more to it, right? They could have taken it over just to build something better. You don't know, because it'll be very difficult to say that China would give up on its quantum program. It's one of the leading programs in communications and computing. So I'm quite sure that they're planning something, and maybe they're not ready to share it yet. So,
right.
Yeah.
So last question to you, Urvashi, is that, it is a metaphysical question, but that's because the triple slit test that you did prove that there is nothing called reality, at least at the atomic level. And you had last time we chatted, you said if you take it logically, there are others who are theoretical physicists like David Deutsch and others who do, and you call them old men who are, who have the right to think of these things, but you're a practical researcher, a physicist, empirical physicist. But everyone reported your experiment as that taken to its logical conclusion, it would actually mean that there's no reality and that, everything we see is, I won't say a figment of our imagination, but it's just captured in one particular facet of it. Everything else could also exist. So David Deutsch and others talk about multiverses. The Hollywood is constantly playing this up, transportation, teleportation, walking through walls, metaverses. All of that is a kind of imaginative extension of what is possibly scientifically true. Your experiment was reported as that. So now, just humor us and tell us about that.
So I can say that, teleportation is real. So the experiments, we are also doing teleportation, by the way. But what is not real is actually transporting a human being from one place to the other. So that part is...
Is that only because it's at an infancy stage?
No,
is it theoretically
it is
possible?
just romanticizing the aspect, right? So if you say that beam me up, Scotty, sounds much better than saying that, I remain here, you remain there, my property just goes to you. That actually happens, and it has been done, again, over thousands of kilometers by the Chinese satellite. They have shown teleportation as well. Using that satellite mission. So that is actually true. But having said that, it is indeed true that quantum mechanics violates realism. This is not at a metaphysical level, it's actually at a practical level it violates realism. So just to give you an example, I'm of course, talking to you, and I do believe he's looking at us, which is true. But then the whole point is that, the fact that I'm talking to you and he's looking at us, that doesn't, even if I stop talking to you, he would probably still be looking at us. So his action, on the stage is independent of what we are doing. So this is what I would associate with a classical object, that, our properties remain independent of what is happening around us. But for a quantum object, it can have many possible properties, only one of which reveals itself when you measure. That is why the measurement is such an important aspect, right? And this is what is called, anti-realism. Because Einstein is famously attributed to having said that he would like to believe that the moon exists even if he's not looking at it, which we would all like at some level. But then that's not what a quantum object does. A quantum object can have a multitude of properties, only one of which reveals itself on measurement. And so now it is true that, this is what is being used to also talk about, the simultaneous presence of many different properties, which is the multiverse idea. But then if you tell me that, my level of quantum is only at the Ant-Mania level, then of course, it requires a bit of refinement. So what I can say, safely, being a practicing physicist, and of course I won't call anybody old, and I'm just getting older as we speak, but then the point is that, many of these things are actually true at a practical level. These are the reasons why we have all these applications that, Fernando was also explaining and I was also explaining. So our experiment actually did a definitive test whereby we showed that quantum mechanics violates realism. So that was the most stringent test that could have been done for a single particle. So indeed we are, but then to have a newspaper article saying RRI scientist proves Einstein wrong was not the idea. But then that is what I would call hype. Right? So we, of course, don't want that to happen. So we are doing things very practically, and these are really true. But then I do believe that there's a lot that we don't understand. And so I would definitely say that, there is merit to all these ideas that fascinate you. Personally, I know from our chats, right? Which indeed keep things mysterious. And if there's one thing that Feynman can be quoted, I can say that, he said that nobody understands quantum mechanics. He's attributed to having said that, right? And so I can say that even though we have 100 years of history, nobody completely understands quantum mechanics. And it is this incompleteness which keeps it interesting and keeps it worth pursuing for, centuries. If you understand everything, then there's not much fun. So I think that is where I would come from my practical, not so young angle, right?
Thank you very, very much. This has been fascinating, and like you said, the next technology, we've called it Society of Atoms, because both their bet is that the next 10 years, next 15 years is going to move into a society of atoms. That's what's really going to define the future of where we are headed. Thank you very much, both of you, for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tobias Rose-Stockwell, who's looked at, what Jaron Lanier was also meant to be speaking about, but which is about how society has been changed by social media and the internet economy. His book was so evocatively titled that we've literally stolen it for this session as well. It's called The Outrage Machine. And Tobias has written a book which actually maps the arc of how societies, our biology, our chemistry, our relationships with each other have been impacted and changed by the internet economy. And he does it with a lot of gentleness, without polarization, but it is very, very insightful. And so to understand what are these unseen forces which we are so willingly participating in, which is changing us without our knowledge, but with our participation, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tobias Rose-Stockwell on stage.
Of lynchings on the basis of fake news and rumors. 2 innocent women from the Kukizo community being paraded naked and subjected to brutal assault. Fake news and rumors played a dark and destructive role.
The US-based journalist who posed a question regarding minorities is being attacked and harassed online.
They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
A 15-year-old girl committed suicide, and it appears that she was being bullied online.
Comedian who was being trolled and issued rape threats. We arrested 23 people for circulating fake and hateful messages.
4 weeks, there have been 37 of these fake news and mob attacks.
Hi.
Thank you for being here to us.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Tobias, as I said, we've been kind of weaving between the wonderful sort of possibilities that the internet economy, social media companies, all of that have enabled, and then looking at the underlayer of that. And you've written this, we've stolen your book title, and I would have even, the second part of his book title is How the Internet Broke Our Brains and Destroyed Our Democracy. So that's a really strong, evocative title, Tobias. I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes just deciphering that with you.
Great.
The interesting thing is that you put a kind of cut-off line. There's an AD and a BC involved here. And you say that it's around 2011 when a very innocuous thing like a like button and a notification button came into these technologies. And that's literally much the watershed the before and after. So can you explain that phenomenon to us?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for having me. This conference has been fantastic. I've really enjoyed the breadth of the conversation. Such an ambitious thing you've done here and really impressive, so thank you. In 2009, we had social media, but it wasn't the social media that we have today. We had Facebook, we had Twitter, and they were fairly innocuous versions of the tools that we think of today. And there was a set of 3 different features that were launched on these platforms at different times. And between these 3 features, it fundamentally upgraded the type of information, emotional information, that we could spread on these platforms, and the speed at which that information spread. So the features are the like button, right, which is the ability to just like a post. We all like the like button. The algorithmic feed, and the one-click share, the ability to press a single button and share to your entire audience, your entire group of friends. And between them, each on their surface were actually great for developers, and they were very good for us as users, so they made a lot of sense. But when taken to an extreme, they actually fundamentally shifted the type of information ecosystem that we live in and turned it into a more outrageous, problematic, conspiracy-laden, and dangerous place. Yeah.
So can you break that down a little bit more?
Sure.
You know, so you're saying that the like button, they seemed innocuous, but what were they really doing? And you know, and earlier Jaron said, or many people have said, that it's not that the companies want to be evil or see themselves
Right.
as evil, and that's fine. Let's take that as the baseline.
Yeah.
But there are whistleblowers like Tristan Harris, you know, who's a friend of yours, who actually published a paper or put out a report, you know, while he
At
was
Google. Yeah, while he was at Google.
where he said that what we are doing is really wrong because it is literally kidnapping people's attention. There are others who said that there was an awareness that you were playing with the chemistry of our brains, you know, literally doing something which scientifically, you know, is going to accelerate the dopamine loops, you know, so it's like literally addictive, that this was conscious knowledge and it was still done, you know.
Yeah.
So again, I would say that, can you break that down for us further?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I don't think that it was a inherent nefarious and conscious effort to change human behavior at scale. You know, a lot of these designers and developers, they were really just trying to make products that worked for people, right? That people responded to. You know, the like button, for instance, Justin Rosenstein, he was the creator of like button. He originally said, I wanted to make positivity the path of least resistance online, right? So you assume that's great, like more positivity, it's easier to up-level content. You can see, as a developer, I can see what you really like, as opposed to what you're actually just watching online. So it's a better signal, right? But for something like the like button, we ended up basically training ourselves and each other with this thing. So if you go back to B.F. Skinner, a famous psychologist in the better part of last century, he built this box that he put rats and pigeons in, and he would flash a light, and there'd be a button for the rat or the pigeon to press when the light flashed. And it turned out if you could train essentially one of these pigeons to become obsessed with the process of pressing a button when the light flashed to get a food pellet. But the key to that was a sense of randomness, right? So you need to get some intermittent variable reward from that particular process of pressing, getting a flashing light. Sometimes you get the response. Sometimes you get the food pellet. Sometimes you don't. And that randomness is one of the things that has trained us to become obsessed with. You know, when we post online, am I going to get the likes? Am I going to get the shares and the follows? I'm not sure. So the visibility of these metrics and the gamification of these metrics have actually kind of colonized our lives as opposed to, you know, us using these platforms. The platforms are kind of using us instead now, unfortunately. Yeah.
That's a really powerful thing you just said, Tobias. That's almost like an abusive relationship. You know, somebody said that why do you stay in, someone in the audience had said, why do you stay in an abusive relationship? Right. It's that addictive thing of what will I get? You know, will I get a good response or will I get a brutal response? And that's part of that dynamic of what keeps you, or you said earlier, it's like the gambling, you know, it's the same thing that happens when you're gambling. You don't know what's going to come at you. So, I mean, you're saying that they were not aware that you use randomized reward, like they've designed a randomized reward. So you keep posting because you don't know that anxiety, the mental health statistics that, you know, Dr. Vivek Murthy, who's the Surgeon Chief of America, has been warning about this, saying that the mental health situation of children across the world is being impacted by social media because of this gamification, this reward addiction. You don't know how you'll get rewarded. You're telling me that this has been designed with this knowledge, but it's not.
Look, I'm not here to defend these companies. I wrote a whole book about.
But what I'm trying to say is that when you were researching this book, is there a consciousness of it? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think there was awareness, but it was too late. Honestly, it was too late. These mechanics had been deployed and they've been used at scale, and it's very difficult to roll them back now. You know, there are certain features that have been put out to try to kind of blunt or dull some of the harms from these tools. And that's the history of technology, really, right? Is that we do something, it works really well, almost too well, and there's a whole bunch of unforeseen externalities and harms that come to us from that technology. And you look back at the history of every media technology, from the printing press to the telegraph to the radio to the television, we have this explosion of unintended consequences that is really disruptive for society. And then we figure out how to manage those outcomes in a positive way, right? And I think we're in that particular phase right now with social media starting to really understand what the primary harms are and the ways that we can mitigate them largely. The danger is, of course, that if we wait too long and if we don't move fast enough, it's possible that hollows out the entire system and that democracies fail in the process. So I do think this is one of the biggest tests to democracy that we've had as a result of these social tools, which again feel very innocuous on the surface, but fundamentally have really disrupted society. Yeah.
These are some pretty powerful things you're saying in the most gentle and reasonable way, Tobias, that democracy could fail, our societies could fail, our mental health is impacted. But I'm interested, I just wanted to zero in, because you researched this book and you've had access, you know this community, that when you said that it's too late to turn it back, I think a lot of the one big stream that's been running through the conference is to acknowledge that this is in human control. It's not like it's not a wild stallion that's running the wilds of America without any rancher in control of the stirrup, So when you say that it's too late to switch it off, how hard is it to switch off the like buttons and the notifications and this attention kidnapping that's happening?
Yeah, I mean...
you used a very... For me, it really stuck in my head. You used a powerful phrase. You said, is it possible to turn the virality economy back to the knowledge economy?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you can put this on a spectrum of highly viral, dangerous information that is emotional, that is lacking context, that spreads wildly, that includes rumor, gossip, the things that make us act very terribly in society. There's this whole body of fast information that spreads that way on viral networks like this, and you can put that on a spectrum all the way over to good information, which is highly validated information. Right? So information that has gone through a number of steps through which it has been professionally vetted or unprofessionally vetted, but vetted nonetheless, right? So systems of academia, journalism, Wikipedia, these are all systems that operate more like knowledge networks versus viral networks, right? And so a viral network is something in which it's the closest possible, the fastest possible share, the quickest possible emotional contagion between individuals, between individual nodes, versus a knowledge network, which slows things down before it reaches its final goal. There's some friction in place that reaches towards its final goal. And I think you can put that on a spectrum, right? So we need to make social media operate more like a knowledge network, more like the journalistic institutions that we've relied upon for the last century, more like academia and Wikipedia. And we can do that with some design changes, but it is a concerted effort that needs to be done. Yeah.
So Tobias, just again, when you were speaking of this, that viral networks behave a certain way in a knowledge economy, knowledge slows it down. It allows you to ratify something. But again, I just want to put that this technology can't exist it's not existing by itself. There's a crazy statistic that viral news spreads 6 times faster. Or really hate speech or extreme right-wing views moves much faster than say, center perspectives. So again, I wanted to ask you, I'm not making you the custodian of all of this, it's just that because you've researched it.
It's all good. And I wrote the book, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That when you were speaking to people from within the industry, can an algorithm push contagious emotion by itself? Isn't an algorithm by its very name coded by somebody? So when you were researching this, would you at least say that there are particular coders that are coding algorithms to push contagious emotions more than reasonable opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm not trying to, apologize for any of the decisions that were made at these companies. I never worked at a social media company, fortunately, but I had a lot of friends that were very early at these companies. When you abstract information in humans into a layer of a dashboard, for instance, right, and you can see what types of changes to an algorithm will increase net engagement or time on site, then if you're far enough away from that and you're only seeing the number go up, right? Then it makes a lot of sense. Like you're not actually seeing maybe the hate speech or the borderline content or you're not seeing the conspiracy theories, that kind of thing, that are actually embodying that graph up to the right? You don't actually have tangible information. A lot of the early decisions that went into these platforms just really didn't account for that at all. And unfortunately, there's a carve-out. Fortunately or unfortunately, there's a carve-out in US law, which is Section CDA 230, which was passed in the 90s. It's the law that created the internet, which basically removes all liability for platforms, for online platforms, for the content that they post on there. And in general, it was a necessary law for making the internet what it is and making it viable for these platforms to work. But it means today, when they have this tremendous amount of power, they actually have no liability, really, for what they do. And that's the problem. That law does need to be updated for the modern time, for the modern moment, because it is a real problem for our collective understanding of the world. Yeah.
Tobias, again, you said something which is really, I think, very profound. You know, you said that coder who's changing the algorithm and seeing a spike and a graph. So, you know, the cash registers are ringing, his career is going up.
Yeah.
But is very separated from young students or young people who are addicted, their self-esteem, their self-harm, relationships are breaking down, society is breaking down. Basis this graph going up, but it's very separated, and that's the question I was asking Mr. Halevi as well, you know, that this gamification of war, autonomous weapons of war, where you can sit in a control room thousands of kilometers away from Afghanistan or Syria or Gaza, and you press a button, a bomb falls. You have no sort of, individuality to what, there's a complete, you use the word distance from your actions. So I think that's a very important thing to just hold on to, when we are talking. It's maybe not evil, but not intended evil, but you're completely cut off from the consequences of your action,
Yeah.
So here I just wanted to again bring in, ask you, Asa Raskin, who's from, works with Tristan in the, I think it's called Center for Response.
Humane Tech.
Sorry, Humane
Yeah,
Humane
the Center
Technology.
for Humane Technology, yeah.
The reason I bring him up is because I think he invented the scroll.
The infinite scroll.
The infinite scroll.
Yeah.
I just want to place with the audience, this is how innocuous it is, Here's a man who just came up with the idea of the infinite scroll. And I think Brian Acton came up, with WhatsApp. They've all become people. It's a bit like an Oppenheimer moment for all of these people who said, I invented the scroll, I destroyed society. I invented the like button, I destroyed society. I invented XYZ, really innocuous things. And now he's become actually a whistleblower, who's really trying to stop this in technology. So again, I'm asking you the question that, would you tell us a little bit about, did you speak to people within Silicon Valley while doing this book? And what's the thinking within? I'm not saying this started out as a desire for, because, Asa Raskin is by no means someone who intends evil. He came up with this idea, but when he saw the consequences, he moved out, What about those who are within Silicon Valley now?
Yeah, that is a tough one because there's a lot of money to be made in in designing new tools that capture attention. Just coming back to the specific question of distance or abstraction, a lot of these problems are, I think, solved by bringing people closer to the real human experience, right? So what social media has done is it has put an abstraction layer between us and the rest of society that is gamified, it is highly addictive, highly emotional, and very problematic, right? Very problematic for how we understand each other. I think I'm hopeful that there are new technologies in the very near future. Do you guys remember Clubhouse? Did you ever use that?
Yeah.
Very briefly during the pandemic, it was this very popular app that everyone was at home, so it was a live voice app in which you'd have live conversations with other people. It didn't have nearly the same levels of toxicity, outrage, and highly gamified communication, right? Partially because it didn't have any of these specific tools, but also because you were hearing the voice of another person in real time. And it's very difficult to be emotionally toxic with another person if you are hearing them in real time, right? If I offend you, right, and if in real life, I can see the hurt in your face, right? I can hear the suffering in your voice, right? If I'm saying something that's mean, right? But when we push so many of our interactions through this medium of text, we are actually abstracting out another human into this profile picture, which may or may not even feel like a real human to us, and they become an easy target for some of our worst emotional impulses. And so I'm hopeful that this next layer of technology that we're building, with various tools to increase the fidelity of our conversations, right? So, like, I think VR and live conversations as intermediated and empowered by new tools can actually help solve a lot of these problems by giving us more fidelity in our interpersonal relationships, more empathy in the moment as we're speaking.
Two things I didn't understand. You just said VR and the new technologies we've been discussing, AI is being rushed out the same way that social media was rushed out. So I'm not very hopeful that any of these are going to be mitigated by that. I think it's in Europe that they have now made it law that you have to know the data set that's going into AI before you can deploy it. It has to be audited, it has to be sort of publicly available before this. And Sam Altman, for all this altruistic conversation coming out of the Valley, Sam Altman said that we'll try and oblige. If we can't, we'll just pull out of Europe rather than, live by the principle of what's being put out. So but I won't go down that path, but you said the new technology is coming. You mentioned VR. So again, I'm surprised. One thing we haven't done at all this time is virtual reality, except having Jaron Lanier there. But as we're speaking, Apple has put out its new generation VR, and Piyush, from Google was saying he wore it. I'm sure a lot of people here have already bought it. And it's a whole other level of virtual living.
Intimacy,
you can beam yourself into Yosemite Park, you're surrounded by redwoods. I can imagine the complete pleasure of that. But that's again, it's pretty bewildering, it's just blurring the lines of real and virtual. So why did you say that these new technologies
look, it's a hope that I have that as we increase the fidelity of our information exchange, then we actually get to a point of more kind of intimate human empathy that is possible for us. I don't think that's going to solve the most present problems with social media, but I do think that, so you spoke about AI just briefly without going too far down that rabbit hole, but the principal harms of AI, I would say 80% of them at least will come to society through social media, right? Through the deep fakes being passed off as real news, through these synthetic personalities pretending to be real humans. So fixing social media is a key piece of safely deploying AI in society right now. And currently we're not up to the task. I'm hopeful that we will get there very soon. But a big part of that is making sure that we have real humans online and that there's verifiable human identity online. Because you can imagine, right, in the very near future, being able to spin up 1,000 different fake humans to pollute the discourse and offer up a whole new kind of perceived consensus around an issue that might not have any real support from real humans at all. And that's a real problem for our collective understanding and debate.
We were talking about these cultures, different countries having different cultures. You're from America. Help us understand this. This is like a very localized problem. There's only one or two companies that own all the social media networks that we're all using. How difficult is it to stop this? How can it be that an entire world's social collective and psychological collective is being harmed by a phenomenon and everyone is helpless in the face of that, How can it be? It's a little bit like bewildering for Indians to understand why there can be constant shootouts in America and that's not turned off.
Right.
And here there are two companies that the American government could very well regulate and it doesn't. Can you help us understand that?
Yeah, so Congress in general in my country right now is very dysfunctional, as you might know. There's
Created
a lot
by social media in the first
yes,
place.
exactly. Yeah, there's a small group of people in our Congress that are basically locking down any real debate until after the election. We'll see what happens after that. But particularly social media legislation actually does have pretty broad bipartisan support right now, surprisingly. And Congress has become better at understanding these issues. They have a lot of very smart people that are helping them research these issues. A lot of very smart people that have testified in front of Congress about some of these issues. And I'm actually optimistic about a couple of pieces of legislation that are being worked on right now. One in particular called PATA, which is the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act. If that goes through, I think that could actually be a really dramatic shift and change. What it basically does is it allows for government and civil society to have access to the raw feed at these various companies, right? So it's not opening up the hood of the algorithm and seeing the way the algorithm works, but it's essentially plugging into the tailpipe of the algorithm and seeing what it's spewing out, right? And the thing is, a lot of these companies actually know what the harms are. They've done as Frances Haugen found, they've done a tremendous amount of research onto the harms to different parties, right? From teen girls, suicide, and all these different issues. They actually know a lot of these issues, what they are. So I think as soon as you have some level of transparency, big word, but transparency into the outputs of these tools, then very quickly these companies will clean up their act internally, right? Because they know what many of the problems are, so they will keep these government regulators from being able to see that by making sure that they clean it up before that comes through. So I'm actually hopeful that this particular piece of legislation might actually really dramatically improve social media, because a lot of the algorithmic harms right now are hidden to us, right? As Tristan Harris says, it's like the world's biggest crime scene that is only that is being locked off by these various companies, right? They have all the data and all of the harms internally, right? So if we have some transparency, I think we can actually make a huge difference in solving these problems.
Tobias, I'm just surprised, and this one I'm asking you personally,
yeah.
that you're just saying some of the most dramatic and very, very important things, and then just stopping a little shy of calling a spade, you know? You just said the companies have reports. They know this is creating suicide. They know it's creating mental health problems. They know the crazy impacts this is happening. They're sitting on those reports and resisting government regulation, and you say this is not evil. Why?
Wow. Again, I'm not I'm not defending these companies. I am just very aware of how, again, this process of abstraction when you're inside of these companies can create a system, a whole full functioning system of deferred responsibility. And that's what I think is happening right now, is that you know, everyone can kind of point to someone else and say, oh, it's their responsibility, and this isn't actually our responsibility. And like I will say, I think internally they have tried very hard to mitigate a lot of the worst content on these platforms. So Facebook, for instance, compared to what it was 5 years ago, 6 years ago, is doing a much, much better job. Their trust and safety teams, these are some of the heroes of our world, and they are hidden from view, and they are keeping some of the worst things on the internet from our eyes and the eyes of our children, right? And they're just toiling in the darkness, seeing some of the most horrific stuff on a regular basis and trying to keep it out of the commons, right? And this is a tragedy of the commons in many ways, and it does require people to help fix these issues. But so I don't think they're evil, but I think they have a kind of a wicked problem on their hands, and they do need to work on it, yeah, and fix it.
This sounds a little bit like the drug lords that don't take drugs, you know? Because I've heard that a lot of the Silicon Valley founders of these companies don't allow their children to use all of this, but they're perfectly fine pushing out the cocaine elsewhere, you know?
Right.
So, I mean, I'm not going to stop short of saying this is conscious action. I'm not talking about the employees of these companies.
Yeah.
It's not possible that some companies can create AI, have trillion-dollar investments, create a completely new technology shaping the world, and then be so helpless in the face of pushing off, you know, switching off particular aspects of a technology that is knowingly doing harm.
Yeah.
I'd like to call a spade as a journalist. I don't see this as such a gigantic problem.
Well, let me put it in a different way, all right? So this was a couple of years ago, and the actual features may have changed since this, but a few years ago there's a highly competitive market, right? So a highly competitive market. So just a couple of years ago, TikTok was not on the map domestically in the United States, right? It was not like a big platform. they have a highly addictive algorithm, like one of the best algorithms in the world for keeping your attention on site, right? So if Facebook and Twitter/X decided not to use a highly addictive algorithm, then they lose market share right away, right, to their competitor, TikTok or Facebook. And attention is zero-sum. We only have a limited amount of it during the day. And the market incentives for these companies are tremendous, right? And that doesn't give them, it doesn't allow for abdication and moral responsibility for these issues, but it's a highly competitive market and it is changing very rapidly, right? So if it's the difference between keeping their company profitable and competitive versus, turning off some of these addictive measures, the market is telling them what to do, right, actively, right? And this is why I think we really do need government regulation to come in and help them corral and fix actively many of these harms.
I think that's why we were using the word constitution for technology, because there are a lot of entrepreneurs here, but to also speak of the market as something that exists outside of human beings is a bit of an old construct. This is now not just about wealth and, just stock markets. You're talking about these companies having a lot of political power, a lot of social power, a lot of civilizational power. That means that these are really technological countries and they do need to have some other value system rather than just the market, because it's not just a stock market issue here, it's many things. And so that's the note I'd like to end on. Both America and India are going into a major election. Your book says that these things have destroyed democracy. Mustafa Sulaiman, from which AI, DeepMind, he literally said, let's leave everything else in the short term. It has to be regulated that AI cannot be used in politics. He's saying that categorically. You've said it's broken democracies. Do share with us an analysis of that, and we'll end on that note.
On what I think about democracy?
No, why it's been destroying democracy.
Why it's destroying democracy, yeah. So democracy is a fairly straightforward system. It's a very messy system, but it's a fairly straightforward system in that we see a problem collectively, right? If you just kind of get down to first principles of democracy, you see a problem collectively as a group of people. You get angry about that problem and you try to solve that problem. You vote for someone into power to try to solve that problem. And collectively, that's kind of the whole point, right? Is to collectively try to address issues. Core to that is people being accurately capable of evaluating the issue without too much emotional intensity. And I mean that in a way that, like, most of us, when we see something that's broken in the world, we'll get upset about it. And if we're too upset, like, our first reaction is oftentimes not the best reaction to solving that problem. So I think and this is a Madisonian thing from back in the day. James Madison, in the United States Constitution, one of the framers, he wrote that he felt like you needed a system to basically allow for outrages to cool down before you could legislate against them. Because if the system's running too hot and people are too angry, then they will actually over-legislate and they will solve the wrong problem, or they'll come up with a dumb solution to solving the problem. And in general, having too much emotionality in that process was actually really bad for democracy, right? So I think that it's very plausible that what's happening with our democracies right now is that we've increased the kind of clock speed and the heat of these systems operating. And we've, at the same time, that has contributed to a lot of the mis and disinformation that is present. And if we're confused as to what the problems actually are, or we're overly upset about those problems are, then we're going to legislate the wrong things, and we're going to vote the wrong people into power, and that's going to undermine our whole system. And so I think that's that's the general frame here from a systems-wide perspective of what social media has been doing, and core to that is really making sure that we're accurate and that we have good enough information to move, as Thomas Friedman said earlier, shared trust in what is real to move forward together.
Thank you very much, Tobias. That was an amazing analysis and very, very powerful takeaways.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's a perfect note to enter, almost the last 2 or 3 sessions of our conference. This is to have 2 people from the political world. We've had Eric Daimler, who was the advisor to Obama, and we have PTR Thiagarajan, who's the Science and Technology Minister of Tamil Nadu. He was earlier the Finance Minister, a very thoughtful politician. And so to have both of them on stage to look at how different democracies and countries are approaching technology and thinking about the policy around some of these very big issues that we've all been discussing. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage PTR Thiagarajan and Eric Daimler.
Hi, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. PTR, thank you very much for coming. I know you had a big conference yourself, which you were running, so to take time out to come for this is deeply appreciated, and thank you for that.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Sorry?
Thank you for having me here, I said. Right. No problem. Yeah.
So, PTR, you kind of missed the back history of this, leading up to this, but there's been a lot of discussion about how different countries are approaching technology. And there is a sense, Sharad Sharma spoke earlier, and that India has a different approach to technology and how it should be deployed for populations. So can you tell us, is there, from your perspective, and you're in Tamil Nadu, one of the most industrial states, you're ushering new technologies in there, what is that difference in thinking from your point of view?
Well, I'm not that clued into the national strategy, to tell you the truth, though I was here a week ago and I met with Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Minister of State.
I'm so sorry, I just can't, can you hear him at the back?
No, I said I was here last week and met with the Minister of State, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and he was talking about wheeling out some policies, but as of now, I'm not sure that there's a very clear national vision. But I can tell you in Tamil Nadu, I said this when I was in finance, and I say it now as the Minister for IT, that to me the great, the great value, the great confidence that this technology gives me is that the nature of government, which in my opinion is quite profoundly broken, can be substantively improved, and the interaction between government and citizens can be really taken to a different level through this technology. So, of course, there are risks and all that, which I'm sure we'll talk about, but I'm hugely optimistic, and that's the 2-day conference I've just run, was on the future of IT, and one of the 6 theme areas was AI and deep tech. And we had brilliant people from all over the world, CEOs of big companies and evangelists. And I'm just so excited about the possibility, because I think we are so far behind where we need to be in terms of service delivery, in terms of citizen connect, that I actually see it as a very positive thing. The guardrails will be set by the government of India, because it will have to be for the whole country. But at the state level, we have the great luxury of relatively high income, relatively high education, relatively high penetration. And so I think we can greatly improve the overall outcome for our people.
I'm just going to come back to, we had a session yesterday where a lot of the directors and creators were in a kind of AI denial. They said, this is not going to supplant us, this is just baby stuff, it's for mediocre workers being supplanted, but not masters. And when I first spoke to you, you had a kind of similar reaction, saying that AI was not going to be a tectonic impact in India. So I'm going to come back to...
No, can I just add, I didn't say that it won't be a tectonic impact. I said the cost of processing today and the amount of, the politics of it, the queue for getting really powerful processors and the cost of it, and the amount of time it will take to digitize all the information we have and then to pass it so that machines can be trained. It's not going to happen overnight. It will take a generation. That's the only point I said. I didn't say it won't be a shift. I just said it won't happen overnight. It's not as if I release a model tomorrow and the world looks different, right? There's a lot of actual execution impediments and money that's going to be, and energy, right? We are barely keeping up with the energy demands of homes and industries. The amount of power that's going to be required to, run all these engines and computing power, That's not a small thing. That's all I meant. There are practical difficulties in the execution. Even if the edge of technology is here, to scale that across the whole population will take a significant amount of time.
Right. Eric, today I'm going to speak to you in this other hat that you wear. We've been hearing through the day, and just the session before you, Tobias and I were talking about the serious harms that have arisen from social media, and that today technology companies are not just centers of wealth or centers of innovation. They're a political power, they're a social power, they're shaping the public collective of trans-border countries, and yet I'll come to something so specific as this social media. There's a great awareness even within Congress that social media companies are harming societies with these kind of addictive behaviors that it is well aware of, So help us understand, and you were in the Obama administration, it was already happening then, it's accelerated now. What's stopping, a great celebrated democracy like America turning off this clock?
The power of American lobbyists. It's a quick, it's an easy answer.
You say things in the most deadpan way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we known about this danger for many years, and it's gotten worse in many respects. I mean, the obvious example we have in the tech community is the Facebook's, the part that Facebook played in the Rohingya massacre. I mean, that was just straight up social media. And so Facebook had dedicated an increasing amount of resources to safety, trust and safety, but 99% of those resources are in English. Because they know where their regulators are. They know where their risk is. And this is what has allowed them, to some extent, to avoid the cost of their software on society.
Right. So help us understand this, that when you're saying lobbyists have a lot of power in the American system, but having children cuts across all political parties. So is there no bipartisan, opinion building up at all about turning off something as simple as addictive behavior, likes, notifications? No one's saying to turn off the connectivity, but to, Tobias used a really nice phrase about overheating, this overheated social connection that's been created. Are you just saying it's that tough to do it?
I am encouraged.
And aren't there also wealthy lobbyists on the other side?
They are outmatched in the amount of resources available to them.
Yeah, that's because one company is more rich than all of India, which is the 5th largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
So,
there are some well-meaning people working to do some good work in this regard, and there's been legislation suggested based on the work that they've done. I'm encouraged by the most recent hearings in the U.S. Congress that suggest that we might be able to implement something, but we don't know in the current dysfunction in Washington.
Right. PTR, I wanted to come to you to ask that in the near term, you mentioned this government-citizen interface. What are some of, let's just say within Tamil Nadu, if not for the entire country, what are some of the ways in which you are thinking of deploying AI? What are the really positive uses that it can be put to? And what are some of the harms that, seeing the whole global situation already, are there ways that you all are already thinking about it?
Maybe I should separate this into the role of government as providing services for citizens and marshalling resources and redistributing them effectively. And then what happens outside of the government's control, like social media or politics, or, those kinds of things. The government has a very clear but limited role. It's a regulatory kind of body, it is an enforcement, it's a compliance. Those things are very hard to do at a state level. I mean, if it's criminal, then it's easier to say it's the responsibility of my police. But if it's the guardrails or the kind of, systemic speed breakers or other things that have to be put in, those have to come at a national level. Those are not things that we can regulate. But if I come on this side of the fence, 30 years ago almost, my doctoral studies were in kind of understanding human cognition and how we could better design computer interfaces to make it easier for people to interact. And I was struck because somebody sent me a video as part of this conference I had yesterday, day before, of Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. And he says, you know, I'm going to say something opposite of what everybody says. He says, in this age of AI, everybody's saying, teach your kids how to do programming, they have to learn how to use computers and all this stuff. So I'm saying the exact opposite. Our job is to make the machines understand the people. So you teach your kids how to do farming, how biology should be advanced, how some special field, you know, you give them domain knowledge. And I recently took my son on a college tour, and I was at my old school in Boston. And, you know, tech school of all tech schools, right? MIT is supposed to be the most tech school. And I was so surprised to hear them tell my son, and as part of the group, you have to take 5 courses in the humanities in the first year, otherwise you won't get a degree from you. It could be nuclear engineering, you still have to do the humanities courses, right? So if anything, the role of AI is that we have made the machines understand people, or we will have eventually when we have enough computing power equitably accessible throughout. And therefore in the government, our job is to remove these bottlenecks. I mean, being a minister, I'll still ask a very delicate question. How many of you have enjoyed your experience going to a government office to get some certificate or form or license? Right? I mean, this is the wonderful opportunity for us to eliminate so many of these mundane, random, you know, interferences. Incidentally, the average vacancy rate in the government allocated staffing positions across the country, take a guess. Not just Tamil Nadu, government of India, government of, I don't know, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, 40%. 40%. We can't afford to pay any more people than we pay already. And so even taking up the bulk of our resources, we're still running 40% vacancies. This cannot be done by human beings anyway. Now if we get the machines to do what human beings should easily do, I mean, even on the spectrum already, right? You start with going from physical to e-service centers to low-code, no-code models that can actually process right through to the end, then start tagging individuals. Now you can, you know, both yesterday and today, post my conference, I had meals with the CEOs of 2 major companies that are in the AI space, Sprinkler and Unifor. And these are the exciting possibilities we see, that were we to actually digitize enough of our content and put in, you know, the processes that we really intend by the state's design, we can make a 75-year-old, relatively uneducated widow get her entitled pension without ever talking to a human being. That's the possibility that comes. So, you know, that's really the huge opportunity we see.
I guess we're going to need, you know, some different order. I don't know what kind of person can think this through, but these are such fascinating problems. You know, you're saying that government just cannot grow any further. It's too expensive to hire any more human beings. It's still, you know, 40% you said is going into that. But at the same time, you have, like, you know, I'm
saying 40% vacancy.
Vacancy.
And the state's resources, depending on which state you're looking at, somewhere between 60 and 80% of the state's own revenues goes to salaries and pensions of government workers. The state perpetuates itself first before it does anything else. So,
right. No, but the question I was going to pose to you is that at the same time in India, there's just a towering employment problem that's going on, you know, and here now even government is thinking of automating and for efficiencies.
No, but the government was never going to be, I mean, the government, just think about the scale. The state of Tamil Nadu, I don't know what the population is because we haven't had a census in like 13 years, but roughly 75 million people, let's say. Out of 75 million people, the voter list is about 60 million people. The workforce is estimated somewhere around 35, 37 million people, active workforce, right? And Tamil Nadu is one of the states where women participation is very high. After that, it's only about 37 million or something like that. How many government jobs are there? Direct government jobs, 950,000. 950,000 out of 30 odd million. Right? Another 7.5 lakhs or 750,000 retirees or something. And then you take all the ancillaries, the PSUs and this and that and the boards and the local bodies and all that, let's generously say it's double. The state was never the employer of like last resort. It was a slice. That slice is constrained economically. I don't think that improving the quality of government services anyway reduces the future employment potential of the state. The real economy creates the jobs. Right? That's where we got to focus on what the impact of these things will be.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to that. Eric, I wanted to ask you, you said about the government and that conversation finished in one line because it was that the lobbyists are doing this. So I don't know how to pursue that further. Let's come to the markets, where Tobias and I were just talking, and that's kind of echoed right through the conference, that the desire to make profits is driving a lot of this at breakneck speed, and you yourself admitted that that's the primary motive for a lot of the ways in which AI is being deployed, and naturally. But again, the markets don't exist outside of human beings running those markets, and I think it's time to give up on that construct. So I'd like your response to, right now, just the social media companies, because we're just coming out of that session, where if we know that there's this harm being done, government has got lobbyists, what's your answer to why the companies won't do it then?
Companies will often will resist automation, often because they're
No, not automation, where they know that the algorithms are creating social harm, but they won't turn it off.
Oh, why are we creating social harm? The profit motive. These are easy answers. Yeah, straight up. I can say that there's a lot of factors that we experience at play with many of these companies not wanting to change their trajectory. That Facebook is not my expertise, but it's just I'm closely connected professionally, I guess, to some of these people. Facebook had recommendations to reduce the harm to their users, especially teenage girls, and it was rejected at the leadership level for whatever reason. And you can imagine it's a profit motive. I mean, it's not terribly complex. They're going to be forced by government. That's really the only way. They're not going to be self-motivated to correct these issues.
Someone else called me naive. Maybe I'll accept that adjective, but I'm just trying to wonder how you get to have that much power, both in government and in markets, and then have such a helpless reaction to something which is impacting people, like millions of people, to say, oh, it's a profit motive, oh, it's a lobbyist, and then have no agency in that situation. How is one supposed to understand that?
I mean, this is just the nature of politics, at least in America. That is the tension, and we try to bring urgency to this issue and the harms being done, especially to teenage girls, in one particular case. And we're making some progress that I'm personally optimistic about. But the sort of damage that can be done it expresses itself in a lot of different ways. In decreased productivity and the bloat of government, we experience this quite a bit. One of our clients is in Europe, and I said that our automation has a 200-to-1 labor compression on automating many of these tasks. One of our customers is an electric utility in the Netherlands that experiences this sort of productivity boom, and that sort of cost recapture is just nothing but benefit to the Dutch people. Yeah. But there's resistance for the rest of Europe. The benefit would be hundreds of millions of euros of savings every year, hundreds of millions. But that is at the cost of people's jobs that are currently doing it manually. So the point is that this dynamic is just all over the place. So there's a lot of people kind of resisting change. That's human.
Right. I just wanted to pose it here, that if the two of you were in a room together without an audience watching, what's the first conversation you all would have?
I'm not sure, but can I just pick up on the point that Eric said about the job loss, right? So there's technology is historically done one of two things. Sometimes it has enhanced productivity, increased the rate of growth and the scale of the economy so much that actually more employment happens, right? Like you think about steam and the first industrial revolution, electricity, second industrial revolution. One of my professors at business school, who's now gone to Stanford, I think, Eric Brynjolfsson, he says, every time IT innovation came about, people were wringing their hands and saying it's going to eliminate jobs. But most of the time what it did was increase productivity and increase the rate and scale of the economy so much that actually created jobs, right? So this is equivalent in some sense, I think. If you're talking about mundane jobs that could be automated, then there's a social discussion to be had. About 10 years ago, I was driving with my sons in Scandinavia, and suddenly you see these signs when you enter into Norway from Sweden, and it says you'll have to have all these things in place because toll collection will only be done automatically. I'm saying like 10 years ago. And when I was talking to my friends about it, after I went in, they said, it's because philosophically we decided that it is not the right kind of role for an educated human in an advanced society to be sitting at the road collecting money. This is just not, in our culture, this is not an appropriate job for a human being to do. Therefore, we automated it in a way. So, all the way from that kind of automation as a part of your culture or your political understanding of the economy to automation. If you're worried about job losses, let me put it a different way. I used to be a consultant in the US when I was a grad student, and I used to go to all these auto factories and OEM suppliers. That industry has completely been decimated. Where there used to be 100 human beings working in a car factory, there are probably 10 now. The rest is all robotic. That's what real job elimination looks like. If you look at what I'm saying for government, at least in our government, I'm telling you there's a 40% vacancy. It's not like there's, a lot of people who are going to be laid off. I'm saying most people have great job security. And if there's a slowdown in the hiring, it's because we can't afford to pay any more people. It's not because, we are getting the work done faster. And as I say, all of us have experience that it's not like the services are being delivered on time, smoothly, without any rent seeking, without any complexity, with all the records perfectly clean right now. So I don't see any downside at all in applying these kinds of technologies. I only see, at least for the foreseeable future, I only see upside. Maybe the losses will come, but not anytime soon, right?
So over there, I wasn't only talking about the government as an employer.
Yeah.
As a political leader, I'm sure you're thinking about this whole employment problem because it's coming and everyone has their own justifications. But the truth of the matter is that there is no, people used to earlier say set up industry, set up manufacturing. All of that is automated. With AI coming, there's going to be, even more less human interfacing. So as political leaders, how are you thinking about employment and how are human beings going to be deployed?
See, I look at it slightly differently, right? I don't think any technology is so affordable and so scalable now that you're going to see mass layoffs across all industries, service industries, manufacturing, office jobs, all of that. Maybe I'm just not up to speed on it, but not even in America, let alone in India or Africa or other places. But I see it a different way. Actually, the world has now got a labor shortage problem. I'm not talking India, I'm saying globally. You look at India is now something like 1/6 of the population of the world, right? You take out all the aged people and aging people in the advanced economies where the birth rates have fallen a lot, and now including China. And if you look at the current working age population and those likely to come in the next 20 years, one generation, India is maybe like 1/5 or 1/4. So the world actually needs a lot of labor. I travel constantly to countries like Australia or Singapore or the US or other places. The US happens to draw so many migrants that it doesn't have a labor problem. But you look at the rest of the world, from nurses to hotel staff to teachers to you take any field, there's actually not enough human beings. And many of these things are quasi-manual work. It's very hard to replicate a nurse. Right? Yesterday, one of the speakers at my conference was General Officer Commanding of the Dakshin Bharat area, and he said, no machine's ever going to replace a soldier. A soldier's still going to be needed, right? So I think this notion that somehow we are headed into a cliff where suddenly there's not going to be need for human beings. I just don't see that happening. I think, at least in a global economy, our job as politicians, as policymakers, is to create a workforce, and that's my Chief Minister has been saying that for 2 years, that he wants Tamil Nadu to be the human resource capital of the world. Some of it will be work coming here because we have brilliant people and they come and invest. Some of it will be work done because our economy scales up and we create more demand and more consumption here. Some of it will be out-migration temporarily, and they'll come back and do better things. Some of it will be permanent out-migration. That's happening whether we like it or not, right?
I mean, you know, this is a very long conversation and we are running out of time, but as much as there's you said there's a lack of human resource, but it is also an unemployability problem because
completely
there's no
agree.
skilling, and this thing is moving so fast.
Yeah.
I don't think even coders will know how to code fast enough to keep up with the machines. So, I mean, there's an employability problem because there isn't a skill. I mean, there isn't enough skill. There is human beings out there.
I could take that. You know, when I was in the White House, there was an argument that I think captured most people's imagination, which is the debate between technology losing jobs or potentially creating jobs was really beside the point. Because the main argument, the main conclusion really was that it was probably neutral. It's just that for the individual, they may experience some heavy disruption in their job. So as a society, we may all be better off, but the individual may feel it very differently. I can share some degree of optimism here that, you know, we have never automated jobs that we want to do.
Which we tried to, we couldn't,
Yeah, I mean, we automate the jobs we don't want to do, right? And what the jobs that may be created, I can say this one last thing, because we're talking about the jobs being displaced and to square the circle about higher skilled jobs. That's exactly where jobs will be created, but that's maybe not necessarily good news. We need more experts. And so to use an example from the Boeing 737 MAX, multiple disasters, we needed more aerospace engineers. We're going to automate some of this back-end engineering that today is manual, but we need more of the people that are going to encode the facts around the dynamics of the airplane.
Eric, I think this again is like a very easy getaway because I've been hearing this repeatedly that people are saying, oh, we are automating jobs that we don't want to do, but Eric Daimler is never going to be the guard and Eric Daimler is never going to be the driver. So, you know, we are just assuming that these are jobs that people don't want to do. Maybe they don't want to do it, but they don't have any other job to do either. And it's not like you're replacing them from being guards and drivers and then giving them an MIT education to become the next coder, you know?
But that's my point. My point is that because AI and the development of computing capability and data and the machine's ability to learn and understand human beings is going so rapidly, you don't need to learn programming languages. You need to be able to ask the right kinds of questions. You need to understand human psychology. You need to understand logic. You need to understand rhetoric. NASCOM, the local chairman, is Rajesh Nambiar of Cognizant, and we had him at some Government of Tamil Nadu event, and he said, do you know what the most commonly used programming language in the world is today and is going to be? And everybody said X and Y, and he said, no, English. He said, right now, everybody is doing prompt engineering for how to make these machines learn. So they have to ask the right questions to be able to learn. And that's in English. What about in Tamil? What about in Hindi? What about in Kannada? In my view, it's actually going to be a lot easier to train somebody to be successful in the world of AI than when I used to teach how to make simulation models as a grad student 20 years ago. They had like heavy coding on one particular language, on one particular model, on one particular... If that went out of style, they had to start over again. Now they don't have to, right? The machine will adapt. So I actually think it's going to be much easier to train people. Of course, you have to train them, and you have to train them in the right things. But it's going to be much easier to skill people in a new paradigm than it was in the old paradigm.
I just wanted to put out that one of the speakers we would have liked to get is from Karya, because there's a huge invisible presence here in this whole conference about technology, which is that they are data workers in some of the most impoverished spaces, you know, who are actually labeling and feeding the data into the machines. And they're completely invisible, and they're in fact having a lot of mental trauma because they're having to sift through so much of stuff and very poorly paid. And then there's this now a model that Karya is following where, you know, I may be wrong and I wish they'd been here, but they said that they're actually sharing 30% of what they earn with the workers, and they're still making a lot of money. So when we are talking about these markets as existing outside of the construct of human intention, I wish they'd been here to show that there are other ways. There are other ways of sharing. It is human intentionality, and I don't think that the market exists outside of the people who run the market. So because they're not here, I just wanted to put their point out. Eric, I just want to end with you. Assuming that you worked with President Obama, that I would have assumed that you're a Democrat. Maybe you're not. Are you?
The role I played was a science advisor. So we were actually a non-political. We weren't. I was not in the West Wing.
But
in
in America, you all declare your politics always, right? So what are you?
No, there were Trump voters within. Not today. They recanted. But at the time, there were Republicans in the science advisory group.
I like the distancing device that you created. They were, but
yeah. I mean, I am a fierce moderate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but the reason I was asking that was not to be intrusive, but to say that when we're talking about these kind of employment problems and this the detritus of what all is going on in technology, and again I'm putting all the positives are there, we are discussing the negatives because those are more thorny, that there is also then a very angry population building up that are seeing jobs taken away, that's feeling vulnerable, emotionally angry, contagious emotions, and we have a popular, demagogic political leader like Mr. Trump, who's able to feed into that. And there's a strong sense that American politics has been broken. You have January 6th, unprecedented in American politics. So there's real-time fallouts of social and political fallouts of these technologies. So in that context, and with you heading into another American election, would you have a different take on how these technologies need to be humanized?
I think there is a large segment of the population that is in danger of falling behind even further. And this disruption that we experience when individuals lose their job, regardless of the magnificent productivity increases and wealth increases that we're all going to have in our companies and sometimes our governments, the individual experience may be a complete dislocation of their sense of being, and that gives rise to this nationalist populism. And I wish I knew the cure for that. Yeah.
Let's just leave it open as a jungle of things to address, and thank you very much for articulating those. We have 2 more riveting sessions. Do stay with us. Thank you very, very much for being with us. Thank you. Next up is a speaker and a session that we should have actually had many of, which is the role of technology in education and children's minds. We have a fantastic speaker. She's Ollie Friedman. She's worked with the Salman Khan Lab. She's the founder of Redbridge School. She's, she happens to be Tom Friedman's daughter. And when Tom introduced me to her, he said, she's the better Friedman. She's going to win the entire conference, hands down. So with that as context, I'd love to invite on stage Ollie Friedman to tell us about how technology in education can be deployed in a constructive way for children. She speaks about the idea of agency, even from children at a really young age. And so to open up this whole new sort of dimension of technology, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ollie Friedman.
So we've spent the last 2 days talking about AI and how it's going to change the way we work, the way we live, the way we play, the way we stay healthy. But what we haven't talked about yet is how we prepare kids for this world while we're still preparing ourselves for it. Elementary school students today aren't going to know a world where AI didn't exist. So what does it mean to get them ready for this world and provide them with access to opportunity? That's what I'm going to explore with you today over the next 20 minutes or so, taking you on my own journey through education as an educator who has witnessed and been part of the rise of education technology. Okay. I was spoiled by my first teaching job, not because I was paid well. I wasn't paid anything. I was a volunteer during college. Meals and lodging were included. It was a boarding school. But meals were mostly chapatis or rice, which may give you a hint that this was not a New England boarding school. This was a school not for the global elite, but for the poorest of the poor in rural Tamil Nadu, India. The school is called Shanti Bhavan, and it takes 12 girls and 12 boys starting in preschool and educates them through high school. Now that the school's been around for over 20 years, they've had a number of graduates, and the result of this school is that students have gone on to the most prestigious universities around the globe and gotten jobs at Goldman Sachs, Mahindra Mahindra, Google, Ethicists, and they support their families in ways that were previously unimaginable. I say I was spoiled by this job because Shanti Bhavan was truly changing students' lives. And as a 20-year-old college student, I didn't know how rare it was for a school to actually transform life trajectories. And that's why I became an educator, because of a belief in equality of opportunity through education, and Shanti Bhavan was my proof point. Equality of opportunity remains my North Star, but since that experience in 2005, my idea of what equality of opportunity means has gone through multiple evolutions, mirroring evolutions in technology and society. I started my first full-time classroom job in 2007 in Washington, D.C. public schools, just after the release of the first iPhone. I was part of an organization called Teach for America. And the premise of this organization was that recent college graduates could improve life outcomes for low-income students by providing high-quality instruction. If we could just get kids to learn more stuff, they could get into college and from there improve their lives. The key to opportunity at this moment, we thought, was content knowledge. But was it? Wasn't that what Google did? And now that everyone had Google in their pocket, how useful for life outcomes is memorizing a lot of content? Having a baseline ability in reading, writing, and math is essential no matter what technology can do. But beyond that, what content will serve students for the long term? What we saw play out across the no excuses school movement in the US was that yes, effective teachers could get students to learn enough stuff to get into college, which was a huge milestone for many students and families. But once they got to college, many first-generation students struggled to graduate. It wasn't because they didn't know enough information. It was because their highly paternalistic, compliance-based educations hadn't set them up for success in the real world. At this point, content knowledge alone was not going to be the key to equal opportunity. As a teacher, every year I would have a couple of students in my class who were particularly challenging. I'd work hard to figure out how to connect with them, try to understand what it would take to keep them engaged and motivated. Sometimes it would take months to earn a student's trust or understand their particular needs, and then it would be June, and I would hand the child off to their next teacher and cross my fingers that their new teacher would do the same thing, take the time to get to know them and appreciate the quirks of each child. What I realized was that so much of student success was bound up in who their teacher was, and not nearly enough of a child's fate in school was in their own hands. Around this time, in 2008, I heard Sal Khan, the founder of Khan Academy, an online learning platform, speak about how students could use technology to learn at their own pace. I was intrigued. Maybe access to personalized learning tools was the key to equal opportunity, especially if we can't count on a high-quality teacher in every classroom. With this question in mind, I moved to California, to the Bay Area, to spend time in schools and classrooms, using technology in new ways. As luck would have it, Sal Khan had a 5-year-old son himself and wanted to start a brick-and-mortar school to put his theories into action. He invited me to join him as part of the founding team of the Khan Lab School, and there I had the opportunity to design a school from scratch. The only requirement was that students have uninterrupted time on Khan Academy to advance their own learning. Adults sat back while students used technology to learn at their own pace. After some weeks of watching this play out, we saw that some students really zoomed ahead in their learning, considerably outpacing grade-level norms. Other students plodded along on a predictable trajectory, and some students never really took to that way of learning. Their success with the tool didn't have to do with their academic ability or their intellectual capacity. Their success had to do with their work habits. For example, did they have a goal for what they wanted to accomplish with the tool? Could they make a plan for what they wanted to spend time on and follow through with it? Could they stay focused on learning in a room full of their peers and access to the internet? You may be thinking, hey, these are the same questions I have about my colleagues. Well, it's no coincidence that the work habits students need to succeed in the modern classroom would look similar to the work habits adults need to succeed in the modern workplace. Maybe work habits were the key to equality of opportunity. I wanted to investigate this further. So at Khan Lab School, we started grouping students by their proficiency in work habits like time management, goal setting, initiative, and organization. And we developed a curriculum to teach these skills explicitly. After 4 years of teaching work habits at Khan Lab School, what we saw was students who knew themselves deeply as learners. They knew how to set a goal for their learning, to evaluate when they needed help. They knew how to ask for help from adults and peers. They could figure out what was going to distract them and what would motivate them to keep going. I didn't have to worry about who these students' teachers would be in the future because they knew themselves as learners so well. Which isn't to say that teachers don't matter, but at the end of the day, the person who has to care the most about a child's education is themselves. Okay, you might be saying, that's nice for this private school in Silicon Valley, but what about the rest of the world? Well, these days, no matter who you are and where you live, it's becoming increasingly hard to predict the future. The world is moving fast, and if you didn't think that before this weekend, now you certainly must. And we don't know what the future looks like, so the best thing we can do to prepare students is either get out the tarot cards or make them really good at the act of learning. What does it mean to be good at learning? It means being able to set a learning goal for yourself, understand when something is a just right challenge, know what will distract you or throw you off your path and plan ahead for that, recognize when you need help and feel confident asking for it. These are all skills we can teach, we can practice, and get better at. A quote often attributed to Stephen Hawking is, "Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change." This is what work habits allow. They allow students to direct their learning regardless of whether they're sitting in a classroom, their closet, a laboratory, or a Starbucks. And the pandemic showed us just how invaluable these traits are. In 2020, when COVID set in, students around the globe were forced to learn from home for the first time without a teacher standing over them, reminding them what to do and ensuring it got done. The result was significant learning loss and a level of disengagement that schools are still working to recover from. Throughout this disruptive experience, student success was highly dependent on schools' and teachers' ability to connect, both emotionally and technologically. Given trends in climate and political extremism, it's not hard to imagine that these sorts of disruptive events will happen more and more. Hopefully, we can take the lessons of the pandemic and the realization that students need a whole lot more practice taking ownership of their learning to be prepared for next time. In 2020, I launched a school to put work habits front and center, to give students agency over their learning so that no matter what the world looks like, they have the capacity to adapt and flourish. The school is called Red Bridge, named for the iconic red Golden Gate Bridge. We do things a bit differently at Redbridge. We've taken the systems of school that traditionally reward compliance and redesigned them to reward student agency instead. We don't group students by grade level. We group them by autonomy level based on those work habits I mentioned. Students don't passively move to the next grade in June just because they've sat in a seat for 180 days. Instead, they advocate for their own promotion. Students don't receive letter grades. Instead, students sign up to earn credits or badges when they feel they've mastered a skill or concept. The role of the teacher also looks different. We've specialized the role into the jobs of learning guides, who focus on work habit and character habit instruction, and content specialists, who focus on content instruction. While we didn't have to operate remotely during the pandemic, we did have to close for one day unexpectedly. We decided to give students the day off. We told them, treat it like a snow day. Enjoy yourself. There's nothing to do. We'll see you on Monday. But what happened next was remarkable. I received emails from 2 parents, unbeknownst to one another, sharing the schedules their children had made for this day off, marking off what they were able to get done. This was the result of students who are asked to start each day by making a plan for how they'll spend their time. Students are used to having independent work time, and students who are taught and reflect on work habits daily. Just when it seemed like we'd unlocked a key lever toward equality of opportunity, a new technology came along, ChatGPT. Perhaps highly personalized chatbot tutors will be the great equalizer. Perhaps, or maybe an entirely new set of skills are now needed to set students up to succeed in a world with these bots. We have better learning tools today than we've ever had, but around the globe, student learning outcomes have only declined over the last 15 years. This is a graph of PISA test scores, and the PISA test is given to high school students all around the globe. These are scores from 2003 to 2022. And yes, they did take a deep dive around the time of the pandemic, but already scores were trending downwards. And it's not because of a lack of access to technology. Here's another graph from the OECD that shows that access to technology and an internet-connected device has only increased across the same countries over a similar time span. Success isn't just about new learning tools. In some cases, it's actually in spite of them. But rather than being worried about the effects of ChatGPT at Redbridge, we decided we would give this new tool a whirl. So last spring, a writing teacher and I decided to put ChatGPT to use in a poetry unit with 8, 9, and 10-year-old students. We began by sharing a brief history of AI, and then got into ChatGPT and how large language models work. When we first mentioned ChatGPT, a few students eagerly shared how they'd been playing around with the tool at home with their families. One student used it to make a birthday card for her mom. Another student used it to look up new dad jokes. Other students stared back at us like we were speaking a foreign language. AI, GPT, these strange strings of letters held no meaning for them. It became obvious at that moment that the new digital divide would not be between students who have access to AI and those who don't. The divide will be in how students experience AI. Some will be passive recipients of chatbot learning programs largely limited to the classroom, while others will use AI to create, to build, to solve problems and think critically. Once again, the divide is between active and passive use, agency and compliance. The OECD made student agency its primary focus in its goals for education in 2030. One of the studies they cite has different phases of agency. The first phase being individual, where people are working towards their own goal. The second phase being collaborative, where people are working toward a joint goal. And the highest phase is collective agency, when you're working alongside others towards something larger than yourself. We need to teach work habits to support opportunities for individuals, but we need to teach character habits or social emotional skills to support opportunity for the collective good. The better technology gets, the more isolated we become as humans. So while you saw the graph that showed that learning outcomes have declined over the last 2 decades, one thing that's been increasing with high school students over the same time period is levels of anxiety and depression. These conditions come from feeling disconnected and disempowered. The pitfall of education technology, whether it's a personalized learning tool or a chatbot tutor, is overemphasizing the individual and undervaluing community. Imagining the role AI could play in society can be a scary exercise. Deep fakes, weaponization, bias, misinformation, which is why, for the sake not just of individuals, but of humanity, character habits have to be part of the curriculum today. As technology gets better and better, we rely on it for more in our daily lives. The role of school as a place to teach socialization, communication, interpersonal dynamics, and ethics becomes essential. I work with elementary age students, so I'm biased towards school being a place we learn to socialize. But even in business school, the most important lessons I learned were about how to successfully interact with others. What a teacher does that AI does not do is create communal experiences. Teachers teach a whole class. They think about what students need individually, but within the context of what the group needs. They monitor students' ability to communicate and collaborate with one another and support these skills. Teachers know which students to call on so the rest of the class can hear their thinking. They know who to assign a classroom helper job to in order to boost morale. Teachers know which kids to pair up on a group assignment so that the outcome is better for everyone. There's a teacher shortage of tens of millions across the globe, and it's tempting to think that AI robot teachers could solve this problem. But education is ultimately teaching kids how to be human beings in the world, and only other human beings can do that. It's not about replacing teachers with technology, it's about rethinking the role of teachers in an era when this technology exists. To go along with work habits, we also need character habits, and we need people for that. Ideally, deeply inspiring people who are role models as well as instructors, but I realize that's a tall ask. A McKinsey study in 2020 found that in many cases, the more technology students use, the worse their outcomes. But the more technologies their teachers used, the better the student outcomes. So perhaps the best way forward we can hope for is that AI frees up teacher capacity to do more of what people are uniquely good at. AI is unlikely to fix the teacher shortage, but AI may and already is replacing tutors. While teachers teach classes of students, and that's an irreplaceable experience, tutors teach individuals. We know that students can benefit immensely from tutoring to reinforce content. In the age of AI, my hope for equality of opportunity is that teachers can become super empowered, that the technology allows teachers to increase their own agency so that they can spend time on the things that matter, coaching students in lifelong learning skills and ensuring that students graduate with a moral compass to go along with their superpowers.
So we'd love to end this conference on a really joyful note with 2 speakers who have always embraced technology. They collaborate with it. They see no anxiety around it. They have used it to expand human imagination, to expand human storytelling. And they are very, very excited about all the technologies that are available for play now. These are 2 fantastic, imaginative, creative people. Rana Dagubatti, a multi-hatted actor, an investor, a producer, someone who acted as the villain in Bahubali, but frankly, he looks like Dothraki and Khal Drogo all come into one, and Thor. So he's going to be coming on stage right now. And Nag Ashwin, a director whose Build, is the first film that even as a premiere, a curtain raiser, went to Comic-Con. It's the most anticipated film because it's a sci-fi film that he's creating called Kalki 2898 AD, but he won't explain what it's about. One of the questions I'm going to pose to him is that maybe AI potentially could overtake him because he's been working on this from a human level, but now, as you saw, there are technologies that could do this at a button. But to discuss that with two effervescent speakers, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rana Daggubati and Nag Ashwin. Before they come on stage, again, just a tiny window into how technology has actually, in many ways, created that wonderful idea of spectacle and expanded human imagination through time, and then we'll have them on stage. Please welcome Nag Ashwin and Rana Daggubati. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Nag. Thank you so much. You were the two ambassadors of technology. You should have been here right through when we were going through these graphs of, optimism and anxiety, but you two ambassadors were missing. You've just come for the last piece. But
we were watching a bit of it live.
Yeah, we were there in the audience.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
So Rana, I want to start with you. When I invited you, we started talking about, how you feel about these technologies that are coming into play. So just first up, an intuitive gut level reaction. Are you afraid that even as a lover of technology, you're now going to be supplanted by technology, or are you excited about it?
See, one is technology is never there to replace anything, right? It just creates a certain efficiency in us where the level of productivity becomes much, much larger. So no, I've always been a fan of technology coming and enhancing creativity. I continue to be a fan and looking forward to everything that AI can do in this world.
So you have seen Sora. How do you think you're going to communicate with Sora? And we asked this question earlier, what is human creativity without endeavor?
See, the concept of creativity will keep changing over times and cycles. There was something I just spoke to someone else, and this is a reference I take many times to when photography was invented. Everyone thought artists will go out of job. But the only thing that went away was portrait paintings. And artists started doing far more superior things post that era. And the same with every single technology, right? Whether it was VR, AR, visual effects that came for a certain drive, ran the entire decade, helping us create bigger things than we ever created, making the process of filming much faster and easier than what we did. And now we have an entire sea change. You can just type your prompt and you can actually have a film. So I'm actually pretty excited. Now it's a 1 minute that you'll probably get to see, I think, end of March or something, and we're really looking forward to it.
As I said, this is a good I'm going to come back to pursue some of that. Nag, I wanted to, your film has not yet been unveiled. You had promised to do a little bit of a showing here. Have you brought your goods with you?
Oh, no, I haven't.
He's promised a lot of people a lot of things.
Yeah. A lot of people have been waiting for this, but we're a little behind.
You promised to premiere it here. This is a real letdown.
What? No. It's still in the works. Like, it's one of those things. I wish I had Sora to help me out. But there's a lot of VFX that's happening simultaneously right now for this project. And
the only way you're going to be let off for this is at this very instant to teleport Amitabh Bachchan, Deepika Padukone, Kamal Hassan, Prabhas, all of them onto stage.
And
for
teleport myself back. Yeah.
No, but jokes apart. This is being posited as the biggest spectacle that has come out of India. You're creating a whole sci-fi universe, and it went to Comic-Con. It's been appreciated. So one, tell us a little bit about it. Since you're not premiering it, at least tell us more than you've told the public about it. And number two is that technology is really overtaking all this. So you spent so many years, lots of money. It's also billed as the most expensive film ever made. And you might, by the time you release it, you may be overtaken by even more spectacular things that are just being written up. So at least do you feel anxiety about it, or are you also excited?
I just wish definitely that there was more tech to help us make this film like 3-4 years back when we were in pre-production. Because it is, we're creating this new world. Like, I'm just looking at this picture right now on our... on the screen, and like all these different worlds that we're trying to create, we work with so many different concept artists and giving prompts, obviously, again, in a very personal, one-on-one sort of way, and try to give references and build this world from, for example, the film is, our film starts in the Mahabharata and it ends in 2898. That's the title of the film. It's called Kalki 2898 AD. So it spans that 6,000 year sort of distance in time. And so trying to create worlds that are there here, imagining what it could be like, and sort of still keeping it Indian and not make it look like a Blade Runner or a Tokyo Spice Punk was the challenge, but yeah.
So are you going to reveal the secret of 2898? Why this mysterious figure?
It's, if 6,000 years behind 2898 was comes to like 3102 BC, which is when they say the last avatar of Krishna passed. So.
Okay. So Rana, I'm going to come to you that, even before all of these technologies, you've been a real special effects enthusiast. Your company also has special effects. So, tell us about a little bit about the kind of special effect technologies that excited you. And I'll come back to this question I was asking about endeavor, that so much about the marvel of when you really appreciate art is that feeling of how do you do it, how do you do it? But when it's just become about typing it out, do you think this is going to lose some of its magic? So tell us a little bit about old special effects that excited you, and why are you not worrying about losing endeavor?
Okay, let's just take this image that we see on this screen, right? Say 20 years ago or 15 years ago, you had an artist who is painting on canvas or painting on non-porous screens. So we're able to shoot it with a camera and it feels like you're on that location. So at that point, you were excited about the artist who drew it. You were excited about the finish. But ultimately, the final product came on a screen and that's what you saw. A few years, say a decade ago, that turned into a computer. It was all digitally created. It had a certain wire mesh around it. So it was not a an artist who was important, it was somebody who could build a 3D rig that became very important. How beautifully you can create a rig that can actually move, create stuff that, so it moved from one to another. And from there, once the 3D mesh was built, they became texturing artists, we got lighting artists, we got many different forms of artists actually making that one product, something that one person did, about 4 different people did with different skills, different tech. Did it become easier? Time was a very different way because the times we used, say, wall paintings, or we use it even now, but cinema was easier. People were more accepting of very basic things. You were fine with. Today you want quality that is far more superior. So every time it changes over time, and say 3 or 4 years ago, that asset is already built. You can just buy it off 3D Cafe or any of these places and just make your own texture. But every time when an audience watches it, there is the same awe, there is the same marvel, there is the same respect that you give a creator and the endeavor that he has made to finally think of this and put it out there. Like everything is being democratic in this world, whether, like earlier, say that same time, 20 years ago, films were made by very few people. 10 years later, many more started making films, and today everyone can be a filmmaker. You can make a film on a phone that can become viral and 1 billion people can watch it. So it's the same way with creativity. It starts getting closer and closer. Every human being is a creator. It's just that he's never tapped that side of him or her. And I think AI and this access will start giving you that forward foot. So that's where I come from.
Now, you said that you wish you'd had these technologies to be able to make your film. So let me go back to that human endeavor part of it. What has been so tough about what you're trying to do? And, what would you have done if you'd had Sora available right now? And just one add-on question to that, which both of you could address, is that this is not just about replacing skills, and I'm asking you somewhat the similar questions that we asked the other directors, because I wanted to see if you all are going to have different reactions to what they had, which is that this is not just replacing skills, but replacing actors, I mean, Sora is literally, it's creating human beings that are complete with micro-expressions, pain in their eyes. Just the whole relationship between director and actor only is going to be replaced. So does that make you think about things? So 2 questions.
Not yet, because my film's May 9th. Sora is going to take some more time.
Sorry, you said?
I said my film's releasing on May 9th. Sora will take some more time. So presently I'm fully on this. But how I think it could have helped us, I see what you're saying, because we have to build so many sets and design so many vehicles in this particular film. And it's a lot of a process from ideation to concept to building it, prototyping, machining it, and then aging it and making it happen. And if you do this in Sora, it could be as easy as a prompt and I don't even have to go to VFX. So I'm also thinking that, I don't know yet, because we don't know, we haven't gone into that world yet, but is the process of the struggle, will some magic come through it? Because it's happening over a few months, and we tweak things, and then we tweak things in the process of shoot, and we tweak things in the process of post. So something new could happen throughout this whole process. If it's as easy as a prompt, and you have something that looks great already, and aesthetically it looks like, oh cool, this looks great, let's move on to the next shot. Are you missing something as a creator, or I don't know, in the whole process? I don't think we've gone there yet. We don't know yet. So
let me ask you a different question, that if you could conjure up an actor that absolutely, puts on screen what's in your head, would you be tempted to drop Amitabh Bachchan, Deepika Padukone, Kamal Hassan, let them all go and just conjure the actor of your imagination?
No, because I genuinely don't know what they're bringing onto the table. All of them. I'm saying any actor, if you ask any director, if they're fully honest, I think maybe there are few who know exactly what they want and they will stop them from experimenting. I don't know. But for me, it's I have some material and they interpret it, and on set something new happens. And from the years of experience that they have, I don't know if you can train an AI model to be an Amitabh Bachchan with 8 years of experience behind him, with so much poetry from generations or everything. So I don't know if that model can do what Bachchan Saab can do on set on a particular day, and whether it will be different from a Monday or a Tuesday. because AI will probably do the same thing on a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
I mean, I think that's one radical mistake everyone is making, because AI images that we have generated is absolutely not what we are seeing in the newbie halls, because it is responding to somebody, So I don't think there's a repetitiveness to what AI is doing at all. There's a creative dynamic building up there also.
But is it still, because we're trying to compare it to an existing person, I'm saying if I am going to try to create a completely new actor, or a completely new personality which is AI generated, then sure, then it's great. But when we're comparing it to a real person, I don't know yet if that...
Rana, how would you respond to that question? As a producer, would you drop real life actors and live with virtual ones?
See, if you take the entire animation world, all of the characters that you like are not real, but you feel for them. And it's not today you felt for Mickey Mouse 60 years ago. So that's not going to change at all. But the way you feel for Mickey Mouse and way you feel for a human being that does real things in the real world is very, very different. What has it done? It's gotten more photorealistic imagery. That's been happening over the decade. There's many movies that, what's Love, Death and Robots? Yeah, if you watch that show, there's super realistic human beings. But the way you will connect to them is very different from how you would connect to the actors that you know, because there's a certain history to them. Like here you go, we spoke about people like Mr. Amitabh Bachchan and Kamal Hassan. Now there's a certain history to them, there's a certain way you've reacted over your lifetime with him. You grew up the last 30, 40 years understanding this persona, and that's what actually is built in you. It's not what Mr. Bachchan is doing that day on set. So that is quite impossible, I think, for AI or anything to replace, because today everyone knows it because it's a prompt. It could have been done like a year ago on visual effects. It's the exact same quality. But we just didn't choose to do it because that doesn't take us too far. Or unless there is a whole generation, which is nobody in this room, who starts reacting to things that are digitally made, I think then it's different.
So, there's been this whole, you said this, I'll just add one layer to that though, that you said that there's this whole history and relationship, your own memories of Amitabh Bachchan before you're even dealing with him as a director and creator. So there's definitely that aspect. But I was asking you that as a producer, if you could create characters on stage that, on screen that are, very storied or look completely realistic. There's that Mickey Mouse is a distinction because it's a line drawing. It's very clearly not a human being. But when you can't even tell whether it's a human being or not a human being, it could just be a theater actor that you've put on screen. Some of the best movies in the world are not with stars, but with theater actors that you don't know, character actors. Would you as a producer drop human beings to create character actors on screen?
Again, it's very dependent on the story that we choose to tell. If that story is if it's a page of life, if I'm trying to recreate something that happened in the 1990s in a city called Warangal, and I try to cast theater actors from there, what they can bring in life is far more superior than what AI can do. And it also might not be lucratively expensive to just get all of this production done in an AI format. Also, there is a bigger elephant which nobody addresses of copyright, of laws, you don't know now. If I create something on Sora, does it belong to me or does it belong to Sora? Can I print it on film and can I digitally project that in a screen? Who makes that money? Do I make it or does Sora make it? If I use the likeness of actors like Amitabh Bachchan and Rana, do the actors make money or does Sora make money? So I think there's no, tech can always keep doing many things, but unless there's a business ecosystem that catches up, this doesn't go too far. There will be bursts that happen because of, just takes, for example, the blockchain world that happened, the NFT, all of that happened during the pandemic, just came, everybody got really excited, many people put a lot of money, some people made some money, everyone lost all of it. But no one actually went into the real damn usage of what blockchain does and how it will actually solve the problem. While blockchain is continuing to solve the problems it actually has to solve. So I just feel we'll be in this little media circle of getting excited for things and not. But unless there is a legal stance on that country and that Like the cryptocurrency, India has a certain law, the Middle East has a certain law. So I think AI will need that level of governance before it is commercially used at all.
So I just wanted to, I'm going to come to you, Nag, sorry. I was just thinking that you brought up this thing about copyright, but it's not just about using the likeness of somebody. You know, I don't think that that's going to go very far because that's easy. Anil Kapoor has already filed a case and won a case for someone using a likeness of him, you know, so I don't think that's going to be the problem. But I wanted to ask you as a creator, what's your response to technologies using all our minds, all our creative output, all the public intellectual history of mankind, humankind, being out there, being used by particular technologies to create a profit model for itself. Now, as a creator, you know, how do you feel about that? Do you think that that's fair game? That's not something that can fall under copyright.
See, fair game is a very hypothetical word, fair game. How do I feel about it? See, ultimately, which means, by that time that happens, will we be even engaged?
It's already happened.
No, I'm saying, but you've never watched a 3-hour film doing that. How many people of you all watched a 3-hour film, paid a movie ticket and went and did that? You haven't done it so far.
What do you mean?
Like, have you gone to a movie?
AI 3-hour film.
Yeah, you haven't done that so far.
It's going to happen very soon.
You'll talk to me 1 year later and we'll still be in the same place because the business will not grow to that size. For a simple reason, the time that it becomes that where everybody is able to make a 3-hour movie as cool as Project K or Bahubali, cinema will cease to exist as a concept. You won't like anything that is just flat. Unless you're in the gaming world, you would want to be those characters and play those characters. That's the gaming world. So the engagement mechanism will become drastically different if everybody gets to create superior picture, sound and storytelling, right? Premium will always continue. See, we're human beings. We only need storytelling. That's the only thing that keeps us away and keeps us driving forward. So it'll continue to be in another form that we're not seeing today. That's all.
I'm going to come. You said this thing about...
Thank you.
You said about gamification and this now whole new frontier. I'm going to come to the VR thing. I just now wanted you to respond to what I just said about, are you excited by, you know, there's that, I know you guys would have watched Marvel and X-Men and all of that. There's that character Cerebro, whose mind is connected with every other mind. You know, I think that that's come to pass now with AI. Everyone's mind is connected with everyone else's mind, not just in the present, but in the past. And that's just become like one huge creative laboratory, you know, all of public human intelligence out there. So what's your reaction to that? Are you excited? Do you think it's a copyright violation? Do you want a piece of it? And
it's a tool. I'd say that it's a new tool that we never had before. Throughout history, we always have had limited access to art or literature or knowledge from across the world because there's only so much that you can consume or interlink or derive from. But now you have this one Cerebro, like you're saying, that can do all of this, and you can ask it questions and you can help make decisions from that. So it's a new tool. Like, what you're going to do from here, like when you get a new tool, like, yeah, we'll figure, I think.
Well, you know, you'll miss some of the visuals earlier, but there's some which are absolutely my favorites too. We have a wonderful, you know, I'm going to call them on stage right now, but it's very interesting, and that's why I was saying that this thing when you say that AI is going to be repetitive or boring, I don't think so.
No, I definitely don't think it's repetitive or I just think it's still in that stage where if you compare it to a real person, definitely it's because of the memory you have with that person or emotional attachment you have with the person. Like if it is love, death and robots, like I don't know that character. But if that same love, death or robots was trying to imitate a Johnny Depp or a Scarlett Johansson, it would be a very different thing. It's because it's a non-known person in that series and it's fully created in a VFX or digitally. I can still completely relate to that character as that character, but if I'm trying to say there's a known actor, like there's a Robert De Niro doing something of that sort, then I don't know how the response would be to that.
So, you know, Rana, you spoke about this virtual world that already, and as I was saying, this conference, we haven't at all touched on virtual reality per se, except having Jaron Lanier there. But this Apple VR glasses is already doing that, you know. So you just said that the whole sort of boundary of storytelling is going to shift. That technology is already here. So since you're such a technology enthusiast and investor and visionary, where do you think it's already going to go?
Well, I'm just waiting for glasses to look like this. They're just now these big patches that you're walking around. It's not fun, it's not cool. And Apple's known for things that are cool. I think this is I don't know if I can say it, but this is the least coolest thing that Apple made. I've used the glasses, it's not so fun.
Oh, it's not so fun?
No, it's not so fun. And I'm a tech guy, I'll grab onto anything that comes. I just feel like it's the first round of it, and every time there is a new medium, right? Like, pre-theater there were comic books, and that's all we were reading. There were books and literature. So the print became digital in some ways. You could see it on screen, you could see moving images. Every time there's a new format, we'll find a way to tell a story. But that technology needs storytellers and artists to come together and say, okay, what is the best story that we can tell in this medium? So, like, the internet age got short content. Now that's the best you can tell in a swiping mechanism. Now what do the glasses do? We still don't know. There's not enough content that you wouldn't want to do in a 2D interface that you would want in a 3D interface yet.
But, you spoke about the story, and I'm really fascinated by that. I posed it to the earlier, session with directors. The story was always something that bound us. A story is a story if many people participate in that story. You can have a story for yourself. Everybody has a story of themselves. But there's very much the audience and the creator, But with this new technology where everyone can make their own story, isn't there, and we've already seen that with TikTok, and there's a kind of mesmerized, almost, I call it mobile narcotification of society, that you're just like scrolling away. We were talking about this endless scroll. So there has been one or two films are making that breakthrough, but it's become harder and harder and harder to get attention from people, a buy-in from people, because they've got other things to do in their own space. You better be only that 1 or 2% that's breaking through. So do you think the whole idea of story as a glue for society, a common shared experience, a common excitement, itself is in jeopardy?
Well, I don't know if the statement I'm going to make is going to sound right or not, but I'll say it anyways, because that's the only thing that I made sense of. See, art is in the center of everything. Unless you're able to create, you're not able to do anything. But it began with art being very personal and someone telling a story or saying, this is what I want to showcase. Once it became a business of entertainment, it became about what people want. That's what we want to deliver. That's the job of an entertainer. Where this is the kind of cinema people like, and we're making that. Entertainment has been taken over by something very different, like distraction. But Disney Plus is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's making big shows. But distraction is bigger. Like one little post of something that you're scrolling says something really wild and nasty, and you just are off the big player, right? And what's bigger than distraction is addiction. Are you addicted to a certain format? Now, earlier when you made art or stories, it was a personal piece that you wanted to put out. Then you wanted to entertain. Now you want to distract because there are many things going on. But then can your story or can that art become an addiction? That is ultimately where the world is going. So I just feel like it's going to keep changing its cycle and phase, and we just have to, but stories won't continue, stories will continue to exist. Even if it's a meme of something that's being made, it will be of a film or an artist that has performed it at some point. It's taking different life forms. So I just feel the forms will keep changing and keep evolving, but the center will continue to stay.
You're a pretty fluid creator, I see absolutely no attachment to the past in you, It's like, kuch bhi, bring it on, baby. Now, what about you? He's not yet a director, he's an actor, and,
That's why I'm not.
Yeah. Do you have a different response as a director to the jeopardy of the story?
I think I'm a bit more of a old school guy at this point, because I probably at this point still romanticize the struggle of writing and romanticize the struggle of making a film, though probably it can be a lot easier. I think throughout history, most of the things that still standing always have a history of struggle behind their creation. So I think if you remove that, I don't know what it's going to be. So yeah, so I'm still a bit old school that way.
Right.
Again, struggle is not going to change.
From where?
You just find a different way of that struggle. It's not the same exact format.
The app will be hanging a lot.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said the app will probably hang a bit. Like,
I was just going to say that's a cop-out, because there's no struggle. We've literally built this entire conference on, and that's the hypocrisy. I adore it. Mid-Journey is just the most beautiful thing that ever happened. We've all been having such a good time with it. There's a wonderful, but what is exciting about it also is that every creator that's created, at least for the conference, has created a different language, Somebody who knows art history has created a different kind of imagery coming out of, somebody who has a news mind has created a different kind of thing. So everything that we've seen actually has huge variety. There's definitely a relationship between the technology and the creator there, So there is that, But anyway, coming back to you, Rana, you've been someone from the beginning. Your sources of learning have been completely wildly different from most people. From comics, from jungles, from forests, from technology, wild range of teachers. So share that with
It
the
happens
audience.
when you don't go to school.
Tell us about that.
Well, okay, both of us are from the same school. We were in the same grade, like first grade, we were in the same class. But he was the one who studied well and learned many more things than I did in school.
comparatively.
So I was just out of 10th grade and I kept doing random things in the movies. I liked comic books, I liked stories, I liked the wild, I liked adventure. And I just kept learning through that and creating businesses from within it.
What did you learn from the jungle and from comic books?
Well, first comic books I can't not mention Amar Chitrakatha because that to me has taught me more than school. I think everything that I know about India, or rather just not me, I'm saying everybody who speaks English and grew up in a certain generation knows its mythology from those comic books of Amar Chitrakatha. I think understanding that first, that was the first set that I ever got. I think my mom gave me those when, like, it's her stuff when she was a kid, she passed that on. So I think just the idea of what India is and the diverseness of it, and understanding the stories of the past without a religious context to it. Like, I wasn't religiously driven to know the stories of Krishna. I learned them through the Amar Chitrakathas as pure stories of moral. So I think that gives a very different insight in a strongly religious world, right? Because these stories meant a lot more than that. And from there, you led into the international comics. So everything that I'd make in film or visual effects was part of this journey. And hence I thought visual effects was the first way to enter the movies. What did the jungle teach me? The jungle just taught me calm. I'm just a crazy guy otherwise if I'm in a city and with a lot of people. So it's just more peaceful and safer for me with forest and animals, safer for me and other people around me also.
You're not going to get away with that. I want to know what craziness is. But I'm going to just come back. You said something about the story, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. I just want to pursue my idea of the story being in jeopardy. These stories have lasted, depending on who's speaking, 5,000 years, 3,000 years, definitely more than 2,000 years. They have held it has a kind of civilizational hold, one way or the other, whatever way it seeped in, it has shaped our psyche. That was the power of the story. And you said your grandmother passed it on, and it's really from oral tradition to written tradition, through cinema, through just osmosis, it seeped into all of us. Why I'm saying the story is in jeopardy is that what is this new generation of creators going to pass on to next generations? What are these stories which are like so atomized? What are you going to pass on?
See, over time, right, the story has passed one to the other. We just spoke about that. But what each generation got out of the story was very, very different. And there's something that I truly believe is there's so much tech in the past that we don't even know a part of it today. Let's take India examples of the past. Have you gone to the Kailasha temple? Now, we have no idea of how to build that even today. So which means they had a tech that was far superior. None of our stories reflect that. Probably in that next round, we will start understanding what that means. See, these stories lasted the test of time because people were discovering more and more within them. And it'll just be passed on. There's no way. You will always find newer things.
No, those stories will be passed on. Yeah. I'm saying that what was created now, what will there be worth passing on to another generation?
See, what will be worth passing on? That's actually quite hindsight. What we think about the next generation and what they think about us will be two very, very different things. See, I'm sure all of us said this is what our children should learn and that's what it should be, but they learn something very different. Their world is very different. We got things one after the other. Like we had a phone that rang in a house, you picked it up, and then after that you had a cell phone that had very little signal. Then you have, now it's everywhere. We saw the openness of the internet and we discovered that. But today's generation gets it all very, very, very fast in one shot, which means their minds are developed in a very different fashion than what we are. Now the generation that's going to grow up in AI will have a completely different take on what life is and how one needs to lead it. I think we just overcomplicate it and think we are very, very important and we are supposed to set the standards. I don't think that's going to happen.
I just wanted to share a little biographical detail about Rana is that, there was a time when his life was really in jeopardy and he was very, very ill. Really his life was in danger, but he went to and he lost one eye, but he went to the jungle and he says that the jungle saved him. So I don't want you to get away that easily. That's a really deep story to share, so do share that.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know that was coming on this stage, but it had nothing to do with AI, it had nothing to do with technology. It had actually a lot to do with...
Troika is nature, human and technology.
Yeah,
so
actually it's funny, it actually had a lot to do with technology because I was at the most beautiful hospital in the world, I think, which is Mayo. That was the only place that could figure out what happened to me. And it's funny, once you get into this life-threatening zone, you start looking at life very, very differently. Because till then, everything that I built or everything that moved me forward had me in the center. But then that's not how things should be. There needs to be a cycle of things very, very different. And when somebody who's famous, I was after Bahubali at that point, so everybody saw me in a very different way that I looked. And illness will be the first question, right? Everyone asks questions, and you don't want to answer so many people. There's no requirement of stuff. To me, it was harder to live with people in a city because there was too much coming to me. And I started becoming a slightly, like a mean person in some ways. Like, there was a point people were asking about my health. I said, unless you're able to donate a kidney or an eye, don't talk to me. Like, so I said, it's not your problem. I said, I'm looking for a donor. You're going to give me? Others don't ask me this question. So I just became one of those guys, and I didn't like what I was doing, but thankfully enough, I got a chance to shoot some stuff in the jungle, and I was there for many months, almost a year, and I think the jungle, and I shot with elephants. So I just felt like the animal, the jungles, the elephants, nobody judged me, it didn't matter whether I was sick, whether I was trying to recover, whether I was trying to do anything, I think. And that silence is what was needed in my life to come back out in a different form. So I think nature and jungle and all of them are greater healers than anything else that's available.
That's absolutely beautiful, Rana. In fact, I would really almost like to, except that we haven't got enough from Nag, but would have loved to end the conference on that because, one of the things that I think doesn't come through enough is that nature really is the best technology, Everything that we've been hearing about, at its heart has an impulse of biomimicry. How does nature do it? And then we're still trying to crack that, So, Nag, because you're here, and as I said, there's a triangulate that we've been trying to decipher is nature, humans, and technology. Tell us just two things, anecdotes or sort of relationship that you have with nature, and something about yourself that tells us what's unique about being human,
It's like a big, that's like a big one, but as far as nature goes, yeah, it completely, I think for all of us, it's like whenever you're trying to even just be peaceful or even creative or anything, you always find yourself back near like anything which is near the river, the forest, the mountains, the sea, like anything of that calms, heals, and helps us become like closer to the source. And whenever we're closer to that source, which is the natural cerebro, that's what is downloading our information from the collective AI unconscious, which is
Wow, that's
like
really
the
beautiful.
original AI. Yeah. So.
We've been asking everybody, does it mean to be human? And we've been talking about creativity. All the previous directors said it comes from the gut, it comes from your wounded childhood, it comes from etc. Where does Nag Ashwin's creativity come from, which is exclusively, uniquely Nag?
A deadline most of the time.
Okay, I'm going to accept that because this conference also has a deadline, which is the limits of human attention.
Time's up.
Yeah, time's up. Thank you very much,
Thank you so
both
much
of you.
for having us. Yeah.
It's been a real pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. And
Thank
you were
very much.
phenomenal. Like the whole day, 2 days, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Ram.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I just request you not to leave because there's just a thank you that I do want to do with the team that helped put this together. So if you can bear with us for 5 more minutes, I'd just like to acknowledge them.
Great effort. Very, very good. Very good. Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Like I was just seeing you across things and just felt awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our partners again. And we've been acknowledging them through the evening and through the last 2 days. So since your attention is short, I'm not going to thank them again. Just call them out. Shivnadar Foundation, the Glenlivet, BMW, DLF, Smith Care, Antil Ventures, NDTV, all of you, a big thank you. But I just ask for your attention to be able to thank the team and just bring them onto stage just for a minute. And if you've enjoyed them, then do give them a clap. I'm just going to call it out. Just give me a moment. I'd like to start with my partner, Aditya Puri, who's really put everything external out together. I struck it lucky because, he was AI designed to download all of human calm all together in one distillate. So thank you, Aditya. There's Ritika Pasi, executive editor of Lucid Lines. I call her the Paika woman. It really is wonderful to find another soul who cares about every last atom. So Ritika Pasi. There's Dipanjali, who helped with, especially the speakers will know all the care that she put into, mediating all of the logistics of this. So Dipanjali. Navamita, again, part of the editorial team, a lot of the research, the social media, some of the films, wonderful person to have on the team, a lot of the recruits, so multifaceted, Navamita. Himanshu, again, part of the editorial team, very young, fantastic backgrounders, passion. All of us began with not knowing a thing about science and technology. And I was telling this young, passionate team that after this conference, maybe Government of India might poach on them because they really know a lot. And they had that to dive into it. There's Dipanshu, again, who's a designer, came not from this background, but has been doing wonderful work. Praveen, animator, designer, editor. There's Himanshu, our data person, who's managed all of you 1,000 people and many thousands more that we reached out to. If each of you got a QR code, you've got Himanshu to thank for that. There's Kamal, accountant, Praval and Pankaj, compatriots from my past who stepped in to help. There's two of my absolutely the soldiers and friends of my life, Kishore, our driver, and Moina, who's kept the team happy, plumbed us with wonderful food and tea and coffee at the oddest of hours. There's the whole creative team. Pratik Purkais, again a friend and compatriot from my past, does some wonderful filmmaking. Noor, who's an animator that all of you will want to poach on, please don't. Ira and Nishtha, two of the most creative designers you can think of, who bring all of their aesthetics and their nuances and their sensitivity to the creation of portraits. Simran Khungar, as well as Simran from Lopez. A lot of the wonderful designing visuals that you've seen here have come from them. There's Nobin and Gautam, again, animators. A lot of these Dash films that you were seeing was conceived and created by them. There's Anuj, who's not here, sitting in Poland for all reasons. I don't know why. Valmik, my son, who's also created some of the films. There's Rohit Chawla, ace photographer, and I'm really sorry I didn't mention that earlier, but as you're coming out to join us for dinner, do pause and look at his wonderful exhibition, which is that relationship between AI and the past and the future. He's done a project called Banned, where he's reimagined a lot of the book covers that were banned with the use of AI. So that's a nice bridge between the past and the present. There's the wonderful team at FYII. Sarita, who just stepped in at a time when I felt I had no team and gave me energy, but her wonderful crack team, Malika, Maitri, Shrishti, and Ritika, who helped in to, stepped in, smoothened a lot of the logistical edges that we needed. I've already mentioned Lopez from, Simran from Lopez Design, and there are many, many others who really helped in ways that it's hard to tabulate. There's Sumit and his wonderful team at the console, Pankaj, who put all of this together, Bushra and Boost Design, that put all our ideas into practice. If you like the facade of the barn, she had that idea of putting our images onto the barn. I call it the barn. It now looks like a hanger. And there are many others. There are lots of well-wishers in the audience, friends who've all stepped in at different times. But we are all your hosts. We are all the people that put it together. Thank you very much, all of you, for being part of the chemistry of this. Thank you. Do join us. Thank you. Earlier in the day, Michael Sandel said he couldn't spot people in the audience who were marriageable age, but everyone here is. So that's a very young team. Do join us for dinner. There's a wonderful band playing, A26. Let's let our hair down, have a dance. Glenlivet is our host, and of course, everybody else. There's wonderful music and drinks to be had. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and look forward to the next edition. Thank you, guys.
Yes, let's do a photo. Let's do a photo.